Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The deserted sun. On the barren, harsh surface of Wampa Star, a colossal crater scarred the earth. Within the pit lay the pulverized corpse of a massive, green-furred beast. Broly, I ordered you to finish the kill. Why do you resist? Paragus glared at his son, floating silently in the air above them. Broly, a mountain of muscle, radiating suppressed power, said nothing. After a long moment of defiant quiet, he simply turned his back and flew away. Damn it, Paragus raged, shaking his fist at the retreating figure. Useless kindness. Such weakness in a Saiyan was both ridiculous and fatal. But rage was all he had. Paragus couldn't kill Broly, not only because he was his son, but because he was powerless against him. Broly's innate 10,000 battle power had exponentially grown over 2 decades. His current strength was so vast that Paragus's low-end scouter couldn't even register it. Paragus estimated Broly's power was somewhere between 700,000 and 800,000, an exaggerated, ridiculous figure. Paragus, was barely above 7,000. Broly dwarfed the late King Vegeta, the strongest Saiyan of their time, by dozens of times. If their spaceship hadn't crashed, they could have returned to planet Vegeta, and Broly could have easily seized the throne. The Saiyan hierarchy was simple: the strongest ruled. But for years, they had been trapped. The environment of Wampa was a relentless, deadly test. Scorching tilde operator 7-0. Ring operator. Sea days, blizzard nights, and massive, deadly monsters with minimum battle powers over 100. Only the extreme vitality of a Saiyan allowed them to survive by subsisting on the raw, fishy eggs of giant spider monsters. Paragus was oblivious to the fact that his homeworld, planet Vegeta, and the entire Saiyan race had been wiped out by Frieza long ago. The Earth approaches. Aboard the Earth, the custom super battleship named by Bulma, Jiang Hao and his companions were enjoying a feast. They had been in space for 3 days, relying on the ship's long-distance impulse drive to cover the vast distance to Wampa Star. The ship's alert system chimed. They were nearing their destination after dozens of warp jumps. Everyone, we're almost at Wampa Star, Jiang Hao announced, smiling. Care to head down and check it out? He had informed them of the purpose: to locate and retrieve 2 Saiyans, Broly and Paragus. No one objected. The trip was an adventure, and the destination was Jiang Hao's to decide. Goku's eyes lit up immediately. Already? Jiang Hao, how strong are these 2 Saiyans you mentioned? They're far weaker than you are now, Jiang Hao answered simply. Goku looked slightly disappointed. He'd hoped for new sparring partners. Wampa's environment is rough, with daytime temperatures around 60 to 70 degrees, Jiang Hao cautioned. Be sure with the protective gear I prepared. It'll shield you from the elements. The crew was excited. It was their first visit to an alien planet. Bulma looked at him, a trace of anxiety in her expression. Jiang Hao, is Wampa dangerous? Jiang Hao laughed confidently, pulling her close and resting a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry. With me here, there won't be any problems. A wave of laughter rippled through the group. Bulma and Jiang Hao are so close. Bulma blushed intensely, trying to squirm free, but Jiang Hao's grip was firm. The young girl, thin-skinned and recently grown up, was forced to accept the affectionate display. Moments later, the Earth descended toward Wampa Star. The confrontation. Paragus and Broly were in the middle of their usual, unappetizing meal of raw monster eggs when Paragus felt it, a massive shadow passing overhead. He looked up and gasped. A colossal battleship was descending towards them. What is this? Paragus stammered, disbelief warring with sudden, wild excitement. Someone is here? After all these years marooned on a dead world, salvation had arrived. Not only did he want to escape the terrible environment, but he craved revenge against King Vegeta and the glory of installing Broly as the new Saiyan King. "Broly, come with me," Paragus shouted, soaring into the air, excitement giving him renewed energy. Broly, still listening to his father's direct orders, as long as they didn't involve killing his friend, followed immediately. Aboard the Earth, Goku tensed. I sensed two powerful ki flying towards us. One of them is not much weaker than I was a while ago. His tone was one of genuine surprise. Goku knew his rapid growth was thanks to Jiang Hao, and a sense of native power here exceeding 1 million battle power was shocking. The others, Krillin, Master Roshi, and the rest, felt the terrifying ki as well. It dwarfed their own, which ranged from a few thousand, like the newly Super Soldier boosted launch, to the 1,200 battle power of the Super Holy Water Fortified Ox King. Fear was natural, but seeing the indifferent, calm expressions on the two strongest people aboard, Jiang Hao and Goku, reassured them. Paragus and Broly landed on the deck of the battleship. Seeing Jiang Hao's group, Paragus was momentarily stunned. He'd intended to seize the ship, but there was an unsettling quality to Jiang Hao's presence that gave him pause. Then his eyes locked on Goku. "You, Bardock? No, that's not right. You're too young, and you don't have the scar," Paragus sputtered in shock. "You must be Bardock's son." Goku blinked, confused. "Are you talking to me? I don't know who Bardock is." "Bardock is your father, Goku. Your Saiyan name is Kakarot." Paragus insisted, recognition dawning fully. "Yes, Kakarot. I remember him. He was born on the same day as Broly, but with a battle power of only 2. The weakest Saiyan ever born. It was impossible to forget." This rewritten section heightens the tension and drama of the confrontation between Paragus and the powerful newcomer, Jiang Hao. It provides cleaner context about the Saiyan hierarchy and delivers a more impactful beatdown. Saiyan loyalties and broken eras. The Saiyan hierarchy. Paragus was a veteran of the Frieza Force and knew the history of his race. Bardock, Goku's father, was indeed famous among the Saiyans. Most Saiyans were lower-class warriors. Only a handful met the power requirement for intermediate class. The true elite, upper-class warriors consisted of only 2 people on the entire planet Vegeta, King Vegeta and his son, Vegeta. Prince Vegeta was born with a battle power of 2,000, the highest recorded birth power in Saiyan history, excluding the legendary Saiyan. Paragus was a lower-class warrior with an original battle power of over 3,000. Bardock was a renowned lower-class warrior whose power peaked around 5,000, giving him high standing and respect among their strength-obsessed race. The birth of Bardock's son, Kakarot, was an unprecedented joke, a Saiyan born with a battle power of only 2. This historical low was well known, which is why Paragus recognized Goku instantly despite the 20 years that had passed. The fact that Goku was a near-identical clone of his father only cemented the identification. "Is Bardock my biological father? And Kakarot, that's my Saiyan name?" Goku scratched his head. "I still like the name Goku better." Paragus ignored him, his focus returning to the matter at hand. "Who are you, and why are you here on Wampa Star?" The family connection to Bardock was weak. Saiyans were rarely sentimental. His goal remained the same: seize the ship. "My name is Jiang Hao, and I am also a Saiyan," Jiang Hao stated. "And we came here specifically to find you and your son." Paragus was blindsided. "A Saiyan? You." Saiyans had tails, and he saw none on the newcomer. He had only identified Goku because of his resemblance to Bardock. "Did King Vegeta send you to retrieve us?" Jiang Hao's expression hardened with pity. "King Vegeta? It seems you've been completely cut off. Do you not know that Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta long ago? The Saiyans are all but extinct." The claim hit Paragus like a physical blow. "What? How impossible! Lord Frieza would never." He caught himself, stopping the title. The look of disbelief on his face fought with a creeping, horrible certainty. "Why? Have you never heard the legend?" Jiang Hao pressed. "The legendary Super Saiyan? Everyone feels fear, Paragus." Just as you fear Frieza, Frieza feared the legend. Jiang Hao continued to list the remnants of their race. Excluding myself and Goku, the only remaining Saiyans are you, your son Broly, and Vegeta, Nappa, and Goku's brother, Raditz. Paragus' posture sagged. His disbelief was replaced by a cold fury. Logically, there was no reason for a stranger to travel this far just to lie about genocide. If true, Frieza had killed his entire race and his wife. Frieza, Paragus hissed, the name venomous. His original desire to use Broly to seek glory under Frieza was instantly replaced by a burning hatred. What is your purpose, then, coming all this way? Paragus asked, his tone still suspicious. To take you away, of course. Unless you prefer to stay here. I want to leave, but you still haven't proved you're a Saiyan. We have tails, Paragus challenged. Jiang Hao immediately willed it, and a tail extended from his back, wrapping around his leg. This was enough. Paragus' hostility dropped, acknowledging the racial bond. And him. Paragus pointed at Goku. Why is his tail gone? It was pulled off, Goku replied casually. Paragus was genuinely shocked. The tail was vital to a Saiyan's fighting strength. I've answered enough of your questions. Jiang Hao's tone shifted, becoming commanding. Now it's time to talk about me. From this day forward, you and your son, Broly, will swear allegiance to me. In return, I will take you away from Wampa. Paragus stared, momentarily dumbfounded. Allegiance? The others, Krillin, Master Roshi, and Bulma, watched tensely. They trusted Jiang Hao, but the raw aggression emanating from Paragus and Broly confirmed Jiang Hao's warnings about the Saiyan race's brutality. Are you mocking me, boy? Paragus bristled. I wouldn't pledge loyalty to King Vegeta again, and you will take us away regardless, or we will kill every one of you. The threat was spoken so casually it sent a chill through the crew. Jiang Hao's smile vanished. Bulma, who knew him best, recognized the subtle shift that signaled genuine anger. I was prepared for the Saiyan temperament, Jiang Hao said, his voice flat. But if all Saiyans possess your particular character, then I, too, feel a certain shame. I think I'll help you change it, starting now. Paragus laughed, dismissive. You're a little boy. I dealt with trash like you all the time on Planet Vegeta. He hadn't yet grasped that the times and the power scales had fundamentally changed. In the next moment, Paragus' eyes widened in shock. Jiang Hao had vanished. Wah, Paragus stammered. His speed. How is he so fast? Before he could process the thought, a vice-like grip locked around his neck. Jiang Hao had him. The pressure was immense, signaling immediate death. Paragus, a seasoned warrior, instinctively raised his hand, charging an energy cannon to fire point-blank at his attacker. But Jiang Hao was faster. With a casual flick of his wrist, he didn't attack. He simply threw Paragus. The shockwave. Boom, boom, boom. The force was staggering, turning Paragus into a high-speed blur of mass and kinetic energy. He tore through multiple mountain peaks in a catastrophic, cascading line of destruction before finally skidding to a halt in a heap of pulverized rock. Paragus lay broken, every bone screaming. Blood trickled from his mouth. He could barely raise his head to look back at the ship. His eyes, wide with disbelief and pure terror, fixed on Jiang Hao floating effortlessly above the deck. The casual throw had broken him. Such power was far beyond even the peak strength of King Vegeta. Paragus had spent his life valuing strength, and now he stared at a power that rendered his own existence insignificant. Father. Broly was also shocked. Jiang Hao's speed was too fast. It was too fast for him to react. Paragus has been thrown away by Jiang Hao. He did not attack Jiang Hao directly, but flew towards Palace. Broly still cares about Paragus as his father. This can be seen from the plot of the original Dragon Ball, Super Broly. Before his father Paragus died, Broly was suppressed and beaten by Son Wukong and Vegeta, and the gap in strength was not small. But after Frieza killed Paragus and said it was Son Goku and Vegeta who killed him, Broly completely exploded. The strength is so strong that even Vegeta and Son Wukong can't stand it. Later, the two of them also relied on the fusion technique to become Gogeta before they could suppress Broly again. Even if it weren't for the Frisia Legion CI Lai who made a wish with the dragon to send Broly back to the Vampa planet, Broly would have been killed by Gogeta directly. It can be seen that Broly actually cares about his father Paragus. This kid is actually a very simple person. It is somewhat similar to Sun Wukong. The difference is that he did not have the good fortune of Sun Wukong and met a kind grandfather like Sun Wufan. And because his fighting power is too strong, and he is the legendary Super Saiyan, his power is too strong, and his mind cannot control the power of the Emperor at all. So much so that he often goes berserk and looks dangerous to people, making it difficult for people to approach him. "Father, are you all right?" Landing beside Paragus, Broly helped him up from the ground. At this moment, Paragus no longer cares about Jiang Hao as before, especially at this moment when Jiang Hao is slowly falling from the sky. Although no aura erupted from his body, those eyes just looked at their father and son calmly. But Pallas could feel the power of thunder in Jiang Hao's eyes. The Saiyan named Jiang Hao in front of him is completely different from other Saiyans. He is terrible, but even so, he had no intention of surrendering directly. He pushed away Broly, who was supporting him. "Broly, go beat this guy and teach me a lesson." Broly didn't move at first because he didn't like fighting. "Go. Do you hear me? Do you want me to die?" Pallas roared angrily. Saiyans are still physically strong. Although Paragus is seriously injured at the moment, there is still some distance from death. It can be seen from his angry roar. And Jiang Hao never intended to kill Paragus from the beginning. He only intended to teach him a lesson. So the shot is not particularly heavy. If he really wanted to kill Pallas, he would have been a corpse by now. Broly had no choice but to clench his fists and rush towards Jiang Hao in the next second. His speed was very fast, and he arrived in front of Jiang Hao almost instantly. "It's so fast." On the battleship, Wukong exclaimed. The Earth was in a suspended state at the moment, and it was only about 100 meters away from the ground of Wampa Star, which was not too high. With a wide field of vision, the Earth they were standing on was actually the best viewing platform for watching the battle. Totally unclear. Clint also said aloud, although Tianjin Fan and Gixian Ren did not say anything. But it can be seen from the expressions on their faces that they are also surprised by Broly's strength. Although Broly is fast in Jiang Hao's eyes, his speed is not enough. Broly just arrived in front of Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao had already predicted his move and kicked Broly early. The next second, Broly flew backwards at a faster speed, hitting several mountains in succession and flying several thousand meters before stopping. It felt as if Broly bumped into Jiang Hao's foot and flew out on his own. How can it be? Seeing Broly being kicked out by Jiang Hao casually, Paragus' eyes widened with disbelief on his face. He didn't know how many times he had been shocked today, but his shock at this time was definitely the most shocking today. He was even more shocked than when he was easily solved by Jiang Hao. Although his combat power of more than 3,000 was not bad, he knew that it was still not enough compared to the truly powerful people in the universe. But Broly is different. His son's combat power has long exceeded 100,000, this is certain. After all, he tested his son Broly with a combat prowess tester. Unfortunately, the combat effectiveness tester in his hand is a low-level combat effectiveness tester, which can only test combat experience of less than 100,000. If the combat power exceeds 100,000, it is impossible to measure the exact number. It was 10 years ago that Broly's combat power exceeded 100,000. At that time, Broly was in ruins. The combat effectiveness of his son exceeded 100,000 at the age of 10. Now 10 years later, his son's combat effectiveness is at least 200,000. Of this, he was certain. But what Paragus didn't know was that Broly's combat power had already exceeded 1 million. Now Broly's combat power has already reached 1.2 million. However, the combat power of 1.2 million is not enough for Jiang Hao, who has a combat power of 39 million under normal circumstances. It's normal to get kicked. Nothing is impossible, Paragus. You have stayed in Vampistar for too long. The outside world has changed a long time ago. Even if Frisia, who you think is very strong, is in front of me, I can kill him instantly. Jiang Hao looked at Paragus and said. Of course Paragus didn't believe it, because in his impression, Frisia is invincible. It is difficult to change people's inherent thoughts. Without waiting for him to speak. In the distance, an extremely terrifying energy burst out. No, damn it, and Raleigh's going crazy. Paragus' expression changed. What he fears most is Broly going crazy. Once Broly goes crazy, he, as an old man, can't control him at all. At first, he had no idea of killing Jiang Hao. His idea was the same as Jiang Hao, which was to take Jiang Hao for his own use. And now that Broly is going crazy, even he is in some danger. Not to mention Jiang Hao and the others. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Jiang Hao carried Paragus directly back to the earth. Paragus was taken aback. Stay well here, and I'll let you see what it means to be truly powerful. After saying that, Jiang Hao was about to leave the earth layer again. Jiang Hao, let me do it. At this time, Wukong suddenly said. Obviously, he had the idea of taking action. Broly's combat power of more than 1 million obviously made Sun Wukong interested. Most importantly, he was surprised to find that Broly's anger was still rising. He could clearly feel that Broly's combat power was constantly soaring. In just a moment, Broly's combat power has increased from 1.2 million to more than 1.3 million. It sounds like it's been increased by hundreds of thousands, which doesn't seem like much. You must know that Sun Wukong trained hard and could increase his combat power by 1,000 a day, which was considered too much. 100,000? He would have to practice for at least 3 months. Before Jiang Hao came back, the reason why his combat power reached tens of millions was because he entered the Time Spirit House. Otherwise, his combat power would be at most 3 to 4 million. In less than half a minute, Broly's combat power surged by 100,000, which was no longer simple. Moreover, Broly's energy is still increasing. No intention of stopping at all. In just a moment, Broly's combat power exceeded 1.8 million, and it's still improving. This is also the sound that Monkey King suddenly made. Jiang Hao looked at Wukong. Glancing at Chi-Chi again, Chi-Chi was standing next to Bulma without making a sound. I almost forgot that Chi-Chi is still the youthful version. She has not yet given birth to Sun Wufan, and has not yet become Sun Wukong's tightening curse. Okay, come on, remember to let him go. That guy's a lot of room for improvement. You can play with him more. Don't worry about anything happening. I'll take care of everything. Okay, then I'll do it. After Jiang Hao agreed, Sun Wukong suddenly looked excited, then flew directly away from the earth. Jiang Hao said he knew everything, so he certainly didn't say it casually. Although Broly grows quickly, his growth has limits. Growth may be great at one time, but it will not grow all the time. And Jiang Hao still has 3 big trump cards in his hand. The void-level weapon is Zhengyang. Gravity in control. The power to control. The 4 fundamental forces of the universe are no joke. This is the most indispensable force in the operation of the universe. In a fantasy world, it is the power of the laws of heaven. It is the most top-level power. If those big guys don't master this kind of power, they can't be called real big guys. Jiang Hao uses these 3 trump cards, and his combat power is definitely over 1 trillion. It can still be done. On the other side, Broly has completely fallen into a state of madness. The combat power also exceeded 2 million, reaching 2.2 million. But after 2.2 million, Broly's combat power, Good Zhao's, stopped increasing. Seeing Monkey King flying towards him, he rushed up directly. Later, the two fought together. Sun Wukong's current combat power under normal conditions is 42 million. It is more than 2 million yuan higher than Jiang Hao. In terms of fighting awareness and skills, Sun Wukong is not as good as Jiang Hao. But compared to Broly, who was born in a wild way, his skills and fighting awareness are absolutely crushed. After all, Sun Wukong studied under Gixian Ren, Tianxin, and Jiang Hao, coupled with the crushing combat effectiveness. He picked up Broly also very easily. Don't look at the back and forth of the fight. In fact, Monkey King suppressed his own strength. Paragus, on the other hand, looked at this scene with absent-minded eyes. Jiang Hao kicked casually, easily kicking his proud son Broly away. As a result, the battle between Monkey King and Broly was so easy and comfortable. This made it difficult for him to accept, especially Son Goku, who is still a low-level warrior like Bardock who only had 2 combat power when he was born. He is a waste among wastes, and could even be said to be the most useless person in the history of Saiyans. The result is such a person who regards him as the son of a genius, Broly, and crushes the dust. The ease on that face seemed to be the greatest mockery to him. This was very difficult for Palace to accept. It turns out that after doing this for a long time, I am the clown. Because Sun Wukong deliberately let go, the battle between him and Broly looked more like an equal match. But any understanding person can tell by seeing the relief on Sun Wukong's face that Sun Wukong is the one who has the upper hand, because he acted too relaxed. As for Broly, who was going crazy, his combat power was also constantly on. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. Soon, Broly's combat power soared to 5 million, and the battle between him and Sun Wukong became more and more intense. The entire Vampa star trembled. On the ground, giant sinkholes soon appeared one after another. Sun Wukong is very skilled in controlling chi, but Broly couldn't, so he brought great destruction to Vampa Planet. The shock caused by such huge destruction can be imagined. Although I already knew that Wukong became very powerful, but no one expected that Wukong would be so powerful, especially Tianjin rice and dumplings. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard for them to believe that this was a power star that people could have. As the battle continued, Broly's combat power quickly reached the 0 point of 10 million. But the aura on his body became more and more violet. Obviously, Raleigh is getting more and more out of control. Let them stop quickly. If this continues, Broly will die. Seeing this scene, Paragus panicked. He didn't want Broly to die. Although Broly's combat power has improved a lot at this time, it can even be described as a terrifying improvement. But his expression became worse and worse. If this continues, even if the battle is over, Broly will become a madman, even if he doesn't die. And this is definitely not what Palace wants to see. Jiang Hao, I apologize for my behavior just now. Please ask that person to stop. If this continues, Broly will die. Bang! While 593 was speaking, Paragus knelt directly in front of Jiang Hao. Seeing this scene, Klin and the others were a little surprised. Doesn't it mean that Saiyans don't care about family ties? Paragus actually knelt down and begged Jiang Hao for Broly, which they didn't expect. As for sympathizing with Paragus, a little bit, but not much. It's not that they're unloving, it's just that Palace just said he would kill them all. It is really difficult for a person who just said that he would kill them all to make them feel any sympathy. Don't worry, Broly is not as fragile as you think, and nothing will happen to him. That's it, Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan. It is very difficult for other Saiyans to enter Super Saiyan 1, but Broly is born to be Super Saiyan 1, and this form can be maintained forever. The growth rate is also far faster than that of ordinary Saiyans. In terms of talent alone, Broly should be the highest among all real people. As for Sun Wukong, that is cheating, his talent is actually average. Seeing what Jiang Hao said, Paragus was helpless for a while that if Jiang Hao didn't stop him, he could only watch. But when he calmed down, he suddenly realized that Jiang Hao had no intention of killing Jiang Hao. Sun Wukong is so powerful. Jiang Hao, who is obviously the leader, will only be stronger in the future. This shows that Jiang Hao just had the strength to kill him directly. But he didn't do this. Obviously, Jiang Hao didn't intend to kill their father and son. Otherwise, he would be dead by now. Since Jiang Hao didn't intend to kill him, he certainly didn't intend to kill Broly. This also reassured him a little. On the other side, the battle between Sun Wukong and Broly is getting more and more intense, and the scope of the impact is getting wider and wider. Jiang Hao directly turned on the Earth's defense system. The stellar energy shield opens directly. This thing is of no use in the Super God universe when you encounter those who are very skilled in micro-wormhole transport technology. But in the Dragon Ball world, except for people of the level of the god of destruction Beerus, Even people like Frieza would find it difficult to easily break through the stellar energy shield. It is naturally possible to use it to defend against the impact of the battle between Goku and Broly. Soon, Broly's battle reached 20 million. There was no surprise or fear on Sun Wukong's face. On the contrary, he became more and more excited. It's really amazing. Your growth rate is the fastest among all the people I've seen. Let me see where your limits are. Broly. While talking, Sun Wukong did not forget to continue attacking Broly. Although Broly's combat power has increased to 20 million. But compared to Sun Wukong's combat power of 42 million, it is still more than double. Sun Wukong was still very easy to deal with him. The two fought for almost 5 minutes. Broly's combat power continued to improve and finally reached 40 million. Compared with Sun Wukong, there is only a difference of 2 million. After Broly's combat power increased to 40 million. Sun Wukong's suppression of Broly is not as simple as before. At least the two seem to have less obvious distinction between strength and weakness. That guy's growth rate is so fast, Wukong can't suppress him anymore. Kellen exclaimed, "It's really scary. Is this the Saiyan? What a group of scary monsters." Even a turtle fairy couldn't help but say something at this time. Paragus glanced at Krillin and came Sento. The sweep startled him, because the combat power tester was not broken, and because they were so close at the moment, he could quickly find out the combat power of the two of them. Gixie and Ren's combat effectiveness is average, just over 1,000, which is nothing. The strength is pretty good, but Klin's fighting ability really surprised him. A combat strength of more than 50,000, even stronger than the original King Vegeta. If they met someone like Klin when the Saiyans wiped out the planet, they would definitely die. 50,000 combat power. Even if you look across the entire universe, you can't find a few. Even a Frieza Legion who were put under Frieza's command. Apart from Jinyo, there is no other person whose combat power exceeds that of Klin. His eyes then glanced at Bulma, Chi-Chi, Tianjin Fan, and Dumplings. Tianjin Fan, Dumpling, and Chi-Chi's fighting ability is normal. But when it was scanned on Bulma, the value of the combat power tester increased crazily. It didn't stop until it reached more than 60,000. This made Paragus find it hard to believe. A woman can actually have a combat power of 60,000. And Paragus is certain that except for Jiang Hao and Sun Wukong, who are Saiyans, no one else is a Saiyan. When did tens of thousands of combat troops become as common as cabbage? Of course, his surprise didn't last long. He was attracted by the huge battle between Sun Wukong and Broly. After all, his son Broly is definitely more important. The battle between the two has now become intense. Sun Wukong looked no longer as relaxed as at the beginning. Because just now, Broly's combat power has surpassed Jochun. It reached 43 million, and his growth seems to have not stopped yet and is still rising. And Sun Wukong gradually fell down. Of course, Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness is also increasing, but it didn't rise as fast as Broly. Of course, because Jiang Hao injected Sun Wukong with GY-enhanced serum. Sun Wukong's endurance and physical strength have been greatly improved. So even though Broly's combat power has surpassed him, but he didn't fall into a disadvantage. He still fought back and forth with Broly, and he didn't look like he was invincible at all. Even if he gets attacked by Broly occasionally, if injured, the injury will recover quickly. The more they fight, the more excited Sun Wukong becomes. This kind of battle was something he had never experienced with Jiang Hao, because no matter how Jiang Hao suppresses his strength, there is still a gap between the two. Jiang Hao is much better than him in terms of consciousness and skills. This cannot be made up for. And now when he fights Broly, at this moment, he is just like Jiang Hao, and Broly has become the person he is fighting against Jiang Hao. He finally understood how much convenience he had with superior skills and better combat awareness. There's also the refreshing feeling of equal strength. Wukong felt that his blood at this moment was like the rapids in the Yangtze River, and his blood was like waves. But when Broly's combat power increased to 50 million, Sun Wukong couldn't stand it anymore. He can still withstand the gap of 1 to 2 million in combat power, when the combat effectiveness gap is increased to 5 to 6 million. This is something that cannot be compensated for by skills and combat awareness. Wukong seems a bit unbeatable. Clint said at this time. Wukong, will he be okay? Chi-Chi's face was also full of worry at this moment. I said, once Broly goes crazy, if he is not stopped in time, he will destroy everything. Even I can't calm him down now. Paraga said at this time, but found that Jiang Hao's expression did not change at all. Jiang Hao, does Wukong have any trump cards that he hasn't used yet? Bulma said at this time, she knows Jiang Hao best. If Sun Wukong really couldn't stand it anymore and had no trump card, Jiang Hao would have already taken action at this time. Definitely not watching here. Remember the Super Saiyan I told you before? Super Saiyan? Is it Goku? Everyone was shocked. Even Paragus, whose face was full of disbelief at the moment, thought that he had heard wrongly. He is naturally no stranger to Super Saiyan. After all, Jiang Hao just said it not long ago. Jiang Hao said nothing. After realizing that the gap between himself and Broly was somewhat widened, Sun Wukong is no longer hiding. Her hair instantly turned from black to blonde, and her pupils also turned turquoise. The whole person's demeanor has completely changed. The terrifying momentum also directly sent Broly, who had a combat power of 56 million, flying away. The visible energy around Wukong seemed to be turning into substantial golden flames. The whole person looks like a god descending into the world. Super Saiyan, it turns out that the legend is true. Among everyone, Paragus was the most shocked. After all, he is a Saiyan. He also knows the value of the legendary existence of Super Saiyan. That was an existence that even Frieza was afraid of. A legendary warrior. He didn't expect that Bardock's useless son, who once had only a combat power of 2, would turn into the legendary Super Saiyan. After Sun Wukong entered the Super Saiyan state, there is no suspense in the battle. Even though Broly's combat power has reached a terrifying 53 million. But in front of Sun Wukong, it is still not enough. With just one move, Sun Wukong knocked Broly unconscious. Obviously, Broly has reached his limit. At the beginning, his combat power was only 1.2 million. And now, his combat power has reached a terrifying 53 million. In terms of combat power alone, he has surpassed the normal Jiang Hao and Sun Wukong, an improvement of almost 44 times, which is almost equivalent to the improvement of the Super 1 state. Even if Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, his physique cannot withstand such oppression. After being unable to block Sun Wukong's attack, naturally, people are no longer able to survive. Then, Sun Wukong directly grabbed Broly and teleported back to the Earth. As for Vampistar, it was destroyed in the battle between the two. No one knows how many of the creatures on Vampa have died, but they're all a group of irrational beasts. They die as soon as they die. No one cares at all. Poof! Broly. Paragus rushed towards Broly immediately, but he found that his son's face looked extremely ugly. The whole face was red, and the bulging veins and blood vessels were clearly visible, as if they were about to explode in the next second. Broly, how are you? Wake up quickly. Paragus' face was full of anxiety. Jiang Hao walked up to him and pulled him away. Paragus was a little angry when Jiang Hao pulled him away like this and was about to say something. But he found that Jiang Hao took out a green object of unknown origin, opened Broly's mouth, and threw it away. Then, Paragus was surprised to find out. The next second, Broly returned to normal. Even some of the injuries caused by Monkey King were fully recovered. No scars were left. What Jiang Hao threw into Broly's mouth was of course the fairy beans. This thing is definitely the most buggy thing in the Dragon Ball world. Maybe it's just because it's so buggy. Therefore, the super divine water was forced to dry up, and the fairy beans were also forcibly eaten by Akalobi, thus causing the bug-level props of the fairy beans to completely disappear. However, the synthesis technology of super holy water has long been developed. Even if the super holy water is gone, you can still use super holy water to plant fairy beans. Don't worry about running out of fairy beans in the future. Broly, are you okay? Paragus originally wanted to ask Jiang Hao what he had just fed Broly, but he found that Broly was awake. He immediately rushed forward and expressed concern. "I'm fine." Broly shook his head. At this time, Jiang Hao had already taken out a fairy bean again. "Throw it to Palace." This guy's injuries were not light either, although Jiang Hao had been very reserved before. But Paragus' combat power of more than 3,000 is really too low compared to Jiang Hao. His injuries were not minor. It's just because he is a Saiyan, he has a good physique and is more resistant to injuries, so he didn't die. "This is a fairy bean. Eat it and your injuries will be cured." Paragus hesitated and threw it into the distance. In his current situation, he has no choice at all, and it was indeed this thing that Jiang Hao just threw into Broly's mouth. When the fairy beans came into his mouth, he swallowed them without even chewing. The fairy beans had just been swallowed. Paragus found that his injuries had recovered. The original pain disappeared. "There's endless energy all over my body." The most important thing is that he found that his combat effectiveness seemed to have improved, and it's still improved by more than 100. For Sun Wukong and Jiang Hao, an increase in combat power of 100 is no different than no improvement at all. But it's different for Paragus. He originally only had a combat power of 3,002. Now it has increased by more than 100, directly to 3,003, which is not small. This thing, it's amazing, right? Don't be too surprised, because you will only need to be surprised more in the future. Now, how do you think about what I just said? From now on, your father and son will be loyal to me. I've thought about it. Master Jiang Hao, from now on, Palace, and my son Broly will be your most loyal subordinates. Broly, come here and kneel down in front of Master Jiang Hao. Broly naturally walked over honestly. For Palace, as long as he is not asked to kill a certain creature, he will not resist when he is awake. "No need, I don't like this here. For now on, you father and son will be obedient and do things for me honestly. The benefits will be indispensable to you." "Yes, thank you, sir," Palace said, because Jiang Hao was more than 20 years ahead of schedule. The current Paragus looks much younger than during the Dragon Ball Super Broly plot period, because Saiyans age slower than humans. Palace, who is already in his 50s, still looks like he is in his prime, in his 30s. "Your strength is too weak. If you only have this strength, you can't do anything for me." "Clin, I'm here, Jiang Hao. Is there anything I can do?" "Please take him to the gravity room to practice. Tell him how to practice in the gravity room. And teach him how to control chi, by the way." "No problem. Leave it to me." Kellen nodded. On weekdays, Jiang Hao basically helps them. Now Jiang Hao asks him to do something for him. He is too happy, so naturally he will not refuse. "Come with me, Mr. Paragus." "Excuse me." Paragus looked at Clin and said politely. He had just used the combat power tester to see that Clin's combat power was as high as 50,000. Saiyans respect the strong. As long as you are strong enough, you can win their respect. "Broly, let's go." Paragus looked at Broly and shouted. "Paragus, you can go alone. Broly, just follow us first." Palace was immediately embarrassed when he heard this. But after thinking about it, he nodded, then listened to the adults. "Broly, my father and Mr. Clin have gone to practice. You follow Master Jiang Hao, and you must listen to Master Jiang Hao. You can do whatever Master Jiang Hao tells you to do. Do you understand?" Stall. Sun Wukong can transform into a legendary Super Saiyan and become a legendary warrior. The strength is so strong that even Frieza is not an argument. As the leader of this group of people, Jiang Hao must be stronger than Monkey King. He felt that if Jiang Hao wanted to harm Broly, he could have done it just now, and there was no need to wait until now. So I can rest assured that Broly will follow Jiang Hao. What's more, he has no choice now. After all, he had already chosen to be loyal to Jiang Hao, so he couldn't just resist Jiang Hao's first order. "I see," Broly said. There was no emotion in the words. It feels like a sluggish robot. It's obvious that Broly's mind is immature. He is obviously an adult, but he is also extremely strong, standing over 1.9 meters tall. His personality looks like that of a 6 or 7-year-old child. "Please give me flowers," Broly responded. Paragus breathed a sigh of relief, and then followed Clin and left. Are you still going down to see? Hearing Jiang Hao's question, everyone shook their heads. None of them were interested. Just when Monkey King and Broly were fighting. But he saw that there were all kinds of large monsters everywhere below, especially the giant spider-like monsters. Although any one of them can easily kill a spider monster if they go down. But those spider monsters looked irritating. And in addition to the spider monster, there are also various other monsters. There is really not much to visit on such a planet. Since everyone is not interested, then let's go to the next stop, Jiang Hao said with a smile. Then he directly controlled the Earth to leave Wampa Star. Letting everyone play by themselves first, Jiang Hao brought Broly to the laboratory. Next, I'm going to draw some of your blood. Don't resist. Okay. Broly nodded. Soon, Jiang Hao completed extracting Broly's blood. After the purpose is achieved, Jiang Hao called Monkey King over. Wukong, Broly will follow you from now on. You are responsible for taking Broly with him. 0. Teach him how to live. Broly and Goku are somewhat similar. Both of them are relatively simple people, because they come into contact with too few people. By the time they officially start contacting people, their minds are almost stable. It cannot be changed easily, but if it is Sun Wukong, he can definitely change Broly. After all, there are not just one or two villains inspired by Wukong. In the original work, there are Yamcha, Tianjin Rice, Piccolo, Vegeta, Number 17, Number 18, and Muppets. These are all villains inspired by Goku. Wukong is really good at influencing villains. Even Frieza and Goku had a trend of turning from hatred to love during the Tournament of Power. Jiang Hao is relieved to hand over Broly to Wukong, and among their group of people. Now apart from him, only Goku has the strength to deal with Broly. Jiang Hao is worried about letting Broly follow the others. It was indeed the most appropriate thing to leave it to Wukong. Don't worry, Jiang Hao, I know how to do it. Broly, right? My name is Sun Wukong. Nice to meet you. Sun Wukong introduced himself formally. After saying that, he extended his hand to Broly. Broly was stunned, but look at the sincere smile on Goku's face. He subconsciously reached out his hand and shook Wukong's hand. Okay, come with me. You live in a place like Wampa Star, so you must not have had much delicious food. Let's go. There's a robot on the spaceship that specializes in making food. It can automatically make food. It's okay. I'll take you to eat. It's delicious, ha. As he said this, Sun Wukong pulled Broshu and left. As for the robot that Sun Wukong talked about making delicious food, that was researched by Boomer, a robot that can make its own delicious food. The data, of course, comes from Jiang Hao, because is the data input by Jiang Hao can make it, and basically the food robot can make it. And the taste is not much worse than Jiang Hao's. Very delicious too. Food robots are usually responsible for preparing the food for everyone on the Earth. Food robots, and Ma has made more than a dozen. When making food at the same time, it can completely keep up with the consumption of these big eaters. After all, they're all cultivating, and their appetites are bigger than the others. Talking about rice buckets is like lifting the whip. After Goku and Broly left, Jiang Hao also directly began to study Broly's genes. Broly is indeed the legendary Super Saiyan. His genes are quite different from those of ordinary Saiyans, because more than 90% of his genetic cells are S cells. It's no wonder that his normal state is Super Saiyan 1. This is not unreasonable. However, because more than 90% of them are S cells, he is powerful, but similarly, too many S cells also prevent him from fully controlling his own powerful power. The world is divided into yin and yang. There is yin and yang, which is the way to balance. And when the balance is broken, bad things will happen. And because more than 90% of Broly's own cells are S cells, this will cause his yang to be too strong. It's as if demonic energy enters his body, and he can easily lose control of himself. It's easy to slip into a frenzy. This force is strong, but if it cannot be controlled independently, it is not absolutely powerful. But if the person who controls this power is Jiang Hao, then what happened to Broly will not happen to Jiang Hao. Because Jiang Hao is different from Broly. Just because Broly can't control the power doesn't mean he can't control it. 10 minutes later, Jiang Hao is fused with Broly's genes. The Saiyan blood in his body has also been transformed. 450-inch. The proportion of S cells is exaggerated compared to Broly. It has reached 99.9%, almost reaching 100%. Of course, it's not that Jiang Hao doesn't have the ability to increase the proportion of S cells to 100%. But if it is too full, it will overflow. 99.9% is just the most suitable point. Anything more is too much, and anything less is imperfect. Of course, this refers to the genes in Jiang Hao's body that originally belonged to the subhuman species. These do not include Jiang Hao's fused super genes. And after integrating Broly's Super Saiyan genes, Jiang Hao's combat effectiveness has also skyrocketed. After a while, the promotion ends. Open the system panel. The combat effectiveness has been increased from 39 million to 3 billion. Almost an 80-fold improvement. Simply appalling. You know, this is Jiang Hao's normal state. This is not the case when he is not transformed into a super harmful person. Although Broly's normal state is comparable to the Super Saiyan form of an ordinary Saiyan. But in reality, this is Broly's normal state. He can still enter Super Saiyan form, his own Super Saiyan form. Jiang Hao wanted to know what it would be like to enter the Super Saiyan state now. So he left the Earth ship directly by teleporting. Jiang Hao has no intention of conducting experiments on Earth. The normal combat power is 3 billion. If he experiments on the Earth, I am afraid that the entire Earth will be destroyed by the terrifying momentum he explodes. When the combat power reaches the bottom of his body, even a momentary burst of momentum is enough to destroy the world. Jiang Hao's breath suddenly disappeared on the Earth. Sun Wukong and Bulma were stunned. It can be said that almost everyone present can sense Qi. Even Lan Qi and Huang Qi, who have just started practicing, can do it. Jiang Hao's aura disappeared, so they could sense it immediately. But no one was worried, because at the same time, Jiang Hao's words reached their ears through unknown means. I'm going out for a while, and I'll be back in a few minutes. In the vacuum of space, I glanced at the Earth, which was some distance away. Jiang Hao directly controls emotions and activates S cells in the body. Let S cells mutate. The next second, along with the mutation of the S cells, Jiang Hao's whole aura suddenly changed. Hair changes from black to blonde shape. Entering the super race form, the combat power will immediately increase by 50 times. Jiang Hao's combat power directly reached the terrifying 150 billion. At that moment, Jiang Hao's terrifying energy exploded, and he seemed to become a new sun in the universe. With a combat power of 150 billion, even Jiang Hao can kill the complete cell in an instant. In the Android chapter, Goku became Super Saiyan 1 with full power, and his combat power was only 30 billion. However, the current timeline is at least 10 years away from the Cell chapter. After all, before the Cell chapter, there is the Frieza chapter, the Cyborg chapter, and then the Cell chapter. At least 10 years passed between this time. Cell finally died at the hands of Sun Wuhan. At that time, Sun Wukong was at least 12 or 13 years old. And now Sun Wufan has not even set off yet, and it is not more than 10 years since the Cell chapter. Even the Meijin puppet chapter, Jiang Hao's combat power of 150 billion is still achievable. Moreover, this does not include Jiang Hao's 3 trump cards. If his 3 trump cards are added, his combat effectiveness will be increased dozens of times, or even hundreds of times. Moreover, this is not his limit. Accompanying Jiang Hao's thoughts, the aura on Jiang Hao's body began to rise. The golden flames became more and more intense. Initial state, steady state, mature state, full power. Boom! When the 0 point of full power is broken, Jiang Hao directly entered Super League 2. The fighting power surged again, came to 300 billion, on board the Earth. Even though the distance was not close, Sun Wukong and the others could not clearly feel Jiang Hao's terrifying aura. Among them, it also includes Paragus, who is currently practicing in the gravity room under the guidance of Kellen. Even if he doesn't know anything about Qi, but the aura fluctuation of 300 billion combat power is as dazzling as the sun. Unreservedly released, even Paragas can feel it. And this breath is naturally familiar to him. It's the breath of an adult. Paragas was shocked, and Krillin is about the same. He has a fighting power of more than 50,000, compared with 300 billion fighting power. The gap is more than a star and a half. It turned out that Jiang Hao was already so powerful. On the spaceship, the most surprised person was Sun Wukong. Jiang Hao, why is he suddenly so strong? Didn't he use all his strength before? Still, that guy has improved so much in a short period of time. No, I can't waste any more time here. Come on, Broly, let's go practice. With that said, Wukong directly pulled Broly away. Everyone was surprised, knowing that Wukong was stimulated by Jiang Hao. As for the others, apart from being surprised by Jiang Hao's strength, there was no thought of catching up at all. Among them, Monkey King is barely qualified to chase Jiang Hao, but they're not even qualified to chase Jiang Hao, because the gap is too huge. It's impossible for them to catch up. At least Wukong has some chance of catching up, and they have no chance at all. The other side, after transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Jiang Hao could clearly feel the terrifying Li Huang in his body. This force is already strong to a very exaggerated level. At this moment, Jiang Hao felt like he was facing a huge celestial body like a star. He can also be destroyed easily, but this is not his limit. With the momentum rising, Jiang Hao, who originally had blonde hair, started to change from blonde to emerald green. The full power of Super Saiyan, but it is the full power that belongs to Broly only. The power of the giant ape is the full power of Super Saiyan. At the same time, Jiang Hao's muscles are also growing crazily. In just a moment, Jiang Hao went from being 1.89 meters tall to a super strong man with a height of 2.8 meters and bulging muscles all over his body. The muscles are big, but they don't look bloated. This is the full power of the Super Series that belongs exclusively to Broly. Utilizing the power of the giant ape, he undergoes a second transformation on the basis of super damage, and its growth rate reached a terrifying 2,000. Super Series 3 is only 400 times. The 2,000-fold increase is already 4 times that of Super League 3. As for whether it will surpass the Super League 4, this is not certain. After all, the original work did not clearly give the increase in Super Saiyan 4. Moreover, Super Saiyan 4 does not exist in the main story, which is the current universe where Jiang Hao is located. Main Universe Super Series 3 is the end. After this comes the Super Saiyan God Realm. Then came Super Saiyan Blue. In the main story, that is, Super Saiyan 4 does not exist in the main universe. Super Saiyan 4 is in a parallel universe, the GT world. Of course, if Jiang Hao wants to enter the Super League 4, it's not impossible. The Super Saiyans in the main universe and the Super Saiyans in the Dragon Ball world are in different states because they took different paths after Super Saiyan 3. Because of the appearance of Beerus, Sun Wukong in the main universe came into contact with God and felt the breath of God. Therefore, the realm of God was developed. In the GT world, there are no gods of destruction, great Kaioshin, angels, or all kings. In the GT world, above KO, there's only one king of time and space. Unlike Quan Wong, there are many. The king of time and space is a being who exists only once in all main universes and parallel universes. It is precisely because there are no people like Beerus. Sun Wukong had no chance to contact God. Naturally, the realm of gods has not been developed, thus embarked on another path. Super Saiyan 4 was developed. This means that the main world can actually enter Super Saiyan 4. It depends on whether you are willing to develop it. And after entering Broly's version of the Super Series at full power, the 2,000 times increase in combat power also allowed Jiang Hao's combat power to reach 6 trillion in an instant. Such a terrifying increase in combat power is also very terrifying for the body of the Transformer. For point 9. However, Jiang Hao's physical fitness is not generally strong. After merging the super genes of several super god-making projects, Jiang Hao's body has long been upgraded to a physical body, plus the blessing of GY, strengthening serum. His physical body had already reached an extremely terrifying state. The full power of the green super race is completely affordable for Jiang Hao. He can even leave it on for 3 days and 3 nights. After all, his physical strength, although I dare not say it is unlimited, has reached a very exaggerated level. As for the so-called evil caused by the mutation of S cells, under Jiang Hao's superbrain, it has no impact on him at all. You know, even Beerus has a combat power of only 16 trillion. Of course, this is the official data. As for whether Beerus really has this combat power, Jiang Hao will have to come into contact with it in person, no? But it doesn't matter whether Beerus has this fighting ability or not. Jiang Hao indeed has a combat power of 6 trillion. It's only more than twice as far away from Beerus. It is not difficult for Jiang Hao to close this distance. Because the green super race is full power, it can maintain the state of Super 2. Then, this also means that Jiang Hao can also bless the full power state of the green super race after the Super Race 3. Then, the increase in his combat power will inevitably be even more terrifying, and it is not difficult to surpass Beerus in combat power. Of course, what makes Beerus strong is not just his fighting ability. There is also the power of destruction mastered by the god of destruction. The power of destruction is a power that can only be controlled by the god of destruction, and is extremely destructive. In the entire Dragon Ball universe, basically nothing can stop the power of destruction, because the power of destruction itself is the power used to destroy the universe. So even if your combat power exceeds Beerus, you may not be able to defeat Beerus. It's like Jiang Hao, who has mastered gravity. Even if Sun Wukong's combat power is higher than Jiang Hao, he still will not be Jiang Hao's opponent, because fighting power is not everything. Of course, Jiang Hao's green super full power increase. His normal combat power only needs to be increased by 10 times. Then it is not difficult to crush and defeat Beerus. If the combat power is the same, or a few % higher, it will be almost impossible to defeat Beerus. But if it is several times higher, or even dozens of times higher, it will be different. Even Jiang Hao has to say with emotion that Broly is indeed a legendary super soldier. The increase after this transformation is truly terrifying. It's no wonder that Broly in Dragon Ball Super made Super Blue Goku and Vegeta unable to do anything to him. An increase of 2,000 times is too terrifying. And Jiang Hao can be sure that the green super harmful full power is not his upper limit. On top of this, there is definitely Green Super Series 2 with full power. Green Super Sai 3 full power. Even Green Super 4 full power. Of course, the higher you go, the more powerful the power becomes, and it is simply beyond the control of ordinary people. Broly definitely doesn't have this ability. But it's different if it's Jiang Hao. No matter how powerful the power is, he can completely control it. Put away 11 your own breath. Release Green Super Race full power form. Jiang Hao originally turned into a huge figure of 2.8 meters, but also recovered. It's just that the clothes on my body were stretched to pieces. However, with Jiang Hao's thought, his clothes recovered. Then in a flash, Jiang Hao had returned to the earth. As soon as Jiang Hao came back, he saw Sun Wukong staying in his laboratory. Obviously, this guy is waiting for him to come back. As for why he was waiting for him here, the assistant scans. Jiang Hao immediately knew why Sun Wukong was waiting for him here. This guy was stimulated by his 6 trillion combat power. So much so that I no longer had the mood to practice. Because he felt that if he continued to practice like that, even if his combat effectiveness improved slowly, it would still be very difficult to catch up with Jiang Hao. In fact, the energy Jiang Hao finally released was too powerful. Jiang Hao, it's great that you are back. As soon as he saw Jiang Hao coming back, Wukong immediately ran up excitedly. Broly wasn't far away either. Naturally, he also felt Jiang Hao's previous aura. That kind of breath gave him a very familiar feeling. What's wrong, Wukong? You guy, why was your aura so powerful just now? It was so powerful that it even scared me. You guy, did you eat something good without my back again? Or did you train secretly? When Jiang Hao heard this, he couldn't laugh or cry. Okay, I didn't eat anything, I just mixed some things. If you want to fuse, I can help you. Sun Wukong is also a Saiyan himself, and it is not difficult for Jiang Hao to help him genetically modify Broly. As for why it is close to Broly, not the same as Broly, naturally, it's not a good thing to be completely Broly, because the power is too great. It's not a big deal if you can't master it. A little worse is actually a good thing. Moreover, the most powerful thing about Kong is his attitude towards cultivation. As long as he is given some time, he can cultivate himself. Forget it, but I feel like I'm afraid it will be difficult to catch up with you. Monkey King said, a little disappointed. Sun Wukong's refusal surprised Jiang Hao. Are you sure you don't want to merge? The fusion of what I said will have no effect on you. And it also allows you to maintain the Super Saiyan state for a longer period of time. I'm not sure how much the combat effectiveness can be increased, but it can definitely be much stronger than it is now. Jiang Hao laughed. There can't be anything bad about it. Ta, what? You still can't believe me? Jiang Hao, I will definitely believe what you say. Monkey King still did not refuse in the end. Later, Jiang Hao helped Sun Wukong fuse part of Broly's super racing genes. Let Sun Wukong's S cells become more, and there are some differences. In Sun Wukong's combat power also skyrocketed from 43 million to the normal 430 million. Compared with Jiang Hao's 3 billion fighting power, it's still a lot worse. But this improvement is already quite significant. Let Sun Wukong practice by himself. He may not be able to reach this level in a few years. Naturally, Sun Wukong can also feel himself becoming stronger. Very excited. Okay, go and practice. Your talent has been improved. If you practice in the future, you will grow faster. For Sun Wukong, the biggest improvement in this fusion is not his combat power, but his talent. Sun Wukong's talent was originally very poor, but practicing on Earth with Turtle Immortal, God of Heaven, and Jiang Hao has long since allowed his talents to be greatly developed. I drank the super holy water several times later. His talent has long surpassed that of the superior Saiyan warriors. And this time after merging Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, his talent has been greatly improved again. If he practices again in the future, his improved combat power will be even more terrifying than before. If he had practiced hard for a day before, his combat power would have increased by 5 to 6,000 to 10,000. So now that he practices for another day, the combat power he can increase will be at least 40,000 to 50,000. And after one day, it is not impossible to increase to 70,000 to 80,000. The growth rate is almost 10 times faster than before. Broly, you put this thing on, wear this thing, you will never lose it again. Jiang Hao casually threw an earring-like thing to Broly. Let the other person wear it. This is something that Jiang Hao just made by hand. As long as Broly wears it, it's not so easy to fall into madness, even when fighting people. Enter a situation where you can't tell the difference between friend and foe. Broly was stunned, but Paragus asked him to obey Jiang Hao's words, so Jiang Hao asked him to wear it, and he put on. Okay, Goku, take Broly away. You can take him to practice together. Next stop, I'll take you to a good place. Okay. Wukong nodded. Then he took Broly and left. And Jiang Hao's next stop is Namek, because Jiang Hao intends to use the Dragon Ball Balenga of Namek to go to the 6th universe. His ultimate goal is the ultimate Dragon Ball, and if he wants to find the ultimate Dragon Ball, he must obtain the ability to go to the 6th universe. After all, Ultimate Dragon Ball is scattered in the 6th and 7th universes. He intends to make a wish with Polna and have the ability to travel through the universe. If it is the Dragon of the Earth, there is definitely no way to realize this wish. But the Dragon Balanga of Namek is more powerful, and this wish may come true. Of course, even if it can't be realized, he will change his method at worst and need Balanga to tell him how to find the way to the 6th universe, which is the same. And Balanga can make 3 wishes. This time, Jiang Hao intends to make a wish for himself to gain unlimited physical strength. Although his stamina and physical strength have reached an extremely exaggerated level, but not quite infinite. If he has unlimited physical strength, then his hard power will be greatly improved again. After all, in the Dragon Ball world, physical strength represents chi. If your physical strength does not decline, it means that you are always at your peak. Why can numbers 17 and 18 still be contestants in the Tournament of Power? It stands to reason that with their strength, they can no longer keep up with Sun Wukong and the others at Dragon Ball Timeout. But they have unlimited physical strength. After some special training and a big improvement in strength, he became the Minister of Power Star, although it is still not as good as Monkey King and the others in the first echelon. But their unlimited physical strength allows them to always be at their peak, while others cannot. As for the last wish, Jiang Hao has not decided what to wish for yet. If you can't think of it when the time comes, give this wish to someone else. Anyway, the Dragon Ball is there. When you need it, you can just use it. In addition, there is the great elder of the Namek people, who has the ability to use telekinesis to help people develop their potential. In the original book, Wukong and his friends improved a lot in strength after the Great Elder helped them develop their potential. The effect is better than that of super divine water. Thinking about it, it won't be worse than drinking super holy water once. The more times you drink the super holy water, the longer the interval between drinking it is needed to be effective. At that time, the Great Elder of Namek can be asked to help everyone improve their potential. As for Jiang Hao, he definitely doesn't need it, because his potential was greatly improved when he integrated Broly's Super Saiyan genes. The Great Elder's telekinesis effect is probably useless to him. As for the coordinates of Namek, Jiang Hao had long known this from the gods. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. On the deck of the Earth, there's a distance. Everyone saw a green planet in the distance. Is that Namek? The hometown of the gods. Turtle Immortal said, in surprise. Half a month later, they also passed by some planets with life. But when it comes to planets as beautiful as Namek, they really have never seen one. Yes, that's Namek. Everyone, be prepared. It'll be there soon. Jiang Hao said. It took half a month to come to Namek. To be honest, it was a bit slow. But this was Jiang Hao's intention. This time I came out mainly to travel and do some things to do. The scenery along the way is also Jiang Hao's goal. So it took them half a month to reach the galaxy where Namek is located. Jiang Hao has the coordinates of Namek 1. If he wanted to come here quickly, it would take less than half a month. 2 days would be too much. In a day and a half at most, they could arrive at Namek from the star system where Vampa is located. When completely entering the galaxy where Namek is located, everyone was surprised to find that this galaxy actually had 3 stars. Wow, this galaxy actually has 3 suns. It's so amazing. Amid everyone's surprised expressions, the Earth quickly reached Namek and then began to enter Namek's atmosphere. The atmosphere composition and surface gravity of Namek are basically the same as those of the Earth. In addition to having 3 suns, the atmosphere is mainly green. Other than that, it's basically no different from Earth. Namek is a world composed of hundreds of islands. Isolated hills and continents are mostly covered with trees called puffballs. Namek as a whole is interesting and rich. Namekians are characterized by low birth rates and long lifespans. Their living style is to live in villages of about 100 people. The village is run by the elders through their wisdom, not by divine power. There is no central government on the entire planet, and some regional issues are resolved by village elders gathering together to negotiate. Everyone born on Namek can enjoy the best life possible. Namek has no army. Each village has a warrior to defend their home and the Dragon Balls. Namek's technological level is very high, but Namekians do not like to use these technologies excessively. They pay more attention to spirituality rather than material things in their lives. The Dragon Ball that Jiang Hao wants is guarded by the 7 elders of Namek. On Namek, if you want to get the Dragon Ball, you must compete with the elders in wisdom and strength or simply express your wish. Only warriors recognized by the elders can get the Dragon Ball. When the huge hull of the Earth appeared on Namek, the entire Namek was shaken. Life on Namek is primitive, but their technological level is very high and they have special communication methods. So soon, the entire Namek knew about the Earth landing on Namek. Some villages sent soldiers over as soon as they received the news. The Great Elder also received the news immediately. Great Elder, there are outsiders coming to Namek. What should we do? Nelu, one of the Great Elder's guards asked. The Namekians are actually a peaceful people. Being like a god is relatively rare, and the gods are not ordinary Namekians, but the same dragon clan as the Great Elder. Dragon balls can be made. First, send someone to discuss the other party's intention. Neru, it's up to you to do this. Yes, Great Elder. Nyla nodded. Then the person directly performed Wukong technique and left. The Great Elder was sitting where he was. He is very old, and his lifespan is almost at the end. Unexpectedly, aliens would come to Namek at this time. Battle on Namek is still very strong. But he got the news that the aliens coming this time were driving super battleships several kilometers long. This means that the people who come will not be too simple. The most important thing is that I don't know whether it is an enemy or a friend. The other side, along with the Earth, it landed 100 meters above the ground. Everyone on the battleship can already clearly see most of Namek's panorama. Of course, we also saw many Namekians gathered on the ground. These people look exactly like the gods. They all have green skin and have two ant-like tentacles on their heads. But at this moment, most of these Namekians are looking at the battleship with curious eyes. Let's go down. Jiang Hao said to everyone. Just go down like this? Clint was a little surprised. Well, Namek is a peace-loving planet. There is no war here. The people on Namek are basically very kind. We can just go down. Of course, Jiang Hao didn't say a word. That is, they are very powerful in combat, and even if Namek wants to do anything to them, it will be useless. The technology at that hand is really good, but they didn't develop any powerful technological weapons. Otherwise, in the Frisia chapter, Namek would not have been killed and almost wiped out. Below, several Namek combatants were also among the crowd, staring at the earth above with vigilance, just thinking about whether outsiders are enemies or friends. Suddenly, in their sight, a group of people flew out of the battleship and then landed on the ground. Jiang Hao and others are all good at Wukong Shu. With such a small distance, you can just fly down by yourself, and naturally there is no need for a lift. That would be troublesome. Following Jiang Hao they landed, the expressions of several fighting Namekians changed immediately, because they sensed the chi on Jiang Hao and the others. They're all very powerful. Most ordinary Namekians do not know how to fight, and their combat effectiveness is generally in double digits. Only the Namekians responsible for fighting can reach 3 or even 4 digits in combat effectiveness. Among the Namekians, the one with the strongest combat effectiveness is Nelu, the guard beside the Great Elder. His combat effectiveness can reach 42,000. He is the strongest being among the entire Namekians. But this kind of strength is far inferior to that of Jiang Hao and others. Jiang Hao and Sun Wukong. Because they have good control over their chi, most people cannot sense how strong their chi is without fighting. But Broly was different. This guy's strength is entirely due to his talent. But he was born in Yaluzi, and his control of chi is completely inferior to Jiang Hao and Sun Wukong. A combat power of tens of millions. People on Namek can feel it if they sense it a little bit. That terrifying fighting power. All Namek stars' expressions changed slightly. Several Namekians in charge of the battle stared at Broly nervously. I am afraid that he will make a move. Jiang Hao didn't speak or make any move, because these Namekians are so nervous. Wukong, Bulma, you guys wait for me here. I'm leaving to do something, and I'll be back soon. Everyone nodded. Jiang Hao is very reassuring every time he does things, and there has never been any accidents. So everyone is not worried. After everyone nodded, Jiang Hao directly teleported and left. Because Jiang Hao has already locked the position of the Great Elder of Namek based on the Namekian's chi. The Great Elder of Namek is not a fighting Namekian. But Jiang Hao knew that as long as he sensed the gathering place with the strongest combat power, it would be the location of the Great Elder of Namek. Because there are several fighting Namekians following the Great Elder of Namek at any time, responsible for protecting the safety of the Great Elder. Jiang Hao only needs to sense where the qi is stronger and denser to find the Great Elder of Namek. Outside a house, the Great Elder was sitting on a comfortable carpet. Next to him were 5 fighting Namekians who were responsible for protecting him. At this time, no one spoke. The Great Elder just looked ahead, seeming to be thinking about something. There was a hint of worry on his face. At this moment, Jiang Hao's figure suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of the Great Elder. What? Protect the Great Elder. Protect the Great Elder. The 5 fighting Namekians immediately protected the Great Elder behind them and looked at Jiang Hao warily. For the Namekians, the life safety of the elders is the most important thing, because the Namekians basically became extinct very early on. The Great Elder and the Earth God were the only 2 Namekians who survived. The current Namekians can be said to be the new generation of Namekians. And these new generation of Namekians are either the descendants of the Great Elder or the descendants of his descendants. To put it simply, the current Great Elder is the common ancestor of all Namekians. His life safety is naturally the most important thing. Moreover, the Namekian Dragon Ball Boga was also created by the Great Elder. If the Great Elder is gone, then the Namekian Dragon Balunga will also disappear. And Balunga is also very important to the Namekians. The reason why Namek can always exist peacefully. The presence of Balunga is crucial. Don't be nervous, my children. He means no harm. Jiang Hao didn't speak, but the Elder's voice rang out first. Several fighting Namekians were stunned. But on Namek, the prestige of the Elders is unmatched. As soon as he said this, several Namekians became less nervous, because they believe in the Great Elder. Of course, believe it or not, but they still stand in front of the Great Elder. Keep the Great Elder firmly behind you. Guests from other places, I wonder what brings you to Namek. The Elder looked at Jiang Hao and said in a kind tone, "What does the Great Elder know that I mean no harm?" Jiang Hao asked with a smile. In fact, he had guessed the reason. Because I can feel it. I can feel the voice of other people's hearts. The Great Elder said. To put it simply, the Great Elder has the ability of telepathy. Psychic perception does not mean that the Great Elder can listen to other people's thoughts, but he can sense whether the other party has malicious intentions. In addition, he can also use this ability to send messages to other people on Namek at any time, but only one way. But even so, this ability is already very good. That's it, Great Elder. Please don't take offense if you take the liberty of disturbing me. I come from a place called Earth. There we have a god, and that god is also a Namekian. He created a thing called Dragon Balls on Earth. If you collect 7 of them, you can achieve a feast. I think you should know this one. He also told me the location of Namek. All the fighting Namekians were shocked, because they don't know who Piccolo is, and few people in Namek have the ability to create Dragon Balls. In that place called Earth, there are actually people who can create Dragon Balls. You mean Piccolo, right? If I tell you the location of Namek, it means you are trustworthy. The Great Elder said with a smile. He's old, but not out of his mind. After listening to Jiang Hao's words, he immediately knew who Jiang Hao was talking about. Among the Namekians of the old era, only he and Piccolo survived. But Piccolo left Namek very early. At that time, the guy was still very young, Yadongqiao. As for Piccolo, the Great Elder trusted him. He believed that since Piccolo would tell Jiang Hao the location of Namek, he could be sure that Jiang Hao was definitely not a bad person and would not threaten Namek. Because he believed that Piccolo also loved Yangmexing deeply. Then, tell me why you are here. The Great Elder pointed out the topic directly. Jiang Hao and the others must have a purpose in coming to Namek. I want to borrow Namek's dragon, Balunga, to make 2 wishes. Several combat-type Namekians were startled. Jiang Hao actually wanted to make a wish with the dragon Balunga. The power of the dragon Balunga is powerful, but if you want to make a wish with him, first of all, you have to let the 7 elders take a fancy to it. But to do this step, it is very difficult. So far, in the entire Namek planet, no more than 1 Namek person has made a wish with a dragon. And Jiang Hao, an outsider, actually wanted to borrow the dragon Balunga to make a wish. This makes him a little unhappy. Of course, even if they were unhappy, They were only unhappy in their hearts and did not show it on the surface. Most Namekians are very kind. However, as combat-type Namekians, their personalities must be quite different from ordinary Namekians. Otherwise, they would not be able to become combat-type Namekians. Upon hearing the words, the Great Elder did not answer Jiang Hao immediately, but pondered for a few seconds. He just said yes. Several combat-type Namekians heard the Elder agree to come down. I was very surprised. Surprised that the Great Elder would agree to Jiang Hao. As for opposition, it is naturally impossible. On Namek, the Great Elder has supreme authority because all Namekians believe in him, and any decision he makes will be supported by all Namekians. Jiang Hao was not surprised that the Elder agreed to him, because in his calculations, the possibility of the Great Elder agreeing to him is 97%. There's only a 3% chance of rejecting him. So, he wasn't surprised. Then thank you, Great Elder, Jiang Hao said with a polite smile. Of course, I can't say that I don't have anything if I use your things, Great Elders. I know that your lifespan, Great Elder, is almost over. I have something here that can 360% make the Great Elder live for at least another 10,000 years. Jiang Hao took out a second-generation super gene. This is a special type of super gene. Jiang Hao himself also fused the genes of the Namekians. So the genes of the Namekians are very clear. So the second-generation super genetic serum in his hand was specially prepared by Jiang Hao for the Great Elder. This is Jiang Hao's reciprocation. If you use other people's things, you can't prepare nothing. As for why the Great Elder of Namek was about to die, he did not make a wish to the dragon so that he could have unlimited life. It's because the power of the divine dragon cannot affect the creator himself. This point has been shown in the original work. In the early days of Dragon Ball, Demon King Piccolo once used the Dragon Balls of the Earth to make a wish to restore his youth. As for Demon King Piccolo, as the evil clone of the god, the two can be said to be the same person. In the anime, Demon King Piccolo successfully regained his youth after making a wish. It stands to reason that the gods should also regain their youth. But the gods did not regain their youth. It can be seen that the Dragon Balls have no effect without the person who created them. This is why Jiang Hao presented this second-generation super gene serum as a gift. The Elder looked at Jiang Hao unexpectedly. He really didn't expect Jiang Hao to have something to give him. And it is still the same thing that can make people live for another 10,000 years. That's 10,000 years. Even if the Namekians live a long life, if they live for 1,000 years, they will almost reach the end of their lifespan. The Great Elder is special, but he has only lived for more than 2,000 years, and his longevity is almost coming to an end. What Jiang Hao came up with can increase a person's lifespan by 10,000 years, which is definitely a good thing among good things. As for whether Jiang Hao is cheating him, he felt that the possibility of Jiang Hao deceiving him was very small, because if Jiang Hao wants to do something bad to him, no need to waste time fooling him. Okay, I'll take your stuff. Great Elder, in addition to borrowing the Dragon Balls, I know you can also use your telekinesis to help others stimulate their potential. I hope you can also stimulate your own potential for my friends. The Elder nodded for the first time. Even the Dragon Balls were borrowed. It's okay to be busy a little longer. Using telekinesis to help people stimulate their potential would only consume some physical energy for him, so it would not be a troublesome thing. Thank you very much, Great Elder. Great Elder, let's go over there now. My friend's side probably needs your help. We have no ill intentions towards Namek. Okay. The Great Elder nodded. Are you going to take us there the way you just showed up out of the blue? Jiang Hao nodded. Then, he moved slightly closer to the Great Elder and the others. As Jiang Hao's combat effectiveness improves, his teleportation can now bring people with him without touching them. Following Jiang Hao's thought, the Great Elder and several fighting Namekians disappeared with him. When they reappeared, Jiang Hao and the others had returned to the Earth. After Jiang Hao left, the Namekians didn't do much. I dare not do anything. After all, the aura exuding from Broly, Krillin, and Bulma is not simple. Without the order of the Great Elder, They would not dare to make any arbitrary decisions. Jiang Hao is back. The Great Elder is the Great Elder. The Great Elder is here. How come the Great Elder is with these outsiders? Jiang Hao. The people on both sides were very happy when they saw their backbones. It's all gone. These foreign guests have no ill will towards us. I will receive them personally. The Great Elder's voice sounded. Hearing his words, all the Namekians relaxed. If the Great Elder says it's okay, then it means it's really okay. On Namek, Elder Een is someone everyone believes in. Fuck, Jonah, you two go get the Dragon Balls. Yes, Great Elder. The two combat-type Namekians who were named nodded. Then he flew directly to get the Dragon Ball. At this moment, Nelu, the #1 battle force of planet Namek, arrived. When he saw the Great Elder, Lu was stunned for a moment. He even suspected that he was hallucinating. It took him a while to fly over. Why did the Great Elder get here before him? When BBDF landed, he was sure that he read it right. What a Great Elder. Great Elder, what's wrong with you? I came here with these foreign guests. It's okay. These foreign guests have no malicious intentions. Okay. Nair nodded. Since the Great Elder has already said so, then he has nothing to say. Great Elder, you can inject that thing right now. After the injection, your body will improve immediately. Jiang Hao's voice sounded at this moment. Hearing this, the Great Elder did not hesitate. Directly inject the serum given by Jiang Hao. Since he has chosen to trust Jiang Hao, the Elder will naturally not have any doubts. The effect of the Super Gene Serum is very fast. Less than 10 seconds after the injection, the Great Elder's body changed. The Great Elder was already very old, but at this moment his body is undergoing reverse growth at a speed visible to the naked eye. Originally, because of his old age, his skin was a little green and black, but his skin turned green at a speed visible to the naked eye. Among the Namekians, the greener the skin, the better the physical condition. At the same time, the wrinkles on the Great Elder's face were recovering at a speed visible to the naked It takes less than a minute. The originally fat and old Great Elder disappeared. A strong and young Great Elder appeared in front of everyone. The Great Elder is not a fighting Namek, but because of the injection of a special exclusive super gene-enhanced serum, his fighting power has reached more than 100,000 at this moment. Masonry's super gene-enhanced serum stimulated the Great Elder's potential. As a dragon who is even more talented than Piccolo, the talent of the Great Elder is naturally no worse than Piccolo's. The Great Elder's potential has actually been greatly reduced due to the fact that he had bred too many offspring due to unibody splitting. But now, an exclusive super gene-enhanced serum made up for all his lost potential. Even the potential of the Great Elder has been improved. It is normal to have a combat power of 100,000, because the Great Elder himself can actually be regarded as a super Namekian. Neil and the other Namekians were naturally very shocked. In fact, not to mention them, even the Great Elder himself was very surprised, because he didn't expect the super gene-enhanced serum given by Jiang Hao to be so effective. The effect can be said to be far beyond his expectations. And seeing the Great Elder become younger, Jiang Hao is also happy, because the power of Dragon Ball is related to the creator. The stronger the person who created the Dragon Ball, the stronger the wish that the Dragon Ball can realize. Because the Great Elder's ability in this area is higher than that of the gods of the earth. That's why Balanga, the divine dragon of Namek, is superior to the divine dragon of Earth in terms of the ability to realize human wishes. And the dragons on Earth can only grant one wish, and Polna can achieve 3. Besides, the Great Elder regains his youth. Then, when he develops the potential of everyone, the effect will naturally be better. It is said that it is reciprocating, but in fact Jiang Hao took advantage of it even more. Great Elder, you have become younger. Great Elder, you can live longer. Great, because the elders are getting younger. A group of Namekians were very happy and joyful, because many people know that the longevity of the Great Elder is coming to an end. They have thought about using the dragon to make a wish to make the Great Elder younger or immortal or something. But Balunga was created by the Great Elder, and his power could not act on the Great Elder. Even the Great Elder passed on the power of the dragon to others. The power of the dragon Balunga is still useless to the Great Elder. Originally, they were helpless, but at this moment, Jiang Hao, an outsider, helped the Great Elder regain his youth. You can still live in the future. The fact that the Great Elder can continue to live means that they can still survive under the protection of the Great Elder. After all, Balunga's effect is only useless to the Great Elder. It is still useful to them. The Great Elder himself was naturally happy. He had no idea that he was tired of living. If he could continue to live, he would naturally be happy. Later, the Great Elder also personally thanked Jiang Hao. And because Jiang Hao restored the Great Elder's youth, the Namekians could live longer. When they looked at Jiang Hao and the others, their eyes changed from vigilance to gratitude. Soon, 2 fighting Namekians brought Dragon Ball over. The 2 of them were also very surprised to see the Great Elder, who had regained his youth. Originally, I was a little unhappy about the Great Elder lending the Dragon Ball to Jiang Hao, but now I no longer feel that way. Even Jiang Hao and the others looked very friendly. On Namek, the Great Elder can be said to be the god of all Namekians. The approaching longevity of the Great Elder is also a problem that all Namekians want to solve. Now Jiang Hao has solved the problem of the Great Elder Shuyuan. All Namekians will show kindness to Jiang Hao. Of course, they are no exception. Great Elder, the dragon beads are here. Yes, the Great Elder nodded. Jiang Hao, I can call you that. Of course, because of the Elder. You should know something about our Namekian dragon Balunga. If you want to realize your wish, you must use the language of our Namekian. And you don't know the language. If you want to realize your wish, you can directly tell us, say, I will ask someone to tell you your wish. The Great Elder looked at Jiang Hao and said with a smile, No need, Great Elder, I can speak Namekian. Jiang Hao said with a smile. The words he just said were said in Namekian. With a little assistant, he can learn any language with just one scan. No need to learn all. The Namekian language is naturally no exception. The Great Elder was a little surprised. Oh well. The Great Elder motioned to the 2 fighting Namekians to bring the Dragon Balls over. Later, Elder Een handed the Dragon Ball directly to Jiang Hao. You know how to use it? Jiang Hao nodded. The way to use Namek's Dragon Balls is the same as the Earth's Dragon Balls. All you have to do is gather the 7 together and then call the dragon out. Taking the Dragon Ball, Jiang Hao directly summoned the dragon. The appearance of Balunga is similar to that of Earth Dragon. As soon as he appeared, it immediately became dark. Then there was a burst of lightning and thunder, and then the dragon Balunga appeared. He who calls me, tell me your wish. Bolan's lines after his appearance are no different from those of Earth's dragon. The difference is that one uses the language of Namek, and the other uses the language of Earth. My first wish is for me to gain the ability to freely travel through the 12 universes. Jiang Hao expressed his wish. Jiang Hao is not sure whether Balunga can realize this wish. But it doesn't matter if it doesn't come true. Anyway, it won't take up 3 opportunities to make a wish, and it will be the same if you change it again. Your wish has been granted. When Jiang Hao heard Bo Luan's words, he was immediately delighted. The wish came true. He originally thought that the wish would not come true. At the same time, Jiang Hao had some more memories in his brain. These memories are about a skill. The memory records a skill called Cosmic Shuttle. Based on the memories he gained, Jiang Hao learned that this was a skill created by angels, specifically used to travel through the 12 universes. But to use this skill, you need to meet a prerequisite. That means the combat power reaches 1 million. Jiang Hao naturally meets this condition. After all, his normal combat power is 3 billion. Jiang Hao had to admire Shenlong's ability. He can even get the skills of an angel. Moreover, the entire Cosmic Shuttle technique can not only travel through the 12 universes, but also enter parallel universes. This really surprised Jiang Hao. Because Yukong and the others don't understand the Namekian language, they don't know what kind of wish Jiang Hao made. But the Great Elder and the others understood. But they obviously didn't understand Jiang Hao's wish. There are a total of 12 universes in the universe, but most people don't know about it. Even the king of a universe doesn't know this. Not to mention the people on Namek. Although the Great Elder is the creator of Dragon Ball Palunga, he doesn't know that there are a total of 12 main universes. But Bolunga did not disappear after realizing Jiang Hao's first wish. Instead, he continued to wait there, obviously waiting for Jiang Hao's second wish. And Jiang Hao quickly expressed his second wish. My second wish is for me to gain unlimited physical strength. After Jiang Hao expressed this wish, Bolunga was silent for 2 seconds. Sorry, your wish cannot be fulfilled. Jiang Hao frowned. Is this ability impossible to achieve? Then change my wish. I wish to live forever. Sorry, your wish cannot be fulfilled. 2 seconds later, Bolunga gave the same answer again. It is also impossible to achieve. There is no doubt about Palunga's ability, but the 2 requirements Jiang Hao made are not simple. Jiang Hao knew that if Bolunga could not realize these 2 wishes, then he would have to use the Super Dragon Ball to realize these 2 wishes. But Jiang Hao already has a plan for what he wants to wish for the Super Dragon Ball. So it seems that he can only find the ability of unlimited physical strength from Dr. Glenn. Although his wish could not come true, Jiang Hao is not too disappointed. I want to know the exact location of the Super Dragon Balls. 2 seconds later, your wish has been granted. At the same time, Jiang Hao had 7 more coordinates in his mind. Obviously, this is the coordinate of the Super Dragon Ball. 3 of the coordinates are located in the 6th universe. In other words, there are 3 Dragon Balls located in the 6th universe. Think of Super Dragon Ball being the size of a planet. Not even one of his storage bracelets could fit in, so Jiang Hao knew what the 3rd one wanted. My 3rd wish is for me to master a spatial skill that allows me to store items. 2 seconds later, your wish has been granted. Sure enough, compared to the previous wishes, Bolunga can realize these simpler wishes. As Bolunga finished speaking, Jiang Hao once again had a memory in his brain. Memory is a skill called portable space. Still from the angel family. Space is infinite, but the size of the gap in space is related to your strength. The stronger the strength, the wider the gap will be. Jiang Hao's normal combat power is 3 billion. Enough for Jiang Hao to open a gap that can swallow the planet. It is not difficult to put the Super Dragon Ball into it. After realizing Jiang Hao's 3 wishes, Palunga also turned into a ball of light and directly transformed into 7 Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls of Namek will not turn into stone after a wish is granted, but it will also enter a 1-year cooling period and cannot be used. Of course, a year here is a Namek year. Because of the difference in rotation and rotation, a year on Namek is not 365 days like that on Earth, but 130 days. In other words, Namek's Dragon Balls can be used again after 130 days. But this has nothing to do with Jiang Hao, because his purpose has been achieved. Although it's not perfect, it's acceptable. Great Elder, thank you very much for lending me the Dragon Ball. After realizing his wish, Jiang Hao also thanked the Great Elder. Without Palunga, if he wanted to travel to the 6th universe, he would have to think of other ways. Of course, he can also research a machine that travels through the universe by himself. But it takes time. He has no foundation in this area. If he studies it by himself, it will take a lot of time. Compared to, it is easier and faster to make a wish directly with the Palunga Dragon. After all, Dragon Ball World is not a technology-based anime. The main focus is on passionate fighting and training. You're welcome. Haven't I also benefited a lot from you? The Great Elder said with a smile. Great Elder, I have to trouble you to help my friend develop his potential. Jiang Hao's main purpose has been achieved, but asking the Great Elder to develop their potential for Wukong and the others must be done. Let him develop potential for everyone. After the development is completed, everyone's combat effectiveness will be at least 3 to 4 times, 4 to 5 times or something like that, based on the current level. This is already a big improvement, enough to save them a lot of time. Such benefits are free of charge, so Jiang Hao has no reason to miss them. No trouble, no trouble. Later, Jiang Hao told everyone that he asked the Great Elder to help them develop their potential. After learning that the Great Elder helped them develop their potential, one's own combat effectiveness can be increased by at least 3 times. Naturally, everyone has no reason to refuse. Afterwards, the Great Elder began to develop the potential of everyone. After the potential was fully developed, the Great Elder was a little tired. It's not that I'm physically tired, but that I'm mentally tired. After all, he uses his thoughts to help people unleash their potential. And there's still so many people at one time. With the help of the Great Elder, everyone's combat effectiveness has basically increased 4 to 5 times. The one who has improved the least is naturally Sun Wukong. His normal combat power has reached 430 million. Therefore, his combat effectiveness did not improve much this time, not even twice as much. It only increased by 30%. That is a combat power of 129 million, but it's already quite a lot. Once entering the Super Tournament state, this is an increase of more than 6 billion in combat power, which is already a lot. It would take at least more than a year for Sun Wukong to practice on his own to improve so much. The one who improved the most was Bulma. But this is normal. Bulma is Jiang Hao's woman, and Jiang Hao has arranged the most good things for her. The Super Gene has been upgraded to the 3rd generation, and is also integrated with GY Strengthening Serum. Her potential is not small. This potential development directly increased Bulma's combat effectiveness by 8 times. The combat strength reached 580,000, and her combat power has exceeded the 530,000 combat power of Frieza in his first form, followed by 3 people, Kellen, Tianjin Rice, and Dumplings. Krillin's combat power increased 7-fold. It reached 370,000. Tianjin Rice and Dumplings also have a fighting capacity of thousands. Kame Sennin's combat power reached 5,000. The combat power of Lan Qi and Huang Qi increased from more than 200 to 1,002. The fighting power of the Bull Demon King has also reached 2,000. Chi-Chi's number was slightly less, rising from more than 300 to 1,060. Currently the weakest among them all. Broly's combat power has also exceeded 100 million. It reached 320 million. Paraga's practiced on the Earth for half a month, plus Klin's guidance. By the time they arrived on Namek, their combat power had increased to 5,600. This potential development has also allowed their combat effectiveness to exceed 10,000. The combat strength reached 32,000. At this moment, he was still in a state of excitement due to the improvement in combat effectiveness. It can be said that with this potential development, everyone's strength has been greatly improved. After achieving their goal, Jiang Hao and the others did not leave Namek directly. Instead, he stayed on Namek for half a month. Then he said goodbye and left. Namek is a beautiful planet, and the Namekians are also very kind. During the half-month on Namek, everyone was very happy. When they left, the ordinary people on Namek also gave them a lot of fruits and vegetables unique to Namek, considered as a parting gift. Jiang Hao and the others also sent some fruit and vegetable seeds that are only available on Earth to the Namekians as a return gift. Of course, before leaving, Jiang Hao asked the Great Elder for some of his blood. As for the purpose, naturally, Jiang Hao wanted to make the Elder's telekinesis and telepathy his own. These 2 abilities are pretty good. The power of mind can stimulate people's potential and improve their strength. Telepathy, on the other hand, can enable one-way conversations over long distances, which is also a more practical skill. Even if it's a one-way trip, the value is not low. As for the method of making the dragon, Jiang Hao is not interested. It's not that he has no interest in making a divine dragon himself. But in the past half-month, Jiang Hao, through getting along with the Great Elder, told him why he could make the dragon. Being able to make dragons is indeed a unique ability of their Namekian dragon clan. Ordinary Namekians are indeed not qualified to make the 2027 Dragon Balls. But there are also some that are important. That is the material used to make Dragon Balls, which is very special. This reminded Jiang Hao of another setting in Dragon Ball. The dragon god Salama is an extremely powerful god. His power is so strong that he can even kill all kings. It is a super existence on the same level as Quan Wan. A long time ago, there were not only 12 universes, but 18. But 6 of them have been destroyed. As for the reason for the destruction, It was naturally due to the war between Quan Wong, the angel clan, and the dragon god Salama. Salama's power is no worse than that of Quan Wong. Even Quan Wong cannot erase the existence of dragon god Salama. But because of the angel clan, Salama still had the upper hand. This war ended with the defeat of the dragon god Salama. 6 of the universes were also completely destroyed. Quan Wong only has the ability to eliminate one thing, but not the ability to restore it. Dragon god Salama can restore the 6 destroyed universes, but he who has been defeated obviously will not do so. Because she knew that she would be sealed next, Salama also made preparations in advance. That was the creation of Super Dragon Ball. The Super Dragon Balls are so powerful that they can grant almost any wish. Because its power comes from Salama, if someone makes a wish to the Super Dragon to make King Quan disappear, even King Quan will be forcibly erased by the power of the Super Dragon. Before Salama was sealed, she sealed almost all of her power into the Super Dragon Ball army. The purpose is to cause trouble to the king. Because of the special nature of Super Dragon Ball, even the King of Quan is unable to destroy it by force. The materials used by the Namekians to make the Dragon Balls were the few remaining materials after Salama made the Super Dragon Balls. These materials, even in the hands of the Namekians, are not superfluous. The war between the Quan Wong, the Angel Clan, and the Dragon God Salama happened a long time ago. Therefore, very few people know about Dragon Body Salama, and even fewer people know about Super Dragon Ball. Among the angel tribe, apart from the great priests, only a few angels know about the existence of the Super Dragon Ball, let alone ordinary people. Not even the Kaioshin or the God of Destruction in the 12 universes knew about the existence of the Super Dragon Balls. In this case, ordinary people naturally don't know about the existence of Super Dragon Ball, but Namek knows something. But Super Dragon Ball, the Namek clan, and the Saiyan clan's legend about Super Saiyan are the same concept. I've heard of it, but not sure if it exists. Because the Namekians who had come into contact with the dragon god Salama a long time ago were already dead. The Great Elder had only heard of some legends. Even in his opinion, the dragon god Salama may be dead. But Jiang Hao knew that the dragon god Salama was not dead. He was just sealed. If Kaioshin is the counterpart to the god of destruction, then the king's counterpoint is the dragon god Salama. The king of Quan is responsible for destruction, while the dragon god is responsible for creation. But it's different from the god of destruction, who is stronger than Kaioshin. On the side of dragon god and Quan Wong, it is the dragon god who is stronger than all kings. Even if the dragon god basically injected all his power into the Super Dragon Ball, the Quan Wong still can't erase the dragon god Salama, but can only seal him. You can only seal him up with the angel family. After all, compared to Quan Wong, the power of the dragon god Salama is too terrifying. Because of his power, just like the ability displayed by the dragon, omnipotent. Regardless of whether it is the Quan Wong or the angel family, no matter which side is released alone, it will not be the opponent of the dragon god Salama. Only when the two parties work together can they overwhelm the dragon god Salama. In the absence of materials, Jiang Hao would not be able to create Dragon Balls even if he fused the genes of the Namekian Dragon Clan. But it doesn't matter, you can't make Dragon Balls. Then master the fundamental power of Dragon Ball, the Emperor of Dragon God Salama. And to do this, he only needs to find the Super Dragon Ball. However, after thinking about the grievances between the Quan Wong, the angel family, and the dragon god Salama, Jiang Hao began to hesitate whether to find the 7 Super Dragon Balls. In case the Great Priest has been secretly staring at Super Dragon Ball, then if he looks for the Super Dragon Ball himself, he will definitely be noticed. With his current strength, he can't say that he can win against Beerus. He is definitely no match for the Great Priest. So after thinking about it, Jiang Hao decided not to look for the Super Dragon Ball for the time being. Anyway, time is on your side. With his growth rate, it is only a matter of time before he reaches the level of a Great Priest, so there's no need to rush. And his current strength is completely enough to solve most problems. After leaving Namek, because there is no precise destination, Jiang Hao took everyone around the universe. During this period, They came into contact with many alien races, saw all kinds of civilizations. On this day, Jiang Hao and the others landed on a planet called Tada. The reason why I came to this planet is because I sensed a unique aura on this planet. It was the aura unique to Saiyans, and it's still 3 shares. This reminded Jiang Hao the 3 Vegetas who would not appear on stage for several years, so he chose to come to Tada. Tada Star is a civilized planet. On this planet, there lives a civilized race called Kedas. Kedasians look similar to humans. Otherwise, his combat power would be at most 3 to 4 million. In less than half a minute, Broly's combat power surged by 100,000, which was no longer simple. Moreover, Broly's energy is still increasing. No intention of stopping at all. In just a moment, Broly's combat power exceeded 1.8 million, and it's still improving. This is also the sound that Monkey King suddenly made. Jiang Hao looked at Wukong. Glancing at Chi-Chi again, Chi-Chi was standing next to Bulma without making a sound. I almost forgot that Chi-Chi is still the youthful version. She has not yet given birth to Sun Wufan, and has not yet become Sun Wukong's tightening curse. Okay, come on, remember to let him go. That guy's a lot of room for improvement. You can play with him more. Don't worry about anything happening. I'll take care of everything. Okay, then I'll do it. After Jiang Hao agreed, Sun Wukong suddenly looked excited, then flew directly away from the earth. Jiang Hao said he knew everything, so he certainly didn't say it casually. Although Broly grows quickly, his growth has limits. Growth may be great at one time, but it will not grow all the time. And Jiang Hao still has 3 big trump cards in his hand. The void-level weapon is Zhengyang. Gravity in control. The power to control. The 4 fundamental forces of the universe are no joke. This is the most indispensable force in the operation of the universe. In a fantasy world, it is the power of the laws of heaven. It is the most top-level power. If those big guys don't master this kind of power, they can't be called real big guys. Jiang Hao uses these 3 trump cards, and his combat power is definitely over 1 trillion. It can still be done. On the other side, Broly has completely fallen into a state of madness. The combat power also exceeded 2 million, reaching 2.2 million. But after 2.2 million, Broly's combat power, Good Zhao's, stopped increasing. Seeing Monkey King flying towards him, he rushed up directly. Later, the two fought together. Sun Wukong's current combat power under normal conditions is 42 million. It is more than 2 million yuan higher than Jiang Hao. In terms of fighting awareness and skills, Sun Wukong is not as good as Jiang Hao. But compared to Broly, who was born in a wild way, his skills and fighting awareness are absolutely crushed. After all, Sun Wukong studied under Gixian Ren, Tianxin, and Jiang Hao, coupled with the crushing combat effectiveness. He picked up Broly also very easily. Don't look at the back and forth of the fight. In fact, Monkey King suppressed his own strength. Paragus, on the other hand, looked at this scene with absent-minded eyes. Jiang Hao kicked casually, easily kicking his proud son Broly away. As a result, the battle between Monkey King and Broly was so easy and comfortable. This made it difficult for him to accept, especially Son Goku, who is still a low-level warrior like Bardock who only had 2 combat power when he was born. He is a waste among wastes, and could even be said to be the most useless person in the history of Saiyans. The result is such a person, who regards him as the son of a genius, Broly, and crushes the dust. The ease on that face seemed to be the greatest mockery to him. This was very difficult for Palace to accept. It turns out that after doing this for a long time, I am the clown. Because Sun Wukong deliberately let go, the battle between him and Broly looked more like an equal match. But any understanding person can tell by seeing the relief on Sun Wukong's face that Sun Wukong is the one who has the upper hand, because he acted too relaxed. As for Broly, who was going crazy, his combat power was also constantly on. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. Soon, Broly's combat power soared to 5 million, and the battle between him and Sun Wukong became more and more intense. The entire Vampa star trembled. On the ground, Giant sinkholes soon appeared one after another. Sun Wukong is very skilled in controlling Qi, but Broly couldn't, so he brought great destruction to Vampa Planet. The shock caused by such huge destruction can be imagined. Although I already knew that Wukong became very powerful, but no one expected that Wukong would be so powerful, especially Tianjin rice and dumplings. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard for them to believe that this was a power star that people could have. As the battle continued, Broly's combat power quickly reached the 0 point of 10 million. But the aura on his body became more and more violent. Obviously, Broly is getting more and more out of control. Let them stop quickly. If this continues, Broly will die. Seeing this scene, Paragus panicked. He didn't want Broly to die. Although Broly's combat power has improved a lot at this time, it can even be described as a terrifying improvement. But his expression became worse and worse. If this continues, even if the battle is over, Broly will become a madman, even if he doesn't die. And this is definitely not what Palace wants to see. Jiang Hao, I apologize for my behavior just now. Please ask that person to stop. If this continues, Broly will die. Bang! While 593 was speaking, Paragus knelt directly in front of Jiang Hao. Seeing this scene, Klin and the others were a little surprised. Doesn't it mean that Saiyans don't care about family ties? Paragus actually knelt down and begged Jiang Hao for Broly, which they didn't expect. As for sympathizing with Paragus, a little bit, but not much. It's not that they are unloving, it's just that Palace just said he would kill them all. It is really difficult for a person who just said that he would kill them all to make them feel any sympathy. Don't worry, Broly is not as fragile as you think, and nothing will happen to him. That's it, Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan. It is very difficult for other Saiyans to enter Super Saiyan 1, but Broly is born to be Super Saiyan 1, and this form can be maintained forever. The growth rate is also far faster than that of ordinary Saiyans. In terms of talent alone, Broly should be the highest among all real people. As for Sun Wukong, that is cheating, his talent is actually average. Seeing what Jiang Hao said, Paragus was helpless for a while that if Jiang Hao didn't stop him, he could only watch. But when he calmed down, he suddenly realized that Jiang Hao had no intention of killing Jiang Hao. Sun Wukong is so powerful. Jiang Hao, who is obviously the leader, will only be stronger in the future. This shows that Jiang Hao just had the strength to kill him directly. But he didn't do this. Obviously, Jiang Hao didn't intend to kill their father and son. Otherwise, he would be dead by now. Since Jiang Hao didn't intend to kill him, he certainly didn't intend to kill Broly. This also reassured him a little. On the other side, the battle between Sun Wukong and Broly is getting more and more intense, and the scope of the impact is getting wider and wider. Jiang Hao directly turned on the Earth's defense system. The stellar energy shield opens directly. This thing is of no use in the Super God universe when you encounter those who are very skilled in micro-wormhole transport technology. But in the Dragon Ball world, except for people of the level of the God of Destruction Beerus, even people like Frieza would find it difficult to easily break through the stellar energy shield. It is naturally possible to use it to defend against the impact of the battle between Goku and Broly. Soon, Broly's battle reached 20 million. The fact that the three of them have improved so much in half a year is also related to their several injuries. After all, the more seriously a Saiyan is injured, the greater his improvement will be after recovering from his injuries. Of course, this kind of injury is not the kind of injury you inflict on yourself, but the kind of injury you get after fighting with someone. We haven't contacted the Legion for such a long time. The Legion must know that something happened to us, but they didn't send anyone. It must be that guy Jiang Hao who is doing something secretly and wants us dead. Naba tore into the barbecue. He said indignantly, "It seems that the barbecue in his hand is gay." It stands to reason that as members of Frieza's Legion, they have not contacted Frieza's Legion for 3 months, let alone half a year. It stands to reason that there should at least send someone to Tada Star to check the situation. But half a year has passed, and there has been no movement from the Kaisa army. This is not right. Obviously, it's Jiang Hao who is causing trouble. Frieza's Legion serves Frieza. But most of the time, Frieza doesn't manage Frisia's legion. Instead, he handed over the task of managing Frisia's legion to Kinu. After all, Kitty is Frisia's most loyal dog. Thinking about Kitty's dissatisfaction with Vegeta and their current situation, it didn't take much to think that Kitty must be doing something secretly. Raditz said nothing, just eating the barbecue in silence, because he is a waste and has no right to speak in this situation. Of course, the most important thing is that he knows that Prince Vegeta must be in a very bad mood at this time. Whether it was himself or someone else, he heard his own voice. That guy, I will kill him sooner or later. Vegeta was also angry, but there's no point getting angry now. Without the spaceship, they couldn't even leave Tada. The most disgusting thing is that the technological level of Tada Star is very low. Even if they want to grab a spaceship and leave Tada, there is no place for them to grab a spaceship. Your Highness, what should we do next? What should we do? Work hard to improve our strength and kill all these damn Daxians when the time comes. Vegeta said with a wolfish look on his face. You like chasing him, right? When he improves his combat effectiveness, he will definitely spread the entire TIE building. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Hao and his crew's ship fell from the sky and landed directly on the Tada Star. Because Jiang Hao and his crew landed directly in a prosperous city on Tada. They were also noticed by the Daxians of Tada for the first time. When they saw this huge battleship, the Ink's people were surprised. I also remembered the Vegeta trio half a year ago. He immediately thought that the person coming on this super battleship was probably with Vegeta and the others. Before Jiang Hao and the others got off the spacecraft, the 4 powerful men from Tada Star are here. 4 fighters with over 10,000 fights directly surrounded the Earth. Then they directly attacked Jiang Hao and the others. Sun Wukong, Kim Sunin, Klin, and others all looked puzzled. What happened? Why was he suddenly attacked? In the past 6 months, they have visited many planets and come into contact with many alien civilizations. There are also people who attack them. But this was the first time that he directly attacked them without saying a word during the meeting. The key is that the combat effectiveness of those people is not low. Each one has a combat power of more than 10,000. In the past, such fighting power was a powerful existence that they needed to look up to. As for now, half a year, the fighting power of everyone, even Chi-Chi, who was the weakest before, now has a fighting power of over 10,000. Klin, whose strength has improved the fastest, has 80 million combat experience. Bulma also has a fighting strength of more than 700,000. Turtle Immortal, Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, and Bull Demon King all had combat capabilities of only a few 100,000 before, but now their combat capabilities are over 100,000. This is because telepathy has been helping them stimulate their potential and improve their combat experience. Plus their own hard training. The improvement is naturally not small. As a Saiyan, Paragus grew the fastest in half a year. Now the combat strength has reached 160,000. The combat power has grown the fastest among all people. Compared with the previous combat power of 50,000, it has increased by more than 3 times. In this case, faced with the suddenness of the Ink's people, apart from doubts, they naturally don't have the slightest fear. For energy waves came from 4 directions. Each energy wave is as thick as a water tank. 10,000's combat effectiveness is weaker than Jiang Hao's. But actually they are not weak. 10,000 combat power. If they want to, they already have the ability to destroy a planet. This process may take a lot of time, but it does have the ability to destroy a planet. But it didn't wait for the 4 energy waves to attack the battleship. A blue light curtain rose. The terrifying energy wave that could penetrate the Earth was easily blocked by this blue light curtain. This layer of blue light curtain is nothing but the star energy shield of the battleship. Seeing that their attack was blocked, the 4 Daxians were stunned. Then the 4 of them looked at each other. This time, the 4 of them were not separated, but come together. The 4 of them worked together, and a thickening Huangbo was hit. But this time, it was still blocked by the blue light curtain. Stellar energy shields are no joke. To break through its defense with a pure energy attack, the combat power of tens of thousands of people is not enough. At least a combat strength of more than 100,000 is needed to have any hope. "Hey, you four, why are you attacking us?" Before Jiang Hao could make any move, Sun Wukong was already beside the four people outside. The sudden sound startled the four of them. Then they saw Sun Wukong suddenly appearing next to them. The four of them were shocked. They don't understand when Sun Wukong came to them. But the four people in 457 were just curious, seeing Sun Wukong running out on his own initiative. The four immediately caught Monkey King. Sun Wukong was caught by the four people and did not resist, and there was no fear on his face. On the contrary, his face was full of doubts. You outsiders are not good people. Those guys inside, this guy is your companion. If you don't want him to be harmed, just come out, one of the Daxians said. And Jiang Hao already knew the situation of Tada Star through his assistant. It turns out that these guys thought they were Vegeta's companions. And through the little assistant, he also learned. Half a year ago, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz carried out a massacre on Tada. They are cold-blooded and merciless toward Vegeta. Jiang Hao is not surprised, because in the setting of Dragon Ball, the Saiyans of the 7th universe are like this. It is not surprising that a race that can send its own children out to massacre a planet would have such a character. Monkey King's character is just an accident. This may be why Son Goku did not use the Dragon Balls to make a wish to restore planet Vegeta and resurrect all the Saiyans killed by Frieza. Moreover, Vegeta was whitewashed, in Jiang Hao's opinion, more to allow Vegeta to replace Piccolo's position, become the new male lead. Jiang Hao wanted to laugh when he thought of the three Vegetas being hunted down by the Daxians for half a year and hiding in various places during the 6 months. Vegeta is such a proud person, and this experience is absolutely humiliating for him. Jiang Hao had reason to suspect that he killed Nappa later because Nappa knew his dark history. As for Vegeta massacring Tada people, Jiang Hao neither agrees nor sympathizes. Disapproval is that he doesn't like senseless killing. The reason why he is not sympathetic is because he is not a Daxian and they are not the same race. His sympathy is useless. What's more, they were attacked by the Daxians from Tada just now, so he couldn't sympathize even more. Now they are still threatening them with Monkey King. Then I couldn't be more sympathetic. Although in Jiang Hao's view, using Sun Wukong to threaten them is a little less hateful and a little more stupid. Because Jiang Hao and others knew Sun Wukong's fighting power, the four Daxians naturally seemed stupid to threaten them with Wukong. But in the eyes of the four Daxians, their idea was great. In their opinion, Jiang Hao's combat effectiveness should not be too strong, at most just over 10,000, which is about the same as Vegeta. What's amazing is their battleship. I don't know what the light curtain is, but it can block their attacks. Even if the four of them work together, the light curtain can block it. This surprised them very much. But it doesn't matter. Now that we have the hostages, just force the remaining people to come out. In their opinion, Jiang Hao and the others must have mediocre combat capabilities. That's why they hid on the battleship and couldn't get off. Originally, Jiang Hao and the others never came down, and there was really nothing they could do against them. After all, the four of them couldn't break the light curtain together. In this case, if Jiang Hao and the others want to run away, they have absolutely nothing to do. But I didn't expect that Jiang Hao and the others not only didn't run away, but someone actually ran out on their own. Are you using me to threaten Jiang Hao and the others? Wukong's reflex arc is sometimes slow. He didn't react at first. It wasn't until several seconds passed that he realized that the four Daxians had caught him and were using him to threaten Jiang Hao and the others. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to die? Shut up. One of the tallest Daxians glanced at Sun Wukong and said coldly, "He is the strongest Daxian among the four, with great fighting ability. Get your companions out quickly, or I will kill you." Sun Wukong frowned. Sun Wukong is not a bad person. Although he is kind-hearted, he is never soft on his enemies. Then you can give it a try. Wukong looked at the tall Daxian and said coldly. The tall Daxians did not expect that the people caught by them would dare to threaten them. Suddenly angry, he grabbed Sun Wukong's hand and exerted force. Planned to pinch off one of Sun Wukong's arms to teach him a lesson and let him know the consequences of provoking them. But the next second, he was stunned. because no matter how hard he exerted force, Sun Wukong's arms were like steel. He couldn't hold it at all. He didn't believe in evil and increased his strength, but no matter how he increased his strength, Sun Wukong still couldn't squeeze his arm. And Sun Wukong was looking at him with cold eyes. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. His companions also quickly discovered his abnormality. For a moment, the four of them began to feel a little at a loss, because nothing happened to Sun Wukong. At this time, no matter how stupid they are, they understand that they and others have hit a brick wall. Bang, 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 bang. With 4 punches, Sun Wukong defeated the 4 of them neatly. Of course, Sun Wukong still controls Li Dao, for people were not killed directly, but the 4 of them were punched by Sun Wukong. The combat effectiveness is also directly eliminated. It fell from the sky one by one. They fell to the ground, hunched over like cooked prawns. His face was full of pain, because Sun Wukong's punch hit them in the stomach. At this moment, the 4 of them felt their stomachs churn, as if everything inside was broken. The other Daxians saw this. They all looked frightened. Some timid ones have already fled directly. There are also some who are too frightened to run away. No one expected that the 4 strongest people on their planet would be defeated so easily. Jiang Hao's group is obviously stronger than Vegeta's group who came before. Clatter! Sun Wukong fell to the ground. Jiang Hao also came to the ground without knowing when. Kamizarin and the others didn't do much. The people of this planet obviously don't welcome them. In this case, they were too lazy to get off the ship. Just stay on board the Earth and check the situation first. Jiang Hao, you are here too. The people on this planet seem to be very unfriendly to us. Seeing Jiang Hao coming over, Wukong said directly, I already know the reason. These 4 guys regard us and your brother as the same group. Brother? Hearing Jiang Hao's words, the 4 Daxians on the ground were shocked. They all said he was an elder brother, but they also said they were not in the same group. For a moment, all 4 of them turned pale. Because Vegeta is actually Sun Wukong's brother, it means that even if they're not a group of people, they are still one person. This is obviously for support. Their Dada star is finished. Jiang Hao has an assistant who can know what others are thinking, so he naturally knows that the 4 guys on the ground have misunderstood. But he had no intention of explaining to them. Brother? Not only were they surprised, Sun Wukong himself was also surprised. Oh yes, you said before that I have a brother. Why? Is he also on this planet? Sun Wukong said, well, there are 3 Saiyans on this planet now. They came here half a year ago, slaughtered a lot of people on this planet. Killing people? Sun Wukong frowned. Well, they should be here to carry out Frisia's orders. I have sensed their aura. Do you want to go over there and take a look? Okay. Sun Wukong nodded. Then, the 2 people teleported away one after another. The 4 Daxians on the ground were stunned. Jiang Hao and the others didn't kill them. The 4 of them were delighted. But soon became clear that they were too weak, and Jiang Hao and the others had no idea of killing them. For a moment, the 4 of them didn't know whether to be happy or sad. But people are still alive, which is at least something to be happy about. Take a look at the good direction of the Earth. The 4 of them did not dare to stay any longer. He left immediately. In this situation, they can only pray that Jiang Hao and his group are not here for them. In the cave, the 3 Vegetas were still eating barbecue. Saiyans consume a lot and eat a lot. When Sun Wukong was a child, he could eat a dinosaur by himself. Vegeta and the 3 adult Saiyans would only eat more. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air in the cave. The 3 of them immediately discarded the meat in their hands. Then he attacked Jiang Hao. As Saiyans, the 3 of them have good fighting awareness. But they are fast, and Jiang Hao is even faster. Bang, bang, bang. 3 punches. There are 3 more humpback shrimps on the ground. The belly itself is a relatively fragile part of the human body. Jiang Hao's fists are powerful and penetrating, although it did not cause any substantial harm to the 4 people. But the pain was extremely intense. The figure of Sun Wukong followed closely behind. As soon as I arrived, I saw 3 humpback shrimps on the ground. This made him stunned for a moment. Jiang Hao, are these 3 demi-humans? Who among them is my brother? No, that one. Jiang Hao pointed at Raditz, who was born with a Super 3. Her hair is almost to her heels. Chao San's hair is also so long. But this guy is a waste and looks like a great guy. In fact, he is the weakest of the Vegeta trio. Sun Wukong's eyes fell on Raditz. I discovered that Raditz looked nothing like me. If Jiang Hao hadn't told him, he wouldn't have known that Raditz was his brother. But the three Vegetas on the ground were shocked. Although they are lying on the ground, it does not mean that their ears are deaf. The three of them heard the conversation between Jiang Hao and Sun Wukong clearly. The fact that the two revealed their Saiyan identities was enough to surprise him. What surprised them even more? One of them doesn't seem to be Raditz's brother. He remembered that guy's name was Kakarot. Raditz also endured the severe pain and looked at Sun Wukong. When he saw the appearance of Sun Wukong carved out of the same mold as his father, he immediately determined that Sun Wukong was the biological brother sent away by his parents. If Sun Wukong didn't have scars on his face, his clothes and temperament would be completely different. He almost thought it was his father who appeared in front of him. Vegeta and Nappa also saw Sun Wukong. They looked at Raditz. It was discovered that Raditz's face was filled with shock at this moment. You don't have to think about it to know that it's probably true. Saiyans have a strong endurance. After relaxing for a while, the three of them have adapted. One by one, they couldn't help but get up from the ground. Then the three of them looked at Jiang Hao and Sun Wukong carefully. Kakarot, why are you still standing there? Why don't you come over here? After realizing that Sun Wukong is his younger brother, Raditz immediately showed his majesty as an older brother. In his opinion, he is the elder brother and Sun Wukong is the younger brother. Sun Wukong must listen to what he says as the elder brother. But Sun Wukong remained unmoved. Kakarot, wait. I remember Jiang Hao said that this is my famous minister who harmed others. Right, Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao nodded. Then he looked at Raditz. You don't need to call him Kakarot. He is not called that name now. He is called Sun Wukong now. As for the name Kakarot, he has long forgotten it. Let me introduce myself. I'm also a Saiyan. My name is Jiang Hao. As for the purpose of my appearance, Qian Zhao. Here, I want the three of them to work for me in the future. Impossible. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, Vegeta's voice rang out. What a joke. Let him do things for him like a Saiyan prince. Absolutely impossible. Nothing is impossible, Vegeta. Planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza and the Saiyans were annihilated. You know it, and I know it too. We're the only Saiyans now. 11. Who would recognize your identity as a Saiyan prince? Besides, how can you be a prince if you are so weak? Vegeta heard Jiang Hao's words. Chi and blood surged, and I was so angry. Are you not convinced? If you're not convinced, you can choose to take action. If you can beat me, I will recognize you as the Saiyan Prince. If you can't beat me, you have to listen to me. Do you understand? Dream on it, damn guy. Vegeta naturally refused to admit defeat. He was a proud Saiyan Prince. He was Vegeta, the most talented person in the Saiyan family. He is the one who wants to defeat Frieza and avenge all Saiyans. How could you listen to others? When the two boys blurted out, Vegeta also moved the hall. Even with what happened just now, he still rushed towards Jiang again. Sun Wukong did not take action. Because Vegeta was too weak, he had no idea of taking action. Moreover, he knew Jiang Hao's strength, and there was no need for him to take action. Boom! Vegeta's body flew out. The huge force directly drove Vegeta into the stone wall. The entire cave was shaken violently, as if it was about to collapse in the next second. In fact, the cave was going to collapse, but Jiang Hao is in the cave now, so naturally he won't let the cave collapse. Raditz and Nappa were already stunned, because they didn't see Jiang Hao move at all just now, and then Vegeta flew out. But they can be sure that Jiang Hao absolutely moved just now, because they noticed that the location of Jiang Hao's station had changed slightly from before. What does this mean? This shows that Jiang Hao's speed is so fast that even they can't see clearly, and even if Jiang Hao's position has not changed a little compared to before, they don't even know that Jiang Hao has moved. What a strength this is. As members of Frieza's Legion, the two of them naturally have combat effectiveness testers. So the two of them immediately turned on the combat effectiveness tester. As soon as the combat effectiveness tester is turned on, the numbers kept adding up. 1 digit, 2 digit, 3 digit, 4 digit. Soon, the combat power value exceeded 5 digits. And even if it reaches 5 figures, it is still rising crazily. Until the combat effectiveness tester shows that the combat effectiveness is too high and cannot be tested. The two of them were dumbfounded. What does this mean? This means that Jiang Hao's combat effectiveness is more than 100,000, and the combat effectiveness tester can no longer measure it. A combat strength of more than 100,000. Looking at the entire Frisia Legion, there are only 2 people in total. One is Frisia, and the other is Jinyu. Then, the two of them looked at Sun Wukong with curiosity. Then what just happened to Jiang Hao also happened to Sun Wukong. The combat power exceeds 100,000, and their combat power tester, 890, can no longer test Sun Wukong's true combat power. Raditz and Nappa looked at each other. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially Raditz. He knew how useless his brother was. When he was born, he had only the fighting ability. Because of this, he was often ridiculed by others. It is precisely because Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness is too low that he is also said to be a waste. So even though Sun Wukong is his biological brother, he dislikes him very much. After all, no one likes to be called a loser. But he didn't expect that the good-for-nothing he was born with a combat power of 2 would now have a combat power of over 100,000. This was something he hadn't even thought about, let alone more than 100,000. 10,000 combat power is very high for him now. After all, Vegeta, the Saiyan prince, the most talented Saiyan in the history of the Saiyan family, very few people know about the existence of Broly, has grown up to only 100,000 fighting power. In this way, it has surpassed the original King Vegeta, and it is already very powerful. But Sun Wukong's combat power actually exceeded 100,000. At this moment, Ba and Raditz dare to face Monkey King and Jiang Hao. The reason why the two followed Vegeta was not only Vegeta's identity as a Saiyan prince, but also his powerful talent and strength. If it wasn't for Vegeta's strength, he would be caught and killed by Vegeta for fear of escaping. They had already run away. After all, Vegeta has a bad temper and is not easy to serve at all. I have to endure his abuse every day. But the strength is not as good as Vegeta. What can they do? But now Jiang Hao's combat power is even more exaggerated than Vegeta's. How dare they make any move? Poof! Come out of the rock wall. Ba. Gita felt that all the bones in his body were about to break. There is no part of my body that does not hurt. The throat was filled even more, and a mouthful of old blood was spit out. At this moment, his face was filled with disbelief. He has a fighting strength of more than 15,000. Such a powerful combat power is placed in the universe. As long as he doesn't meet Frisia and Jai, it is basically difficult for him to have an opponent. But now, he faced Jiang Hao and was directly crushed. This was unacceptable to him, especially the guy Jiang Hao is also a Saiyan, although neither Jiang Hao nor Sun Wukong has the unique tale of Saiyans. But just now he has confirmed Sun Wukong's identity through Raditz, so Jiang Hao's claim that he is a Saiyan is probably true. After all, whether he is a Saiyan or not, there is no need to pretend for such a thing. Since Jiang Hao said he is, it must be. There were so many Saiyans, and it was impossible for him to know anyone. Knowing the existence of Monkey King is also because of Raditz. Still not convinced? Jiang Hao looked at Vegeta. Vegeta didn't speak, just rushed towards Jiang Hao again. Boom! This time, Vegeta didn't fly out again. Instead, the person fell directly to the ground. But Jiang Hao didn't kill him. I have to say that as expected of Vegeta, this kind of arrogance is indeed only possessed by this group of guys. After Vegeta fell, Jiang Hao's eyes also fell on Nappa and Raditz. Where are you two? Saw Jiang Hao looking at the two of them. Nappa and Raditz looked at each other. In the next second, the two of them knelt directly in front of Jiang Hao. Nappa, Master, I can do whatever you want me to do in the future. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Me too, Raditz said. After speaking, Raditz also glanced at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong saw this scene and said nothing. Although it was confirmed that Raditz was his biological brother, but he really didn't have any feelings for Raditz. In other words, except for his biological parents, he has no feelings for all Saiyans. Because he learned from Jiang Hao that he appeared on Earth, not because his parents sent him to Earth to occupy it. It was his father who noticed Frisia's actions and sent him away one step ahead. But they are all dead. Apart from them, he really didn't have a good impression of other Saiyans. His so-called brother Raditz. He is also a complete bad guy with blood on his hands. He really can't have any good impressions of such a person. At least until he changes his ways, he won't give Raditz a good look. Get up, there's no need to call me master. I don't like kneeling down here. You don't have to kneel to me anymore. As for calling me, just call me boss. Yes, boss. The two nodded. At this moment, it is natural that whatever Jiang Hao says, that is what it is. How dare the two of them say anything else? Okay, things are settled. Let's go back. Afterwards, Jiang Hao used teleportation to leave the cave with Nappa, Raditz, and Vegeta, who was already on the ground. Sun Wukong himself can teleport. Of course, there is no need for Jiang Hao to take care of him. Wait until Jiang Hao returns to the Earth with Nappa, Vegeta, and Raditz. The most surprised person was, of course, Paragus. After all three of Vegeta had tails, which allowed him to recognize the identities of the three of them immediately. What's more, that guy Vegeta looks exactly the same as King Vegeta. Except without the beard, he is just a replica of King Vegeta. How could he not guess Vegeta's identity? For King Vegeta, snapping is not pleasant. If it weren't for King Vegeta, it would have been impossible for him and his son to stay on Wampa Star for almost 20 years. The environment on Vampa Planet is so harsh, that is to say, they are Saiyans and ordinary people would not be able to survive at all. Even though the father and son survived, their life was not very good. Every day, I get either raw meat or monster eggs with a strong smell. In those days, it was too much to say that life was worse than death, but it was not too different. If it weren't for the hatred for King Vegeta in his heart, he felt like he wouldn't be able to hold on. So when I learned that King Vegeta was dead, he felt happy and disappointed in his heart. But he didn't expect that although King Vegeta was dead, Vegeta was still alive. This is where he was surprised. As for Nappa and Raditz, he didn't even look at them. They're just two ordinary Saiyans. What's so interesting about them? Introduce Nappa and Raditz to Bulma and get to know them. After introducing Bulma and their identities to Raditz and the others, Jiang Hao threw Raditz Ho-Ho Nappa to Klin. Let Klin teach the two of them how to practice. The strength of these two guys is too low. With this little fighting power, how can I give him strength in the future? The potential of Saiyans is actually not low, just because they won't develop it. He is purely from Yaluzi, unlike the martial arts masters on Earth who can cultivate chi to develop their own potential. Of course, in order to let these two guys grow up faster, Jiang Hao gave each of them a small bottle of super holy water to develop their potential. If you want two people to be loyal to you, you can't just hit them with a stick, you have to give them a sweet date. Needless to say, the effect of super holy water goes without saying. And because it was the first time for both of them to drink super holy water, the effect was surprisingly good. In addition, they are Saiyans and have high potential, but they don't know how to tap into their potential. After drinking a bottle of super holy water, the battle between the two of them improved 10 times. Naba's original combat strength of 3,400 increased to 48,000. Improved 14 times. Raditz is worse, but his combat power has also increased from 1,250 to 10,000. Improved 12-fold. When the combat effectiveness increased, both of them were excited. They had never dared to think about having a combat power of over 10,000. However, after following Jiang Hao, they just drank a small bottle of water and their combat power exceeded 10,000. Especially Nappa, his current combat power reaches 48,000, not only surpassing Vegeta. It even surpassed everyone in the Jin Yo team except Jin Yo. Therefore, Naba, who originally had to surrender because of Jiang Hao's strength, also surrendered to Jiang Hao willingly. Saiyans are inherently strong, not to mention Jiang Hao's own strength. It can also help them improve their combat effectiveness. Isn't following someone like this better than following Vegeta? There are no benefits to following Vegeta. Even if things don't work well, you will be insulted in various ways, and your life may even be in danger. In such a comparison, Jiang Hao is simply not very good, and so does Raditz. He never thought in his life that he could break through 10,000 combat power. Unexpectedly, he drank a small bottle of unknown water given by Jiang Hao. He broke through 10,000 combat power in one go, directly reaching 15,000. The loyalty to Jiang Hao in my heart is naturally rising. After that, naturally I started practicing with Clint. In half a year, Paragus was able to practice alone without having to follow Clint. So now Clint has time to practice with Nappa and Raditz. When Vegeta woke up, it was already 3 days later. Vegeta was seriously injured, but Jiang Hao didn't give him any fairy beans. Instead, he gave him 2 bottles of nutrient solution and left him alone. The physique of Saiyans is very good, although there is no super recovery, but their own recovery is not bad. As long as they have enough energy, they can recover slowly. 2 bottles of nutrient solution provided him with enough energy to wake him up 3 days later. The nutrient solution produced by Jiang Hao is naturally not an ordinary nutrient solution. When Vegeta woke up, he found himself lying on a bed. With a slight tingling in his brain, 2 seconds later, he remembered what happened before. The whole person stood up directly from the bed. After getting up, Vegeta began to look around the room he was in. This is a white room. The things in the room were very simple. Except for the bed he was lying on, there was only a table, and there was nothing on the table. I looked at myself, but I didn't change my clothes. It was still the blue and white Frisia Legion combat uniform I wore before. Where's this place? Where did those 2 guys, Nappa and Raditz, go? And the younger brother of Jiang Hao and Raditz? Vegeta frowned slightly. He wondered why Jiang Hao didn't kill him directly. I also wonder where Raditz and Nappa went. Could it be that those 2 guys took refuge in Jiang Hao after he fell into a coma? Thinking of this possibility, Vegeta was very upset. But the more I think about it, the more likely it is. After all, those 2 good-for-nothings, Nappa and Raditz, are very weak. And Jiang Hao's strength is also terrifying. You know, even Jinyo couldn't make him so rich without fighting back. But Jiang Hao did it. If Jiang Hao is really a Saiyan, then it would be really hard for him to accept it. After all, he is said to be the most talented Asian in the history of Saiyans. He has always been proud of this. The result is that he, a person with the strongest talent, is so vulnerable in front of Jiang Hao. So which Saiyan is the most talented? Just as he was thinking about it, the door was suddenly pushed open. A tall figure walked in. "Hey, you're that Vegeta. Jiang Hao said that you woke up and asked me to come and take you to meet your 2 men before." The person who came in was none other than Clint. Clint now enjoys helping Jiang Hao run errands. No matter what it is, as long as it is something he can do, Jiang Hao said, he will do it. Jiang Hao helped him a lot, so as long as he could do it, he would do it if Jiang Hao asked him to do it. Vegeta subconsciously pressed the combat power tester and turned it on. As members of Frisia's Legion, they are accustomed to using a combat power tester to check the opponent's combat power before fighting. This is something almost everyone in Frisia's Legion does, because only by knowing the target's combat effectiveness can you judge whether to fight or flee. If you encounter someone whose fighting ability is higher than yours, it is also a courtesy. Therefore, people in Frisia's Legion will have this habit before fighting. Vegeta is also a member of Frisia's Legion, so he naturally has this habit. After seeing Clint's combat power reaching 100,000 and then unable to show any more, Vegeta was dumbfounded. What's going on? How could a random person appear and have a combat power of over 10 million? When did 10,000? No, a combat power of more than 100,000 become so bad? Although he didn't use the combat effectiveness tester to check Jiang Hao's combat effectiveness. But if he can make himself unable to fight back and knock him out with 2 punches, Jiang Hao's combat power must be over 10 million. When did combat strength of more than 100,000 become so common? Hey, Why are you in a daze? Come with me. Seeing Vegeta in a daze, Klin said again. By the way, you've been in a coma for 3 days. Klin added. Vegeta did not speak, but silently followed Krillin. Soon, the two arrived at the gravity training room on the battleship. The gravity training room is very large. The entire space is almost as big as 2 football fields put together. You need to put on a gravity bracelet before entering. Then if you want several times the gravity, you can set the conditions according to the gravity bracelet. In the gravity chamber, except for Nappa and Raditz, Sun Wukong, Paragus, Broly, Tianjin Rice, and Dumplings are also there. Jiang Hao's figure disappeared. I saw Krillin coming with Vegeta. Many people looked over. Sun Wukong just glanced at it, then withdrew his gaze and continued to practice. There is still a big gap between him and Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao basically does not practice on weekdays, so he wanted to take advantage of Jiang Hao's non-cultivation time to close the gap with Jiang Hao. Paragus and Broly simply didn't know what to do. For Saiyans, war is their nature, and practicing is also their favorite thing to do. Vegeta's eyes glanced at everyone. Finally, it fell on Nappa and Raditz. After not seeing each other for 3 days, he found that the two people were completely different. Compared with before, the whole person's energy and spirit have become much more restrained. There is less evil aura, and his face does not look as fierce as before. Although he still looks bad, at least he doesn't look so bad. But when his combat power tester measured the combat power of the two men, Vegeta was dumbfounded. Nappa's combat strength at this time was 49,600. Raditz's combat power reached 16,002. After recovering from his previous injury, Vegeta's current combat strength is about 15,004. On the way here, he was a little happy because of this. Unexpectedly, he was only in coma for 3 days. Nappa and Raditz, the two trash he called in the past, have actually surpassed him in combat effectiveness. This made Vegeta feel extremely uncomfortable at the moment. Nappa and Raditz looked a little unnatural when they saw Vegeta. I have followed Vegeta for more than 10 years, and I have also been afraid of him for more than 10 years. Even if their current fighting power is no weaker than Vegeta's. But the two of them still have some respect for Vegeta in their bones. The most important thing is that they already know why their combat effectiveness has increased so much. Because Klin had told them that the thing Jiang Hao gave them to drink before was called super holy water. It can develop people's potential and improve their combat experience. They took refuge in Jiang Hao and obtained the super holy water. If Vegeta also joins Jiang Hao, he will definitely get super holy water. And Vegeta's talent is much stronger than theirs. If Vegeta drinks the super holy water, his combat power will definitely increase even more. So even though their fighting power is now stronger than Vegeta's, they don't dare to be disrespectful to Vegeta. What if Vegeta chooses to join Jiang Hao? Although this possibility is low. After all, they knew very well that Vegeta was arrogant. How is it possible? How could the combat effectiveness of the two of them have improved so much? It has only been 3 days. Why have they improved so much? No matter what Nappa and Raditz were thinking at the moment, Vegeta was indeed very shocked at this moment. At the same time, there are some things that are difficult to accept. It's like you always get first place in the class. When the results of the college entrance examination came out, you got an ordinary 211, while the scumbag who was originally at the bottom of your class suddenly got admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University. Please give me flowers. Such a gap is difficult to accept. Although he said, how could it be possible? But the combat effectiveness tester will not lie to him, nor will it make mistakes. Moreover, Vegeta is not stupid. Nappa and Raditz can improve so quickly. It must be related to Jiang Hao. Your Highness, you are awake. Your Highness the Prince. Raditz and Nappa also walked over. But compared to the past, I didn't dare to speak out loud. The two of them spoke with much more confidence now than before. How come your combat effectiveness has increased so much? Vegeta is not a curious person. But the two men's combat effectiveness had improved so much that he couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. When the two heard this, they didn't hide anything and told them that Jiang Hao had given them something called super holy water to drink, which could develop their potential. Because Jiang Hao didn't ask them to hide it. It doesn't hurt to say it. Knowing that this was the reason, Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be with the help of foreign objects. It's okay if you don't improve yourself through cultivation. But this also made him curious about the so-called super holy water. A bottle of super holy water increases a person's combat effectiveness by more than 10 times. 0. His current combat strength is more than 15,000. If he drinks a bottle of super holy water, is it possible to directly increase his combat effectiveness by more than 20 times? After all, his talent is stronger than that of Nappa and Raditz. Of these two guys, one is an intermediate warrior, and the other has the talent of a lower-level war king. And he is a superior warrior talent. And he's also a superior warrior among superior warriors. Both are high-level warriors, and his father, King Vegeta, is in his 40s and has only a little experience in 10,000 battles. And when he was in his 20s, he had more than 15,000 combat power. In terms of talent, he is definitely better than his father, King Vegeta. How can I get that super holy water from you? Vegeta looked at Krillin and asked. Vegeta has always been hungry for power because he wants revenge. Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta and almost wiped out the Saiyan race. As a Saiyan prince, how could he really be indifferent? It's just because he doesn't have enough strength that he keeps doing things for Frieza. If he had enough strength, he would have killed Frieza long ago. Moreover, as a prince, he was really not willing to let these two losers, Raditz and Nappa, be more powerful than him. If the combat effectiveness of these two guys is based on their own training, he would probably look at them favorably. But with the help of external objects, they are still useless in his eyes. After all, when these two guys were with him, they didn't practice hard enough. If they put in more effort, their previous combat effectiveness would be at least 50% stronger. Krillin directly took out a bottle of super holy water and handed it to Vegeta. No conditions are required, but Jiang Hao said that if you want to get more super holy water from him, then you have to do things for him in the future. Looking at the super holy water in Krillin's hand, Vegeta didn't reach out to pick it up immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment, thinking of the destruction of planet Vegeta, thinking of his fear and helplessness towards Frieza, and thinking of Kinyu. The anger in Vegeta's heart was instantly ignited. Then, he took the super holy water without hesitation and drank it. He said nothing, but it was obvious that he had already acquiesced to Krillin's words. After Jiang Hao knocked him unconscious with 2 punches, he was convinced by Jiang Hao's strength. At least for the time being, I'm convinced. Now with the addition of super holy water, he is thirsty for power and has no way to refuse Jiang Hao. However, it is okay to ask him to help Jiang Hao, but it is definitely impossible to ask him to serve as Jiang Hao's subordinate. After drinking the super holy water, Vegeta felt nothing at first. But soon, he felt a powerful force coming from within, and he could clearly feel that his chi was expanding rapidly. Originally, he thought that this kind of improvement in strength was necessary. Whatever pain there would be, he was ready to bear it. The result was no pain at all, and the process of improvement was indescribably comfortable. Almost a minute later, Vegeta's aura stabilized. In terms of talent, Vegeta is worthy of his status as a Saiyan prince and a superior warrior. A bottle of super holy water directly increased his combat effectiveness by 18 times. From 15,004, the combat power increased to 277,000. This improvement is undoubtedly huge, because according to Vegeta's previous training progress, if he wants to increase his combat power to 270,000, it may not be possible in this life. Even breaking through 100,000 is difficult. But now, just a bottle of super holy water has improved his combat power to a level that he has never been able to improve in his life. So practicing hard is really not as useful as a chance encounter. Meeting Jiang Hao was an adventure for Vegeta. Vegeta doesn't know the exact number of his current combat power, but he could feel that his current energy was at least 15 times higher than before. This means that his current combat power is at least 20 million. 5 or 60 means more than 200,000. Facing Frieza probably isn't enough. But if it's against Jiang Hao, the combat power of 200,000 is enough. At this moment, he urgently needs an opponent to fight. His eyes did not look at Nappa and Raditz. Those two losers, even if their combat effectiveness has improved, their actual combat strength is still the same. Moreover, now that he has drunk the super holy water, his combat power must be completely crushing them. Let them be your opponents, which is completely overqualified. Vegeta's eyes glanced back and forth at the people in the gravity training room. When his eyes fell on Paragus, Paragus was also looking at him, and his eyes were very disdainful. I felt the disdain in Pelaga's eyes. Then look at the tail behind the opponent that only Saiyans have. He immediately understood that the other party was also a Saiyan. Vegeta was a little surprised. Didn't it mean that almost all demi-humans died? Forget it about Raditz's brother and Jiang Hao. Why are there two other unknown Saiyans here? Especially Broly. That guy has a great aura. Obviously, the other party is very strong. Even stronger than him. But there is Jiang Hao in front. He was just a little surprised. Because in his opinion, his talent is very remarkable. As long as you give him time and resources, he can grow to the level of Jiang Hao and the others sooner or later. You can say Vegeta is arrogant, but this guy is indeed very confident in himself. After all, he is the most talented Saiyan in thousands of years. His confidence is solid. Hey, you're also a Saiyan. How about you come and fight with me? Vegeta looked at Paragus and said, as expected, he is as rude as your father, King Vegeta. Vegeta frowned. Who are you? My name is Paragus, and behind me is my son Broly, who is also the most talented Saiyan in the history of Saiyans for thousands of years. Hearing what Paragus said, Vegeta was stunned for a moment, then frowned. Old guy, what are you talking about? Vegeta was already angry. What Laga said was obviously provoking him. It seems that your hypocritical father never told you about our father and son. Vegeta, I know that you are a superior warrior with a combat power of 2,000 as soon as you were born, and you are known as the most talented Saiyan in the history of Saiyans. But you don't know that my son Broly, who has just been born, there must be 10,000 things to fight for. 10,000 combat power? Old guy, what nonsense are you talking about? Vegeta said with a stern face. In the Saiyan clan, there have never been 10,000 Saiyans born with fighting power. What he said is true. At this moment, the door of the gravity training room suddenly opened. Jiang Hao walked in from outside. What I just said is what Jiang Hao said. Paragus was about to say something, but when he saw Jiang Hao coming, he immediately closed his mouth and swallowed his words. He really respected and feared Jiang Hao. He didn't dare to quarrel with others in front of Jiang Hao, which would cause Jiang Hao's dissatisfaction. In half a year, his loyalty to Jiang Hao has already reached an extremely high level. Vegeta also looked at Jiang Hao, who came in with doubts in his eyes. Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan. Unlike ordinary Saiyans, he is a Super Saiyan when he is born. I think you are familiar with Super Saiyans. After all, the reason why Frieza wanted to call all the Saiyans back to Planet Vegeta and then destroy Planet Vegeta was because he was afraid of the emergence of Super Saiyans. So that's it. No wonder when I beat this guy for the first time, he grew so fast. It turns out that this guy is a born Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong's voice sounded at this time. Although he is practicing, he is obviously also paying attention to the situation here. After all, the gravity training room is not small, but it is actually only as big as 2 football fields. The group of people all spoke loudly, and it was difficult for his wife to hear them. Broly was also very surprised. He really didn't know that he was born a Super Saiyan. Half a year has passed, and this guy's personality has changed a lot while getting along with Sun Wukong. People are no longer as withdrawn and afraid of life as before. Pelaga's was also very surprised, because it was the first time he heard Jiang Hao say this. Vegeta's eyes widened. If this was what Paragus said, Vegeta would never believe it. But it was Jiang Hao who said this, so he couldn't help but not believe it, because he didn't think Jiang Hao had any need to deceive him. Nappa and Raditz also looked at Broly in surprise. Broly is over 1.9 meters tall, tall, and strong. The two of them have been here for 3 days, and they can see Broly and Sun Wukong practicing together every day. They knew Broly was powerful, but I didn't expect Broly to be a natural Super Saiyan. As long as you are a Saiyan, there is probably no one who has not heard of the legend of Super Saiyan. But this is a legend after all. They can't guarantee whether Super Saiyan exists or not. But I didn't expect that Super Saiyan actually existed. Yes, precisely because he is a born Super Saiyan, his combat power will reach 100,000 in 10 births. But Pelagus, you should actually thank Vegeta's father, King Vegeta. Pelagus looked puzzled, because he hadn't exiled Broly, and if you hadn't gone out to find Broly, you two father and son would have died in the hands of the Lord in 3 years. Although Broly is a born Super Saiyan, he needs time to grow. You don't think that Frieza only has 530,000 combat power. Frieza is a frozen demon, and frozen demons are an extremely rare race in the universe. There are only 3 people in the entire race, including Frieza. In addition to Frieza, the other 2 are Frieza's father, King Kurd, and Frieza's brother, Gula. And the frozen demon clan, as soon as they are born, has a combat power of more than 100 million. 100 million? What a joke. I heard Jiang Hao say that the Frozen clan has a fighting strength of 100 million since birth. Everyone present was shocked. Even Kellen and Tianjin rice and dumplings are no exception, because they already knew the combat effectiveness tester through Nappa and Raditz. I also know what combat power represents. The stronger the chi, the higher the combat effectiveness. 100 million combat power. How strong must it be? Frieza's combat power is obviously only 530,000. That's because he's only in his first form. It's good to have strong combat power, but if you can't control it, it's a bad thing. A combat power of 100 million can easily destroy a planet or even a star. Such a powerful force, if it cannot be controlled, will only hurt others and ourselves. Moreover, strong combat power consumes more physical energy. So Frieza gave himself 3 forms to suppress his strength. They are the first form, the second form, the third Xingtian, and the final form of his original appearance. Frieza, in his final form, has a combat power of 120 million. And the first form is his weakest form, with a combat power of 530,000. After hearing Jiang Hao's words, everyone who knew Frieza fell silent. Goku, Krillin, and others who came from Earth and had only heard of Frieza from Jiang Hao's mouth didn't have any mood swings, because they have never faced Frieza with a combat power of 530,000. I can't feel Frieza's oppression. Pelagus, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz are all people who have met Frieza. Frieza, who only had a combat power of 530,000, had already been feared by them before. They really never thought that this was actually a situation where Frieza deliberately lowered his strength. That guy's real strength is as high as 120 million. If the person who said this was not Jiang Hao, they would never believe it. But obviously, what Jiang Hao said may be the real truth. After all, Jiang Hao had no need to deceive them. And so far, everything Jiang Hao has said is true. Never lied to them. So they also have basic trust in Jiang Hao. Frieza's 3.3 guy is really scary. He has a combat power of 100 million right after he was born. Pelagus couldn't help but sigh. Because of Jiang Hao's words, at this moment, his resentment towards King Vegeta was reduced by more than half. Although I still don't like King Vegeta a little bit. But he no longer hates King Vegeta so much than before. Although King Vegeta sent Broly away in the first place, it was because the guy didn't want to see that Vegeta was more talented. But what he had to admit was, what King Vegeta did could be regarded as helping their father and son. Otherwise, if their father and son had not left planet Vegeta, they might have died together at the hands of Frieza because of the destruction of planet Vegeta. Even if Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, he still needs time to grow. Obviously, Broly cannot grow to a fighting strength of more than 100 million in 3 years. Vegeta also fell silent. Jiang Hao's words were like a basin of cold water poured on him, cooling his original revengeful heart again. Fortunately, he had been thinking about seeking revenge against Frieza. Little did they know that Frieza's fighting strength of 530,000 was a strength deliberately exposed. With a combat power of 100 million, Frieza, with a combat power of 530,000, is already so terrifying. If it were Frieza who fought with more than 100 million people, I really wouldn't dare to think about it. Why, Vegeta, 100 million combat power scares you. In my impression, you're not a person who will be scared like this. Are you kidding? That's a combat power of 100 million. Do you know what that is? Vegeta said directly. It's just 100 million combat power, no big deal. Do you know what Wukong's combat power is? Well, Goku is Raditz' younger brother. His Saiyan name is Kakarot, and his Earth name is Son Goku. Upon hearing this, Vegeta first glanced in Goku's direction. They were chatting enthusiastically here, but Wukong was still training seriously there. He had no intention of coming over to chat with them. But Vegeta knew Goku was listening. After all, Jiang Hao had spoken when he came in just now. Although Sun Wukong and Jiang Hao appeared in the cave before, Sun Wukong did not take action. So he didn't understand how powerful Sun Wukong was and what his fighting power was. How much fighting power does he have? Vegeta asked. Everyone's ears pricked up. Everyone present was curious about Sun Wukong's fighting power. Because except Jiang Hao, no one knows how much Sun Wukong's combat power has reached. Broly knew that Sun Wukong's combat power was over 100 million. That was for sure, but he didn't know the specific number. Wukong now has a normal combat power of 650 million. 650 million. When everyone heard this, they all gasped with disbelief on their faces. They suspected they had heard the wrong number. But Jiang Hao also looked at them. His expression seemed to say, "You heard it right. It is 650 million. When leaving Namek, Sun Wukong's combat power had increased to 51.16 billion. In the next 6 months, Sun Wukong did not slack off in his training, and his combat effectiveness continued to improve. Drinking the super holy water once increased his combat power by almost 50 million. The remaining 40 million were cultivated and improved by himself every day. One day of training can increase his combat power by almost 100,000 to 150,000 to 250,000. In half a year, the combat effectiveness increased by almost 40 million. Did you not hear what I said clearly? What I said was the normal 650 million. Do you know what normal 650 million means? Normal means normal state. I didn't say that Goku doesn't have other forms. Now Goku can enter the full power Super Saiyan 1 form, and is not far away from entering the Super Saiyan 2 form. And the combat power bonus of the Super Saiyan 1 form is 50 times. That is to say, Goku, who is not in his normal state, that is, entering the Super Saiyan 1 form, has a maximum combat power of 32.9 billion. This time, Clint and Tianjin Fan were not too surprised. After all, he knew that Jiang Hao, Sun Wukong, and others could enter the Super Series. The same goes for Paragus and Broly. Paragus saw Sun Wukong enter the Super Tournament with his own eyes. Broly had S*X with Sun Wukong, who entered the Super Tournament half a year ago. Although he lost his mind at the time, he still had memories. And he was instantly killed by Sun Wukong, who entered the Super Tournament. So they weren't too surprised. Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa, the 3 guys who had just arrived, were completely stunned. A combat strength of 100 million is already beyond their imagination. Sun Wukong's normal combat power of 650 million shocked them even more. That's a combat power that they probably won't be able to achieve in their lifetime. But I didn't expect that there would be another Super Saiyan form that would gain 50 times the combat power and become a combat power of 32.5 billion. Wait, enter the Super Saiyan 1 form? That guy named Son Goku. He can enter the Super Saiyan form. Is that the Super Saiyan form? Vegeta finally discovered Hua Dian. Not bad. Jiang Hao nodded. That's the Super Saiyan you thought of. The legendary super demi-humans that have been circulated among the Saiyans for a long time. Seeing Jiang Hao's confirmation, Vegeta's heart suddenly became excited. Broly's talent exceeds him, it's been confirmed. But Sun Wukong's talent is definitely not as good as him. After all, that guy was famous for having a combat power of 2 when he was born. So his talent must be worse than him. And Sun Wukong can enter some kind of Super Saiyan form even if he is not talented enough. Then wouldn't he, who is much better than him in talent, be able to enter some kind of Super Saiyan form? Well, that's right, Jiang Hao. I will start working for you from today, but you have to help me enter Super Saiyan. Faced with the temptation of entering Super Saiyan, Vegeta also chose to let go of his pride as a prince. After all, before this, Jiang Hao had almost shattered his pride with 2 punches. Now, in order to become a Super Saiyan, he is not going to take the rest of the pride. This is simple, because it's actually very easy to enter the Super Saiyan form, as long as you have enough S cells in your body. Hey, Jiang Hao, this is different from what you said at the beginning. Didn't you say before that you need at least 2 million combat power to enter that Super Saiyan form? Krillin said at this moment. Jiang Hao didn't say that to them on Earth before. That was my mistake before. Actually, if you want to enter the Super Saiyan form, you only need to have enough S cells. P.S. Actually, the author misremembered. S cells are produced in large quantities when Saiyans maintain a peaceful state of mind, while anger is only let the Saiyan activate the S cells in the body. And after the S cells are activated and mutated, they will enter the Super Saiyan form. There is no mandatory requirement for combat power. Jiang Hao laughed. Oh, Klin nodded. S cell. What is that? Vegeta was puzzled. Nappa, Raditz, and Paragus also looked at Jiang Hao. They were all listening carefully. As Super Saiyans, they naturally wanted to enter that Super Saiyan form. The blessing of 50 times the combat power is 50 times higher than the combat power of the giant ape. And there are too many disadvantages to giant ape transformation. Without the full moon, it would be impossible to transform into a giant ape. After transforming into a giant ape, only a few Saiyans can still maintain their sanity. After most Saiyans transform into giant apes, they cannot distinguish between friend and foe. They can easily cause harm to friends and have too many disadvantages. And this Super Saiyan form will obviously not have this impact. Plus 50 times the combat power. No wonder Frieza is afraid. If they have a fighting strength of 200,000 and enter the Super Game form, they can immediately become a fighting strength of 10 million. With this kind of fighting power, compared to Frieza's 100 million, the gap doesn't seem that big. If they normally have a fighting strength of 2 million, entering the Super League, they will have a fighting strength of 100 million. Such a thing would have been unthinkable before. But now they can. It's a bit troublesome to explain. Even if I explain it, you won't understand. You just need to know that the more S cells in your body, the more stable and longer the super race you will enter. The first form of the Super Saiyan is extremely draining of physical strength. In your case, you can only enter the Super Saiyan battle for 5 minutes at most, and your physical strength will be almost exhausted. The formation of S cells requires you to stay calm and not get angry at every turn. S cells are present in every Saiyan's body. The difference lies in more or less. The calmer you are, the more S cells you have in your body. Jiang Hao said, Saiyan's are generally bad-tempered, and they want to find 1 or 2 good-tempered pigs. This also leads to the lack of many S cells in most Saiyan's. In addition, the anger is not enough, which is why there's so many Saiyan's, but not even one enters the Super Saiyan form. In the early stage of the entire Saiyan, only one Bardock entered the Super Saiyan form. And Bardock's ability to enter the Super race is also because his character is not so irritable compared to other Saiyans. It is related to the accumulation of a lot of S cells in the body. After planet Vegeta was destroyed and he traveled to the past, anger successfully activated the S cells in his body, allowing him to enter a super harmful state. He then easily defeated Frieza's ancestor Child, resulting in Child's death. Before Child died, he told his subordinates the legend of the Super Saiyan who was on guard against the Golden Flames. This is also the main reason why Frieza wants to destroy planet Vegeta later. Calm down. Vegeta and all the Saiyans were dumbfounded. As Saiyans, let them be calm. This is not deliberately embarrassing them. But Jiang Hao is obviously not joking. Paragus is nothing, because after practicing with Kellen for half a year, his temper is indeed much calmer than before. Although I don't know how many SLs I have in my body now. I think I still have some. Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz, who had just joined, were a little dumbfounded. It is difficult to be a good talent with a calm mind, especially for Vegeta. He can be said to be the worst-tempered of the three. Getting angry has basically become a daily routine. Of course, if you can't calm down, there are shortcuts you can take here. Jiang Hao laughed. On an unknown planet. Boom! After sending the enemy away with a Lycum disappearing cannon. Lycum closed his mouth with a smug smile on his face. Not far away, a blue lightning quickly shuttled across the battlefield, and one humanoid species after another turned into a pool of flesh and blood when the blue lightning passed through them. Soon, the blue lightning stopped and turned into a tall figure with a height of 2.4 meters. Wearing a special combat uniform. Not far away, a 1.2-meter tall, short and fat creature, a bit like a Namek but with 4 eyes and no tentacles, was manipulating its hands. Controlling a pile of boulders, they kept smashing them into the battlefield. About 5 minutes later, the battlefield returned to calm. Except for the corpses on the ground, only 4 people were still standing. Geezy but Lycum could do. They are members of the Jinyu Special Forces. Appeared here to carry out Frisia's orders. Because the people on this planet offended Mr. Frisia's order, they were sent to kill all the people on this planet. But really, people on this planet just annoyed Kinyo. On a high slope, not far away, Jinyo is looking here with her hands folded, seeing his men easily dispatching enemies. A proud and cruel smile appeared on his face. Master Jinyu, the enemies have been dealt with. Bart was the fastest among the 4, so he was the first to report the news. Lycum followed, seeing that Bart was already reporting the news to Jinyo. Thought flattery. Lycum is the strongest fighting force in the Jinyu Special Team, except for Jinyu. In the original book, even Vegeta has increased his combat power to more than 30,000. But he still has overwhelming power against Vegeta. But in the end, he was defeated by Monkey King and killed by Vegeta. Not bad. Jinyo nodded, obviously very satisfied. Lord Genie, those 3 guys, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz, I haven't seen them for more than half a year. Those 3 guys, couldn't they have gone somewhere to secretly pick them up? Lycum said at this time, because Genie doesn't like Vegeta. The members of the Genie Special Forces naturally don't like Vegeta either. In order to please Jinyo, they often make trouble for Vegeta, humiliate him, and so on. Over time, humiliating Vegeta seemed to become their habit. If you don't humiliate him for a day, you can't seem to be happy. It was almost a year since he last saw Vegeta, and his mouth became itchy again. Lycum and the others did not know that Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz were assigned to Vegeta, because Jinyo was arranging this matter for Vegeta and the others. Lycum and the others didn't follow Jinyo, so they didn't know about Vegeta's arrangement by Jinyu. Don't worry, I'm not lazy. I arranged for them to go to a place called Tada Star half a year ago. There are 4 people on that planet with a fighting strength of more than 10,000, and the strongest one has a fighting strength of 10,000. Hearing Jinyo's words, Lycum and others were stunned for a moment. Immediately, she realized what Jinyo meant. Geese, Lord Genie, Lord Frisia regards Vegeta as a good toy. With a fighting power of 17,000, Vegeta can't beat that guy. Jinyo glanced at Geese, who was speaking. Do I not know this? Even though that loser Vegeta only has a combat power of 14,000. But with only 3,000 combat power, the gap is not too big. If you can't beat him, you can run away. It's not like that guy doesn't have long legs. At most, it's just that the 2 more useless guys under him will die. It won't cause any harm. Jinyo said with a smile. That good-for-nothing Vegeta must be in a very embarrassed state right now. Bart also sneered. Lycum's combat power is as high as 54,000, and he's the most aggressive among the Jinyu Special Team, except for Jinyu. He is closely followed, with a combat strength of 45,000, followed by Geese, with a combat power of 32,000. The best is Goku, whose combat power is only 14,000, and he is the most useless among them. Of course, although Goku's combat effectiveness is low, he has superpowers. The ability is that time can be stopped for a short time by holding your breath, and at the same time, you can use the power to restrain the opponent. That's why, although his fighting strength is only 14,000, the effect he exerted is no worse than that of a person with a fighting strength of 30,000. And it's not just Goku. Everyone in the Kinyu special team has special skills. Needless to say, Jiang Hao's nature is that she can exchange bodies with others at any time. His current body, with a combat power of up to 120,000, was exchanged through his abilities. As for what he looked like in the first place, no one knows. Lycum's ability is to expand his muscles, thereby greatly increasing his own strength in a short period of time, and can increase his strength by a maximum of 10 times. When fighting, you can give the enemy an unprepared onslaught, thus ending the battle. Bart's ability is relatively simple, that is fast. His speed is very fast, the fastest in the entire Kinyu special team. Even the Kinyu with a combat power of 120,000 is not as fast as Bart. Finally, there is Gith. Geese's ability is that people can't feel his chi, and at the same time, when the body is in action, the friction of riding air will be greatly reduced, so as not to make too much noise. These characteristics allow him to touch the target's side quietly. And what this guy likes to do most is sneak attack. It can be said that he is the most insidious person in the Kino special team. Moreover, he also obsessively believes in the combat effectiveness data given by the combat effectiveness tester. In the original book, when facing Monkey King hides part of his own strength because of his excellent control over chi. Because of his belief in the combat effectiveness tester, Geese didn't become too wary of Sun Wukong, thus being killed instantly. It can be said that every member of the Nayat team has their own special abilities. Put it in fantasy novels about cultivating immortals, they're like this, which is equivalent to being invincible at the same level. I guess he must be being chased all over the planet now. Keith continued, I really want to see that guy in a mess. If Master Frieza didn't allow him to kill him, I would definitely torture him. 10 orange-red, pineapple-headed, Hikamushin said. Lycum is a pure villain. When fighting, he will deliberately torture his enemies, even if it is the ability to end the battle in a short time. But every time he will deliberately torture his enemies, let them die in pain. Even his teammates couldn't stand his bad behavior. Bart calls his personality a nasty character. Master Jiang Hao, anyway, our mission has been completed, and the follow-up matters can be handled by other people in the Legion. I think we can call it a day early. Since everyone is very curious about Vegeta's current situation, why don't we go and have a look together? Geese said at this time. That's a good proposal. If this is the case, then let someone come over to take over the follow-up work, and we'll go directly to Tada Star. Jiang Hao decided, although Vegeta and the others' mission to Tada was given by Frieza. But in fact, this task is also related to Jiang Hao, because this task was first mentioned by Jiang Hao in front of Frieza. Although Frieza doesn't hate Vegeta as much as Jiang Hao, but he doesn't like Vegeta either. In other words, Frieza doesn't like anyone who is a Saiyan. That's why Vegeta and the others went to Tada to clean up Tada. It can be said that gay girls are adding fuel to the flames. 4 days later, the spaceship that Jiang Hao and others took reached the top of Tada. Jis, go and check the situation on Tada, and then come back and report to me. I want to know the current situation of Vegeta and his exact location. After arriving at Tada Star, Jiru directly gave the order. It is not good for them to enter Tada directly, because doing so will attract the attention of people on Tada. When the people from Tada Star take action against them, they will have to resist. In this case, when they resist, it is equivalent to helping Vegeta. So Jiang Hao doesn't plan to let the spacecraft enter Tada. And because of its ability to reduce the sense of presence, Gith is the most suitable for gathering information. The combat uniforms, they will also allow them to survive in the vacuum of space for a short period of time. This time is enough for the two of them to go back and forth. Yes, Lady Jiang Hao, I'll go right away. Just go and come back quickly. I can't wait to see how miserable that guy Vegeta is now. Maybe I can take some photos as a souvenir. This way, even if that guy dies in the future, I can take out the photo and miss this happy time with Vegeta. Lycum said, but guys ignored him. Instead, he directly opened the hatch of the spacecraft and left. As for Bart, he's not want to talk. Goku said that because he was the weakest among the people, Ping Tian basically didn't speak. After all, his combat effectiveness is too low. Only 14,000. If it weren't for his superpowers, he wouldn't have been able to join the Jinyu Special Forces. The other side, Gith soon entered Tada. After entering the Tada planet, he first secretly found a few reasons people with good combat effectiveness, then began to press them for information about Vegeta and the others. After learning that a super large spaceship came to Tada a few days ago and picked up the 3 Vegetas, the Gith froze. After getting the information you want, Gith directly silenced the captured Katas, then returned. Jiang and the others waited on the spacecraft for almost an hour. Gizi just came back. How is it? Kunkamu couldn't wait to ask as soon as Ji's came back. Jinyu, Bart, and Goku also looked at Jisai. Those 3 guys from Vegeta are no longer on Dada. JIS said, "What? How is it possible? I have tampered with that guy's spaceship. Even if it was not destroyed in the battle, it would have destroyed itself before they reached Queen Tada." Jinyu said with a face full of surprise. He had tampered with Vegeta's spaceship, even if Vegeta and his ship were not destroyed due to the impact of the battle. On the 3rd day after they arrived at Tada, the spacecraft also malfunctioned and was unable to fly. Vegeta probably doesn't know this yet. This is why Jinyu didn't go to find Vegeta elsewhere, but came directly to Tada, because he knew that without the spaceship, Vegeta and the others would not be able to leave Tada. But why is it that Vegeta and the others are not on Tada now? Didn't that guy come to Tada Star? But it's impossible. He had seen Vegeta and the others land in Tainhu with his own eyes before, and he doesn't think Vegeta has the guts, nor Zhao, to disobey Frisia's orders. What's going on? How come those guys aren't on Tada? I asked the natives of Tada. Vegeta and the others did arrive on the Titan planet half a year ago and massacred many natives on the Titan planet. Behind me, I was chased everywhere by the 4 strongest natives of Tada. But those 3 guys, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz, are very good at escaping and hiding. The natives never managed to kill them. 8 days ago, a large spacecraft arrived from Tada. 2 very powerful people got off the spaceship. Those 2 men took Vegeta and the others away. I asked the natives who took Vegeta what they looked like. The natives said that the people who brought Vegeta looked very similar to Vegeta. I then asked the person who took them away if they had tail. The natives said no. Jinyu frowned. A very powerful person took Vegeta and the others away. They look alike but without tails. That means they are not Saiyans. What does that spaceship look like? Jinyu asked. I got the photo back. GG took out a photo and handed it to Jinyu. Photos are black and white. The technology level of Tada Star is very low. Although it has a camera, it is still in the era of black and white photos and does not yet have the ability to take color photos. Send this photo to everyone in the Legion and ask them to find the people in this spaceship for me. Find them for me. Lord Jinyu, are you planning to? Of course, find a person and kill him. As for Vegeta and the others, their mission has not been completed yet. Once they are found, they will be thrown back to Tada, and let them continue to complete their mission on Tada. Anyway, there are no tasks next, just treat it as a pastime. Jinyu laughed. When everyone heard this, they all laughed. Even Goku started laughing. There's nothing you can do about it. If you don't laugh when the leader laughs, you look down on the leader, right? Jinyu is not a grand person. Anyone who is familiar with Jinyu knows that she is actually careless. Goku didn't want to offend Jinyu because he didn't laugh when she laughed. Soon, a photo was sent to the command center of Frisia Corps. Then it was sent to everyone in Frisia's Legion through the command center. At the same time, they also got an order. That is to find out the traces of the spaceship in Zhaoli. Once found, report the news as soon as possible. The natives of Tada said that the 2 who took Vegeta away were very powerful. One of them easily solved the 4 strongest Dax people in Tada. This shows that the person who takes the shot has a combat power of at least 30,000, otherwise it cannot be done. As for the combat power of 30,000, put it in the Frisia Legion, and the Kinuta Squadron can handle it. Although there are still individual fighters with more than 10,000 combat effectiveness in the Legion. But apart from the fact that their fighting power has reached more than 10,000, they themselves have no special abilities. If you meet the person who took Vegeta away, it is definitely not your opponent. That's why Jinyo asked them to report as soon as possible. One is that they are not opponents. The second is that Kinyo wants to personally solve the person who took Vegeta away. As for what to do if the opponent's combat effectiveness is higher than his, that was even more joyful for him. After all, his ability can exchange bodies with others. 300. If the opponent's combat power is higher than him, the worst thing is to change the body. Although he used this body well, he wouldn't mind if he could change it to a body with stronger fighting power. Taro Star, a natural planet twice the size of Earth. Compared to the beautiful and natural Namek, Taro Star is more like a mechanical planet. Here, Inhuang's machinery and industrial equipment occupy most of the planet's surface. Taro Star is rich in energy, can provide energy services to spacecraft. Therefore, Inluo Star is also a major supply station for major spacecraft in the universe. Many people in the universe will choose to replenish energy here. It's not because Taro Star is high quality and cheap, but because the nearby galaxy is a place with abundant energy to replenish your spacecraft. On other living planets, it is difficult to find energy resources that can be used as energy sources for spacecrafts. What are you talking about? It costs 12,000 galactic coins to refill my spaceship. Are you kidding me? Jack looked in disbelief. Sorry, guest. This is the price in Taro Star. For this price, I can fill up my spaceship 3 times elsewhere. You are right, so you can choose not to add it here, but guest, I have to remind you that after leaving Taro Star, you have to cross at least 20 small galaxies before you can find a second spaceship that can give you a planet with added energy. But the energy left in your spaceship should only be enough for you to drive 3 to 4 small galaxies. Maybe you can slide away. The boss smiled. Jack was helpless. In the end, the only option is to pay. Damn it. I hope the boss will reimburse me. By the way, why should I take this mission? The planet called Earth is too far away. It's been 3 months since we drove, and there's still at least 2 months left to go, really. Jack complained, feeling a little regretful in his heart. He's a galactic patrolman. This time I took on a mission to go to a planet called Earth to deal with the Saiyan. The Saiyan race is notorious throughout the universe. Although almost 20 years ago, he heard that planet Vegeta, where the Saiyans lived, had been destroyed by Frisia. And because that guy deliberately recalled those Saiyans who were outside before destroying planet Vegeta, those Saiyans were almost dead with the destruction of planet Vegeta. However, due to the original Saiyan release plan, many newborn Saiyans were released to other planets and became fish that slipped through the net. And his mission this time is to deal with the Saiyan who was originally put on the Earth. Saiyans are evil if you don't deal with them. When they grow up, it will be an unprecedented disaster for the intelligent creatures with low combat effectiveness on that planet. Fortunately, his task this time was not difficult, because the Saiyan he was responsible for had a combat power of only 2 when he was born. Among Saiyans, such fighting prowess right out of the gate is very rare. This also means that even if the Saiyan has grown up, his combat power is not much higher. Maybe just a few hundred combat effectiveness. Finish adding oil. Jack plans to find a place to buy some food resources. Although the food on his spaceship is still sufficient, it is always good to replenish it. In case of any accident, sufficient food will allow him to persist longer and wait for rescue. Wait until you finish buying supplies. Jack found a restaurant and ate some local delicacies from Taro Star. The taste can only be said to be okay. After eating, Jack returns to where he parked his ship, prepared to leave Tada Star. At this moment, he found that the communication device on his wrist rang. He clicked on it. It was discovered that it was a piece of news issued by the headquarters. He clicked. The device then projected a projection directly into the air. On top is a huge, oddly shaped spaceship, and below, there is information about this photo. It is said that people from the Frisia Legion are looking for this spaceship all over the universe. It is said that this spaceship took away the people of Frisia's Legion, and now the people of Frisia's Legion want to find this spaceship and rescue their people back. The above said so, but the real reason can be sure definitely not the case. To be wanted by the Frisia Legion, this group of people is too unlucky. But Frisia can't afford to offend even the headquarter, Baisai, so I'd better not join in the fun. The Frisia Legion is nothing, and the Galactic Patrol headquarters also has strong people. But the one who really can't be bothered is Frisia standing behind Frisia's army. Many people think that Frisia has a combat power of 530,000. But how could an organization like the Galaxy Patrol not know the true combat effectiveness of the Frozen Demon Clan? After all, the Galaxy Patrol organization existed a long time ago. Putting away the projection, Jack walked towards his spaceship. As soon as he walked in front of the spaceship, he felt that he was shrouded in a huge shadow. Jack raised his head subconsciously. Then, he saw a huge spaceship parked on top of him. This spaceship was different from the ones he had seen before. This spaceship is long in shape. Wait, how does this spaceship look like I've seen it somewhere before? Suddenly, Jack remembered something. Have you just seen this spaceship? Unexpectedly, he saw it in a blink of an eye. No one else has this kind of luck. Jack hesitated for a moment whether to leave. To be wanted by the Frisia Legion, the owner of this spaceship is definitely not easy. Moreover, the value of such a huge spaceship is not low. Most people can't even afford it. So the owner of this spaceship must be a big shot. Thinking of this, Jack suddenly wasn't in a hurry to leave. People are curious. His curiosity had just been attracted by the notice sent by the headquarters. Unexpectedly, the Real owner appeared in front of him in a blink of an eye. In this situation, if you don't see what the real owner looks like, he will really be unwilling to leave like this. Just when Jack was thinking about this, he saw a group of people flying down from the huge spaceship. Hey, these people look like they are from Earth. If he wanted to go to Earth, he would naturally have read information about Earth. Know what people on Earth look like. Earthlings and Scions look very similar, but Earthlings don't have tails, while Asians have tails. When the eyes move back, the next second, the Jack people were stunned, because I saw several figures with tails. So, that's a Scion? Wait, it seems that he is not an ordinary Scion. That guy seems to be the Scion Prince, Vegeta. The two Scions, Nappa and Raditz, are also there. It's strange why they didn't follow Vegeta. Aren't those two guys Vegeta's men? There are two Scions, I don't know. Strange. How come these Earthlings are with the Scions? Jack was very curious. That's right. The person he saw was none other than Jiang Hao and others who had just arrived at Taro Star. Vegeta originally wanted to continue training on the spaceship. Not just Vegeta. Nappa, Raditz, and Paragus all expressed their desire to continue practicing on the spaceship. The Scions are a very strong race, and improving their combat effectiveness is something they do almost every day. In the past, Nappa and Raditz were not that enthusiastic about improving their strength, because their talents are not good enough. A hard day's training does not improve combat effectiveness much. This results in their low enthusiasm. But after drinking the super holy water given by Jiang Hao, he improved. Not only have their combat capabilities been greatly improved, but their potential has also been greatly improved. In the past, they had a hard day, and their combat effectiveness dropped a bit, sometimes not added. Now, after a hard day's work, the combat effectiveness will increase by at least 50 points. Calculating this, if they practice hard, they can increase their combat effectiveness by at least 15,000 in 1 year. And 50 points is still a conservative budget. Sometimes, it is not impossible to increase the combat effectiveness by 70 or 80 points in a day. When efforts are rewarded satisfactorily, enthusiasm will immediately rise. This is the case with Nappa and Raditz now. The same goes for Paragus and Vegeta. They are not satisfied with their current combat effectiveness. They want to be stronger. However, Jiang Hao forced them to come down. Since we were out for fun, the more people there are, the more lively it will be. As for unwillingness, if I say you are willing, then you are willing. Naturally, several people did not dare to disobey Jiang Hao's orders. Even Vegeta is like that. After all, if he wanted to quickly improve his combat effectiveness, he had to rely on Jiang Hao. Just when Jock stared at Vegeta and the others, he didn't notice Jiang Hao glance in his direction. Jiang Hao's perception is so keen. Even if someone peeked at him hiding in the dark, he would feel it immediately. What's more, it's Jack's honest attitude. Therefore, Jiang Hao felt Jake's gaze immediately. Then he looked over at him. When Jake came back to his senses, he also found Jiang Hao looking at him. Oops, I've been discovered. After noticing Jiang Hao's gaze, Jack's face changed and he became nervous. He suddenly regretted why he didn't leave just now and why he was so curious. Of course, it wouldn't work for him to just turn around and leave now, because Jiang Hao's eyes are still on him at the moment if he turns around and leaves now. On the contrary, he seemed guilty, so he simply looked at Jiang Hao directly, pretending to be accidentally confronted. But in the next second, Jiang Hao walked towards him directly. Jack suddenly became more nervous. After all, in his opinion, anyone who can hang out with Saiyans is probably not a good person. However, as a Galaxy Patrolman, he has seen the scene anyway. Although he is nervous, he still does not lose control of his emotions. Cosmic Patrol? Jiang Hao walked up to Jake and said directly. He actually recognized Jack. After all, his appearance is so recognizable that if he didn't know it, he might think it was Superman from next door. Oh yes, I'm a space patrol and I'm Tetragram. Don't be nervous. I'm not nervous. Okay, I'm a little nervous then. My name is Jiang Hao. You can call me Mr. Jiang. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Are you coming here? Why were you looking at us just now? Jack was stunned. I just glanced at it subconsciously, but it wasn't... Well, I just received a message saying that the Frisia Legion is looking for you. In fact, even if Jake didn't say anything, Jiang Hao had already obtained all the information he needed. After merging the genes of the Great Elder of Namek, he also knows the two abilities of the Great Elder, telepathy and mind development potential. And because of his own specialness, these two abilities in Jiang Hao are more than 1,000 times greater than those of the Great Elder. Telepathy is not only able to perceive whether the other party is kind or malicious to you. As long as Jiang Hao is willing, he can directly hear what the target person is thinking. You can directly view the memory of the target person. Much more powerful than Professor X in X-Men. Even if Jake didn't say anything, Jiang Hao had already obtained the information he needed. You are honest. Mr. Jiang, you seem to be a good person. How could a person like you be with a Saiyan? Those Saiyans are all combat lunatics. Those guys killed countless people. Jake said directly. You shouldn't actually say this. But I don't know why. Jiang Hao has an affinity that makes people get close to him. Let him subconsciously say what he wanted to say. By the time he reacted and realized that he couldn't say these words, he had already said them. It was too late to regret, so he could only secretly observe Vegeta's situation. After seeing that Vegeta and the others didn't make any move, as if they didn't hear anything, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What he didn't know was that Vegeta and the others had actually heard it. But they didn't care at all about what Jack said, because they themselves don't think they are good people. For the Saiyans who grew up on planet Vegeta, or who grew up in various killings, they don't like being called good people. As for why Jake was so respectful to Jiang Hao, it was because Jiang Hao's temperament made him feel that Jiang Hao was not an ordinary person. And Jiang Hao is obviously the leader of this group. Being able to make Saiyans follow him obediently is enough to prove that Jiang Hao is not an ordinary person. It's not a wise choice for you to speak Saiyan words in front of a Saiyan. Mr. Jiang, are you a Saiyan too? Jack was shocked. But you, where's your tail? He really didn't expect that Jiang Hao was also a Saiyan. After all, Jiang Hao not only doesn't have a Saiyan tail, he doesn't look like a Saiyan in character either. Saiyans are the kind of people who are very arrogant and have their nostrils turned upward. He is a pure, reckless man and a wicked person. When they encounter someone or something they are unhappy with, they will not think about how to solve it peacefully. Instead, go directly to solve the problem. If there is trouble, deal with the troublemaker. It is precisely because of this that the character of the victim is basically irritable and bad. I just have the words, "I am a bad person," written on my face. And Jiang Hao doesn't look like a bad person at all. So he never thought that Jiang Hao would be a Saiyan at all. Jiang Hao, how long are you going to talk about? Do you still want to go shopping? At this moment, the boomer came over and urged, "Okay, let's go now. Am I looking for a tour guide for us?" Jiang Hao looked at Bulma and smiled. Later, he took by Jake. "Jack, you should be very familiar with Taluo Star. We plan to visit Taluo Star. You don't mind being a tour guide for us?" Jack wanted to say he minded. And he's a galactic patrolman, not a tour guide. But Jiang Hao has said so. Can he refuse? "Is your name Jake?" "Hello, my name is Bulma. We are from the Earth. If you're the tour guide of this planet, then please take us to visit Taluo Star. Don't worry, you won't be underpaid." Bulma laughed at this time. "Ah, that's okay. Please come with me." Bulma said it directly. He did not dare to refuse Jiang Hao, so he could only act as a tour guide for Jiang Hao and the others. Although it was also the first time for Jake to come to Taro Star. But he is a galactic patrolman and has his own exclusive navigation system. It's quite suitable to be a tour guide for Jiang Hao and others. Afterwards, Jake really took the role of tour guide for Jiang Hao and the others, taking Jiang Hao and a large group of people around Taro Star. Taro Star is an industry, resource, and technology planet. The technological level of Taro Star is not low. Among them are many technologies that are relatively advanced for the Earth. Bulma also purchased a lot of things. However, because the environment of Taluo Star is average, it is mainly focused on industry and energy. There's not much to see. Jiang Hao and the others only spent the afternoon shopping and then left in the Ith ship. And Jack, who was originally going to Earth, also left with Jiang Hao and the others. Because during the contact, he learned that Sun Wukong was the Saiyan he wanted to deal with on Earth. As a result, Sun Wukong was also very inconsistent with the image of Saiyans in his impression. Whether it was the way he spoke or acted, it was completely different from the Saiyans in his impression. The most important thing is that Sun Wukong is still very strong. Even if he wanted to attack Sun Wukong, he was no match for him. In this case, his mission was naturally considered a failure. What shocked him even more was what came next, because he found that none of Jiang Hao's group had a combat power of less than 10,000. Asking for flowers. Although his combat power is not low, it only has more than 2,000 combat power. This combat effectiveness is actually not low, but compared to 10,000, it is definitely low. As for Jiang Hao, if he picks a random person among them, his combat power is more than 10,000. How can he not be surprised? And after leaving Taro Star, Jiang Hao's destination also surprised him, because Jiang Hao actually asked him to find Frieza. After he made it clear that Frieza was very powerful and had high combat effectiveness, Jiang Hao still did not change his mind. He even regretted boarding the Ith ship, although he admitted that Jiang Hao's combat effectiveness was not low. But in his opinion, Jiang Hao and the others could not be Frieza's opponents. The Frozen Demon Clan is a terrifying existence with a combat power of 100 million. Most people have no idea how powerful Frieza is. But no matter what he said, Jiang Hao just wouldn't change his mind. It's like he doesn't care at all. Not only Jiang Hao, but others also don't care. This made Jack's life on the Earth very uncomfortable these days. From time to time, images of himself being killed by Frieza would appear in his mind. But now it's impossible for him to leave, because Jiang Hao still needs him to lead the way to Frieza. There's no way Jiang Hao will let him go before he finds Frieza, on a planet not far from Tada. The 5 members of the Genio Special Forces team are all here. During this period of time, they've been waiting for news about the people of Legion Gita on this planet. A large plane. Kinyu and Geese are watching the battle between Bart and Lycum. This is how they pass the time when they are bored. As for Goku, as the weakest and least status person in the team, the task of staying in the spaceship and waiting for news naturally fell on him. The battle between Bart and Lycum looks very intense, but neither of them actually took it seriously. Bart didn't use his speed, and Lycum also restrained a lot of strength. The fight between the two was a pure fist-to-flesh fight. Such a fight would be silly to them. But as a performance, it is highly enjoyable to watch, because Jiang Hao is very happy to see it. At this moment, in the sky not far away, a black spot quickly turned into a person. It was none other than Goku. Lord Jiang Hao, there's news about the group of people who took Vegeta and the others away. Goku said directly as soon as he landed. Lycum and Bart had stopped at this time. After hearing Goku's voice, they also moved over immediately. Have you found him? Jiang Hao also looked overjoyed. Where are people? Compared to watching Lycum and Bart fight, he would rather see Vegeta in such a mess, preferably being beaten to death or something. Then when the time comes, I will mock him as useless in front of him. Vegeta's personality and lack of brains would definitely make him angry to death. Just thinking about it made Jiang Hao feel very refreshed. Lycum, Bart, and Geese were also very happy. Some people like to base their happiness on others' pain. And Jiang Hao, and they were obviously that kind of people. The more pain they see Vegeta, the happier they will be. There's a planet called Buckstar, not far from us. If the spacecraft is at full speed, it can pass in one day. Good as said. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go directly. Go and bring that trash Vegeta back and let him continue to complete his mission. Ha ha ha. A group of people flew excitedly towards the direction of the spacecraft. Buckstar, Earth stayed not far away. Jiang Hao and the others were having a picnic on a piece of flat land not far away. Gak is among them. The picnic was very lively. The food in the event is handled by specialized food robots. Although they are robots, the food made by these robots is very delicious. On his first day on board the F-ship, Jack fell in love with the food made by these robots. Because as long as it is the food they sell, no matter what kind of food it is very delicious. It was a delicacy he had never had anywhere else. Compare what he ate on Taro Star with the food made by those robots. The food he ate in Taro Star was no different from poop. But at this moment, facing the fragrant and delicious food, Jiang Hao had no appetite at all. When he thought about possibly facing Frisia next, he had no appetite at all. Not long ago, they ran into a squad of Frisia's Legion. The Frisia Legion team was also smart and did not directly attack Jiang Hao and the others. But after seeing Jiang Hao and the others, they ran away. You don't need to think about it to know that their location information has been completely exposed at this moment. Even if Jiang Hao asked him to take them to Frisia in the first place. He only thought Jiang Hao was joking, but he would regret it soon. But now it seems that Jiang Hao's 830 is not joking. They are serious. Even if he said that the fighting power of the Frozen Demon Clan might be as high as hundreds of millions, Jiang Hao and the others were indifferent. This left Jack helpless. It's hard to persuade him to find a dead ghost, but he wants to leave. But the problem is that Jiang Hao won't let him go at all. Without a spaceship, he cannot survive in the vacuum of space. And his spaceship has long been hidden by Jiang Hao. He couldn't find it even if he tried to look for it. He said that after taking care of Frisia, he would return the spaceship to him. Hey, your name is Gak. I'm Krillin. Let's meet him. Just when Gak was in a daze, thinking about how he would die in the hands of Frisia, a voice suddenly sounded from beside him. Jacques turned his head and saw a tall figure. Hello. You seem to be afraid of Frisia. Krillin said confused. As an Earthling, Krillin cannot be afraid of Frisia. But this is normal. After all, the Earth is too far away from the universe. He also knows very little about Frisia. The only thing known about Frisia is that Frisia destroyed the Saiyan planet, Planet Vegeta, and almost all the Saiyans died at the hands of Frisia. The power of destroying a planet or something is really surprising. But to say that Klin is afraid, it is not enough to be king. After all, Klin's combat power is not weak now. If he wants to destroy a planet, he can do it. And it's kind of easy. You are from Earth, and you have few opportunities to come into contact with the universe. So naturally you will not know how terrifying Frisia is. The Frisia that most people know is not the real him. Or it's not his real strength. Frisia's power is much more terrifying than you think. It's just that the combat power exceeds 100 million. There's nothing special about it. Hearing this, Clin said with an indifferent smile. Although Clin's combat power is still far from breaking 100 million. But if there are 3 beings with a combat power of over 100 million around anyone, the more they come into contact, the combat power of over 100 million will not sound so amazing. Half a year later, Jiang Hao has never trained in a gravity training room. But after taking the super holy water again, and he has been strengthening himself with mental power, his combat power has already increased from a normal 3 billion half a year ago to the normal 8.2 billion combat power. After integrating Broly's passing genes, Jiang Hao's potential has been changed again. After taking the super holy water, his potential was greatly stimulated, which directly doubled Jiang Hao's combat effectiveness. After that, Jiang Hao used his mind power to develop his potential every day, and his combat effectiveness improved very quickly. Half a year later, his normal combat power reached 8.2 billion. Jiang Hao told him this when Clin asked him casually a few days ago. As for Wukong's changes, Clin is not sure. After all, Wukong cannot understand the changes in his combat power like Jiang Hao. But what is certain is that Wukong's combat power is more than 600 million. Finally, there is Broly. Among the 3, Broly is the weakest, but his growth rate is not slow either. In half a year, Broly, who originally had a fighting strength of more than 60 million, now has a fighting strength of 120 million. Almost doubled. Compared to Goku and Sun Wukong, Broly's improvement is definitely slower. But this has something to do with him not taking the super holy water. Broly is different from Goku and Jiang Hao. If his strength increases too quickly, he won't be able to control it all. Therefore, Jiang Hao never gave Broly any super holy water from beginning to end. He didn't let Sun Wukong fight with him to speed up his growth. Instead, let him practice with Wukong first. First, learn to control Qi and control your own power. When Jiang Hao felt that Broly could fully control his own power, Jiang Hao would give him super holy water and let Monkey King fight against him to speed up his growth. Moreover, a combat power of 120 million is just Broly's normal situation. As a Saiyan, Broly can naturally enter the Super Saiyan form. Even if he doesn't transform, he is already a Super Saiyan. But he can also enter the Super League form based on the current situation. It belongs exclusively to him in his own Super Race form, although it is also only a 50-fold increase. But with a 50-fold increase, the combat power would be 600 billion, compared with Frieza's combat power of only 120 million. Broly can easily kill Frieza. Broly is the weakest of the 3, with Sun Wukong and Jiang Hao coming later. Combat will only get easier. Under such circumstances, how could Krillin think Frieza was scary and how powerful his 120 million combat power was? Do you know what it means to have a combat power of over 100 million? Seeing Klin's indifferent attitude, Jake froze for a moment, then said excitedly. Kellen was helpless. He could only pat Jaka and could calm down. Don't get excited. Of course I know it's powerful to have a combat power of over 100 million, but we only have 3 of them here with a combat power of over 100 million. So Frieza has nothing to fear. The 3 battle strengths exceeded 100 million. Jake was stunned. He didn't have a combat effectiveness tester, so he had no way of knowing what Jiang Hao's combat effectiveness was on the spaceship. But he could feel how powerful Jiang Hao and the others were. But in his opinion, Jiang Hao should only have a few million combat history. But Sun Wukong and the others are worse, estimated to be hundreds of thousands. No wonder he thinks so. Rather, in the universe, those with a combat power of more than 100,000 are already very rare. Not to mention millions of fighting power. Jaka thinks Jiang Hao's combat power is more than 1 million, but he already thinks highly of Jiang Hao. Yes, 3, Clin said with a smile. You just boarded the spaceship, and no one told you about it. It's normal not to know. Are you kidding me? 3 existences with over 100 million combat power? Jacques looked disbelieving. Why would I lie to you? It's true, Kellen said speechlessly. There was indeed only 1/2 a year ago, but with the help of Jiang Hao, Wukong's combat power has already exceeded 100 million. There's also Broly, who also had a combat power of over 100 million just 2 months ago. And there is Jiang Hao. That guy is the best among us. If you talk about monsters, that guy is the weirdest of us. He is so strong that he doesn't look like a human being. In this world, I really can't think of anything that Jiang Hao can't do. Kellen praised. Let's talk about how confident Clint is in Jiang Hao. That is so confident that Jiang Hao is more confident in himself. Even Jiang Hao himself doesn't feel that he is omnipotent now. But in Kellen's view, Jiang Hao is really omnipotent. Anyway, he has never seen any difficulty that can stop Jiang Hao. Listen to Clint's words and look at Clint's expression. Jack was silent. They were enjoying the delicious food while taking a look. There was no worry on their faces, and some were just happy people. Jack suddenly believed what Clint said, although what Clint just said sounded outrageous. 3 existences with combat power exceeding 100 million. He couldn't even think about it. But I saw that no one was worried about Frisia at all. He finally realized that perhaps it was because Jiang Hao and the others had 3 existences with a combat power exceeding 100 million. So everyone will not worry about Frisia's arrival at all. Thinking of this, Jiaku's original worry disappeared. The worry was gone. He smelled the aroma of food, and his appetite returned immediately. Then he also joined the picnic. Gak, since you're the space patrol, you must have been in many places. By the way, I don't know much about Frisia. Why don't you tell me about Frisia? Krillin suddenly became interested in Frisia. Okay. Jack nodded. Frisia is a very cruel person, cruel and murderous. If you are his enemy, he will try to kill you. If he doesn't like you very much, he will torture you first, and if he can't torture you, he will kill you 0.4. This is a very evil guy once. The other side, after Jinyo and others flew at full speed in the spaceship for a day, finally entered the small galaxy where Buckstar is located. Along the way, they have been in contact with the person responsible for watching Jiang Hao and his Frisia Legion. Knowing that Jiang Hao and the others are still on Buckstar, they have not left at all. Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa are also among them. Master Jinyo, do you want me to explore the way first? Geese cleared manually. No, the spaceship goes directly to Buckstar. I can't wait to see Vegeta's expression when he sees me. Kinyo directly refused. He has the ability to swap bodies with others. If you can't beat the opponent, just use your ability to forcibly swap the opponent's body with your own. If you can beat it, that's even better. There is no need to change the body directly. In this case, Jinyo doesn't need to worry about anything. Moreover, he really couldn't wait to know what Vegeta's expression would be like when he saw him appear in front of him. Lycum and Bart also looked excited. Because I can start torturing Vegeta again soon, I feel excited just thinking about it. Especially Lycum. He was already thinking about how to torture Vegeta next without killing him. The spacecraft quickly entered Buck's atmosphere. Then land. Jinyo and others walked out of the spaceship. Jinyo and Geese opened the combat power tester. They used a high-end version of the combat power tester, which not only can test the maximum combat power of 10 million, but also can test the combat power over long distance. This also allows the high-end version of the combat power tester to be used to find enemies. Jinyo and the others don't know how to sense air, so they can't lock onto the enemy like Gong Hao and the others. You can only use the combat effectiveness tester to find the target. Soon, the combat effectiveness tester locked several pieces of combat effectiveness data. The combat power that Jinyo locked was actually 300,000. Seeing the combat effectiveness data displayed on the combat effectiveness tester, Jinyo was not only not afraid, but also full of surprise. He did not expect that among the targets this time, there would be existences with a combat power of up to 300,000. It is higher than the 120,000 combat power of his current body. Lord Jijinyu, there is actually a person with a combat power of 300,000. The surprised voice of Geese sounded next to him. 300,000. Bart, Lycum, and Gouda looked at Jis, who was speaking, very surprised. Among the people they are looking for this time, there are actually 300,000 combatants. This is really rare. In the universe, those with a combat power of 10,000 are relatively common, but those with a combat power of more than 10,000 are relatively rare. Those with hundreds of thousands are even rarer among the rare. So far, the only ones they have seen with a fighting strength of over 100,000 are Jinyu and Frisia. The rest, the strongest combat force they have ever seen, is only 80,000 Combat 11. The combat strength reaches 300,000, which is the first time they have seen it. How can you not be surprised? But they were just surprised, because they all know Jinyo's abilities. He can forcibly swap bodies with others. It doesn't matter if the combat effectiveness is higher than theirs. Gay girls can still swap bodies with each other. After exchanging bodies, Jinyo can choose to directly occupy the other person's body. You can also choose to attack yourself after switching bodies, seriously injuring yourself, and then switch your bodies back. In this case, it doesn't matter even if the opponent's combat power is higher than his. So a few people were just a little surprised but not scared. Let's go there now. Jinyo's calm voice sounded. There was no audible panic. Obviously, he didn't pay attention to the aura of 300,000 combat power. Then several people flew directly in the direction of the breath displayed on the combat effectiveness tester. The other side, Jiang Hao noticed the arrival of Jinyo and the others immediately. Jiang Hao already knew it when their spacecraft entered the galaxy where Buckstar was located. After making a wish to the Belunga dragon to create space, Jiang Hao then spent some time to continue to develop this capability. Combined with micro-wormhole technology, Jiang Hao developed a fixed portable space. Later, because he had mastered the power, Jiang Hao began to fill this space with nuclear energy. Coupled with the mental ability obtained from the Great Elder, Jiang Hao's mental ability has been greatly strengthened. The energy of void-level weapons is thoughts. The stronger the intention, the stronger the effect of void-level weapons. Under this situation, Jiang Hao has begun to use Zhengyang to forcibly create and define Hongmeng out of nothing in his personal space. At present, 10% of the progress has been completed. After all, Hongmeng is a celestial-level supercomputer, and because the universe is different, its definition is still somewhat hindered. But even if it's just 10%, the current Hongmeng can already do a lot for Jiang Hao. For example, ultra-long-distance early warning. The moment Jinyo's spacecraft entered the galaxy where Buckstar was located, Hongmeng conveyed the message to Jiang Hao. Then Jinyo and the others came under Jiang Hao's surveillance. What they didn't know was that from the moment they entered the galaxy where Buckstar was located, a pair of eyes had been staring at them from all angles. The combat power data of 300,000 that Jinyo and Geese saw through the combat power tester belonged to Vegeta. After this period of training, Vegeta has increased his combat power to 300,000. As for Jiang Hao and the others, their aura is mostly hidden. The combat effectiveness tester cannot check it all. Broly and Paragus joined Jiang Hao and the others half a year earlier than Vegeta. Under the guidance of Krillin and Wukong, the father and son have long since learned to master Chi. Naturally, he also learned how to hide his own Chi. Naturally, Jinyo's combat effectiveness tester could not detect their combat effectiveness. Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz all just joined not long ago. I'm just now starting to learn how to master Chi. Clint hasn't even taught them how to hide his Chi. At this time, the picnic has been going on for some time. Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz were transforming into ruthless rice dryers, frantically showing off food into their mouths. Saiyans have huge appetites. Especially during this period of time, their fighting power has increased crazily, and their appetite has also increased. Vegeta. Jiang Hao's voice suddenly sounded. I heard it was Jiang Hao calling me. Vegeta was stunned for a moment, then quickly chewed the food in his mouth clean. What's the matter? Mr. Jiang. During this period, Jiang Hao was very helpful to Vegeta. A bottle of super holy water completely stimulated his potential. Not only did they increase their combat power to 280,000 at one time, and as long as he trains seriously every day, his combat experience will be improved by at least 2 terms. This is why his current combat strength is more than 300,000. In addition, Jiang Hao was much stronger than him, and he was completely convinced by Jiang Hao. For Jiang Hao, he is also called Mr. Jiang directly. As for others, even though Goku's fighting power is stronger than him, Vegeta doesn't look at him seriously at all. As for Broly, he will use time to prove that he is the second strongest Saiyan. As for the number one, it is naturally Jiang Hao. The Genie Special Forces have arrived at Buckstar. They're flying over. Clint has already taught you the aura sensor. You can sense it. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Vegeta froze for a moment. Then great joy. To say who he wanted to meet and kill the most right now, Jinyo would definitely bear the brunt. As for why it's not Frieza, it's naturally because of his current combat power. Even if he encounters Frieza, there's nothing he could do against Frieza. And if it's Kinyo, his current fighting power is enough to kill Jinyo. As for Jinyo's ability, she can forcefully swap bodies with others. Of course, he also knows this. But Jiang Hao has told him that Jinyo's ability will not take effect as long as he is around. For Jiang Hao, he naturally believed it. After Naba and Raditz heard Jiang Hao's words, they also put down the food in their hands and stood up. Vegeta has a grudge against the Kinutai Sentai, and they naturally also have a grudge against the Kinutai Sentai. After all, as Vegeta's subordinates, they were often ridiculed and insulted by Jinyo and the others, even beat him to death. Several times, they almost died at the hands of Jinyu, Lycum, and Bart's gang. It would be a lie to say that there is no enmity. In the past, they had no strength to take revenge. But now they are powerful. With Jiang Hao's help, a large number of S cells were produced in the two of them and in Vegeta's body. Although their combat effectiveness did not reach 2 million, you can still enter Super Saiyan form. Because his combat power is too low, he can only maintain the Super Saiyan form for a short time. At most, it will last for a minute and a half. Once they fail to end the battle within 1.5 minutes, they will be forced to contact from the super match state due to exhaustion of physical strength. But 1.5 minutes was enough for them to kill everyone in the Jinyo Special Forces team. Of course, even if you don't enter the super competition state. With Nappa's current combat power of 80,000 and Raditz's combat power of 60,000, the two of them together are enough to kill the other 4 people in the Kinu Special team, except Kinu. As for where the two of them got so much fighting power, naturally, Jiang Hao used his mind to help them develop their potential. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the two of them to improve their combat effectiveness by so much in almost 10 days of practice. As for Jiang Hao, he used his mind to help them improve their combat effectiveness 383. Naturally, I was waiting for this day, because he really wanted to see how Jinyo and the others would look when they were beaten up by people who once regarded them as trash. Otherwise, if someone from their side takes action, even if Tianjin Fan, who is almost at the bottom, takes action with Tianjin Fan's current strength, he can instantly kill everyone in the Jinyu Special team except Jinyu. The gap is too big. In the setting of Dragon Ball, if the combat power of one party exceeds 30%, it is almost equivalent to crushing. More than 50% were massacres. If it exceeds 100%, it is a flash sale. Tianjin Fan's current combat power is higher than Vegeta's, reaching 420,000. In terms of combat effectiveness, they completely crushed Jinyo and the others. If he takes action, everyone except Jinyu will be killed instantly. As for why it is everyone except gay girls, it's because gay girls can forcibly swap bodies with others. If Jiang Hao were not present, no one on their side would be able to guard against Jinyo's abilities. Unless they make a wish with Shenlong in advance, no one can occupy their bodies. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to guard against Jinyo's ability. As for why Jiang Hao's ability is useless when he is present, naturally, it's because Jiang Hao's mind is powerful enough, and he also has the void-level weapon Zhengyang. Jiang Hao could directly use Jinyu's abilities. I even directly defined it for him. Vegeta has learned Ki sensing from Krillin. Nappa and Raditz also learned the skill of Chi perception. The skill of Chi sense is not difficult. As Saiyans, they learn things very quickly, especially skills related to combat. They didn't know how to do it before, it's just that no one taught them. Sure enough, as soon as their Chi senses were turned on, they immediately sensed the familiar auras of Jinyo and others. Go ahead, I don't care how you deal with it, but remember to be the first to come back alive. Jiang Hao's voice sounded. Okay, Vegeta responded. Then he flew directly in the direction of Jiang Hao and the others. Nappa and Raditz naturally followed immediately. Today is their revenge day. How could they not follow them? The other side, Jiang Hao and his group of 5 people were flying at high speed. Suddenly, an energy wave flew from a distance. This wave of energy came quickly and suddenly, so that none of the 5 Jiang Hao people could react. All 5 people were enveloped in the energy wave. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. In a burst of black fog, the figures of the 5 Jiang Hao fell to the ground. They looked a little embarrassed with their gray heads and faces. Boo! Jiang Hao said angrily. He didn't expect that he would be attacked unexpectedly. Although he was not injured, being attacked by someone was a great shame and humiliation for him. Bart, like him, G.I.'s and Goku also felt disgraced. But apart from looking miserable, the 4 of them were not injured. Although the energy wave just hit them, it was not powerful enough to cause damage to them, let alone kill them. Yo, look who I saw. Isn't this the most elite Jinyu Special Forces team under King Frieza? Why haven't we seen each other in half a year? They're like this. They can't even dodge my energy wave. I'm so sorry. I just want to make a joke with you. I didn't expect you to fail to avoid it. I apologize. Raditz's figure fell from the sky. The energy wave just now was caused by him. Behind Raditz, Nappa and Vegeta followed closely behind. The eyes of the Jiang Hao special team immediately locked onto the 3 of them. Including Jiang Hao, 5 people were shocked. Then his face darkened. Nappa's doubtful eyes fell on Raditz. When did this guy become so sarcastic? What Nappa didn't know was that Jiang Hao taught him these words. Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz, you 3 losers, I didn't expect that we didn't go looking for you, but you came for us instead. Lycum's voice sounded. The next second, Raditz suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed his right back. Then, everyone saw Raditz grabbing Geese's neck with one hand and lifting him up. Hey, isn't this Geese? Why, you want to make a sneak attack? It turned out that Lycum's voice, just now, was deliberately trying to attract Raditz's attention. Githa's abilities are somewhat special. Even the key sense couldn't detect him. We also have Jiang Hao here. Although Jiang Hao is not here, Jiang Hao knows what is going on here better than they who are at the scene. It was Jiang Hao who reminded Raditz that he discovered Geese who wanted to make a sneak attack. Caught him in one fell swoop. When they saw Geese being captured by Raditz, the faces of all the members of the Kanuta team were filled with disbelief. When did that loser Raditz become so powerful? The most panicked person was naturally Geese, who was being choked by Raditz at the moment. He never expected that loser Raditz to find him. I didn't even expect that crap Raditz to become so powerful. The hand holding his neck was so strong that he couldn't break free. The lack of oxygen in his brain made him feel the breath of death. At this moment, he couldn't help feeling a little afraid of Raditz. The faces of Jiang Hao, Bart, Lycum, and Goku all became extremely ugly. When Jiang Hao pointed the combat power tester at Raditz, Vegeta, and Nappa. After the combat effectiveness of the 3 people is displayed on the combat effectiveness tester. The expression on Jiang Hao's face changed, and she was filled with shock. How is it possible that you have a combat power of 300,000? Vegeta, how can you, a loser, have a combat power of 300,000? And Nappa and Raditz, these 2 losers, one has a combat power of 80,000 and the other has a combat power of 60,000. The combat effectiveness tester must be broken. Jiang Hao didn't believe it. Bart, Lycum, and Goku heard this and immediately took out their combat effectiveness testers. Naturally, they also have combat effectiveness testers. It's just that when they don't fight, they basically don't know how to fight. After all, wearing the combat effectiveness tester slightly would affect their vision. There is always some discomfort when wearing it when not fighting. When putting on the combat power tester, I saw the fighting history of the 3 Vegetas. The 3 Barts were dumbfounded. How could they not know the fighting prowess of the 3 Vegetas? The previous Vegeta could hold himself to death for 15,000. Nappa's life is only more than 3,000. Raditz was the toughest, and he couldn't even survive until he died. Pure waste of pure waste. A minor character that they can kill at will. But now, Raditz has a combat strength of 60,000, and Nappa has a combat strength of 80,000. The most exaggerated one is Vegeta, a total of 300,000 combat power. It is more than twice as strong as Jinyo's 120,000 combat power. This kind of fighting power is enough to kill everyone on their side instantly. Lord Jinyo, we see here that Vegeta also has a fighting strength of 300,000. Bart and others said with ugly faces. The reason why Jinyo suspected that the combat effectiveness tester might be broken. It's because he knows very well what kind of fighting power the previous Vegeta had. In half a year, his combat power increased by 1,000 to 15,000, which is already considered an exaggeration. After not seeing each other for half a year, this guy had a combat power of 300,000. He did have reason to suspect that the combat effectiveness tester was broken, because it's too exaggerated. But his combat effectiveness tester is broken, so Bart and their combat effectiveness testers can't be broken as well. Boom! He casually threw Geese, who had rolled his eyes, to the ground aside. Raditz had no intention of killing Geese so easily. These guys had tortured them and beaten them a lot in the past. Killing them so easily is too cheap for them. He didn't intend to kill Geese so easily. Cough, cough, cough. Thrown to the ground by Raditz. After you can breathe again. Keith coughed a few times first. Just recovered. After recovering, Geezy felt regretful at first. I was just careless. Because of his anger, he lost his mind for a moment and ran over to sneak attack Raditz without checking Raditz's combat power first. Gith always has the habit of using a combat power tester to check his opponent's combat power before fighting. But this time, because of his anger, he lost his mind for a while. Only then would there be the scene just now. At this moment, when he turned on a combat power tester, he discovered that Raditz, who used to have a combat power of more than 1,000, now had a combat power of 60,000. No wonder this guy's strength just now made him unable to resist. His combat power is only over 30,000. It's almost twice as bad as Raditz. Naturally, he is no match for Raditz, who has a combat power of 60,000. But he was still a little confused. That's how Raditz found him. He was invisible just now. Even if Raditz's fighting ability is stronger than him, there is no reason to find him. After all, after he became invisible, even Jinyo, whose combat power was above 10, could not detect him. But Raditz discovered it with a combat power of 60,000. How on earth did this guy do it? Then just took a look at Vegeta and Nappa's fighting prowess. Nappa's combat strength was 80,000, while Vegeta's combat strength reached a terrifying 300,000. You know, even Frieza only has a combat power of 530,000. Geezy didn't know that Frieza's combat power of 530,000 was his first form. In the entire Frieza Legion, very few people know that Frieza has several forms. Jinyo is one of them. There's also Bailey Blue. She is Frieza's housekeeper and is responsible for taking care of Frieza's life. There are some words that even a gay girl would not dare to say to Frieza, but you, Babaru, dare. Finally, there is Kikono, Frieza's chief scientist. All the high-tech equipment of Frieza's Legion, the super-large spaceship that Frieza rides on, and the combat effectiveness tester all come from him. Before Frieza took over the Legion, he had already followed Frieza's father, King Kurd, and was considered an old man. And Geese is just an ordinary member of the Genie Special Forces, so naturally she doesn't know that the 530,000 combat power is only the combat power of Frieza's first form. So when Geese discovered that Vegeta's combat power reached a terrifying 300,000, everyone was stunned. You three losers, I didn't expect you to become so powerful after not seeing each other for half a year. But, so what if I become more powerful, Vegeta? Have you forgotten my ability? You shouldn't have appeared in front of me and been so close to me. Jinyo sneered. Then he directly started to activate his own abilities. Bart, Keith and others are not stupid either. Hearing Jinyo's words, he immediately understood that their boss was going to activate his ability and switch bodies with Vegeta. The three of them also immediately aimed at Kinyu, preparing to give Vegeta a wolf directly after Kinyu switch her body with Vegeta. 3 seconds later, accompanied by Jinyo's body shaking, Lycum, Bart, and Goku took action at the same time. Lycum directly used his unique skill on Kinyu, Lycum's disappearing cannon. Bart took advantage of his speed and launched a swift blow against Jiang Hao. Goku has the lowest combat effectiveness, so he simply used his combat power to restrict Jiang Hao's movements so that Lycum and Bart's attacks would not fail. Lycum directly used Lycum's disappearing cannon, not worrying that it would directly kill Vegeta, whose body had been swapped, because Jiang Hao's own combat power is as high as 120,000. Although the power of his Lycum disappearing cannon is not bad, but it wasn't enough to kill Jiang Hao, who had a combat power of 120,000 with one blow. At most, it would seriously injure him. Not even serious injuries. But coupled with Bart's attack, serious injury is enough. Wait, Jiang Hao opened his eyes and saw Lycum and Bart attacking him. Just as he was about to speak, it was already too late, because the two people's attacks have already fallen. Vegeta, on the other side, had his hands folded in front of his chest, looking calm. In fact, he was a little panicked just now. He knew Jiang Hao's ability. Even if Jiang Hao said that with him around, Jiang Hao's ability would not work. But he still had some nerves about him. Fortunately, Jiang Hao's ability really failed. Watch as Kinyu is knocked away by the combined attacks of Lycum, Bart, and Goku. A sneer appeared on Vegeta's face. What he fears most is Jiang Hao's ability to forcibly switch bodies with others. Now that Jiang Hao's ability is invalid, his fear of Jiang Hao is gone. Bart, did you hear what that guy Vegeta said just now? What else can I say? It's definitely not a nice thing to say, but now that Lady Genie has become a Saiyan, can't she stop scolding Saiyans in the future? Kinyu-sama doesn't care about this. He just changed his body. If there is a more powerful body in the future, Kitu-sama will give up Vegeta's body without hesitation. It's just that I won't be able to see Vegeta's familiar face angry in the future, and it will probably be a lot less fun. Lycum and Bart were talking there. They completely didn't notice that Jiang Hao, who was beaten away by them and was seriously injured at the moment, was looking at them with eyes that wanted to kill someone. At this time, they were already looking in the direction of Vegeta. Logically speaking, after Genie-sama and Vegeta exchange bodies, they should just do it directly. Why is Lady Jiang Hao still standing there with her hands folded? You two idiots don't think that I dare to come to you, but don't have the means to deal with you. Vegeta looked at the two of them like idiots and said coldly. Bart and Lycum, who were still smiling, were suddenly stunned. Oops, Lady Kitty didn't switch bodies with Vegeta. Goku's voice sounded. After saying that, he was about to get up and fly in the direction where Jiang Hao was knocked away. Keith saw that Raditz wasn't paying attention to him. He wanted to get away. Click! The next second, Raditz's foot stepped directly on his foot, and a terrifying force exploded. Keith's right foot was directly stepped on by Raditz, and the bone even penetrated through the flesh and blood. Ah! Keith screamed. Raditz didn't care. That's how Jizz stepped on him back then. His hands and feet were broken at the time. It took half a year to recover. Those memories, even now, are still fresh in his mind. And Nappa also moved at the same time. Goku wanted to check on Jiang Hao. The next second, the tall Naba appeared in front of him. Naba is very tall. At 2.2 meters tall, he is no worse than Bart 287 in terms of size. He has a tall body, strong muscles, a face that does not look like a good guy, and a big bald head. Just standing there, without doing anything, can make people scared. In front of him, Goku, who was only 1.4 meters tall, was no different from a child. He saw Nappa suddenly appearing in front of him. Goku's expression changed. He immediately held his breath and took advantage of the momentary pause in time to directly distance himself from Nabara. But the Naba now is not the Naba before. Not only did the combat effectiveness increase to 80,000, and in the previous 10 days, he learned how to control Chi from Krillin. Use your own power more flexibly. This also greatly improved his actual combat strength. If we talk about him in the past, he could only exert 40% of his maximum strength at most. So now he can exert at least 60% of his maximum strength. Just as Goku pulled away, Naba had already caught up with him. Where are you going? Naba directly grabbed Gudu's feet before he could fully fly. With a strong movement of his hand, Gudu was pulled down from midair. Seeing this scene, Lycum and Bart naturally wouldn't stop watching. Nappa is now an enemy. Naba will definitely not let them go even if he takes care of Gudu. So when Naba turned his back to them, Kunkamu took action directly. I saw Lycum spreading his thick legs and rushing directly towards Naba. He was very fast and rushed behind Naba almost instantly. When he was only a few meters away from Nappa, he flew directly up. Bend your right leg and lift your knee. Lycum flying kick. Lycum did not use the Lycum vanishing cannon because Gudu is now too close to Naba. When he uses the Lycum disappearing cannon, it will accidentally, BBFG, hurt Gudu. It's not that he cares about the camaraderie of his teammates, but although Gudu's combat ability is not very good, he can pause time for a short time besides holding his breath. You can also use telekinesis to restrain enemies. It's a very good assistant. With Gudu present and their cooperation, they still have the ability to deal with Nappa, a man with a combat power of 80,000. Otherwise, they will wait to die together. After all, Nappa's combat power was much higher than theirs. His fighting power is only 560,000, while Nappa's is 80,000, which is 44% higher than his fighting power. When one party's combat power is 30% higher than the others, it is basically crushed. Nappa's combat effectiveness is 44% higher than his, and he is on their side, except for Jiang, who has the strongest combat effectiveness. Even he was crushed by Nappa. Not to mention Bart and Gudu. As for Keith, not only did that guy have a broken leg, he was also trampled under by Raditz. Combat strength has been reduced by at least half, and it has become a waste. What's more, he is being stepped on by Raditz now, so he can't come to help him at all. It's a pity that Lycum overestimated himself and underestimated Nappa's growth during this period. No need to look back. Nappa, who can perceive chi, has already sensed Lycum's approach, before Lycum could touch him. The energy bomb that had been condensed in his hand was thrown out with a backhand. Lycum's whole body collided directly with the energy bomb. The whole person was directly blown away by the terrifying explosion. This time it was Nappa who took action. The damage caused is much higher than that caused by Raditz before. Lycum, who couldn't dodge in time, used his arms to protect his body in the first place. But the violent explosion still took away a lot of flesh and blood on the back of his hand, revealing deep white bones. At the same time, Naba kicked out again. He just kicked Bart, who was trying to sneak attack him. The latter was also kicked away directly. This kind of refreshing feeling of casually solving the opponent's opponent by raising his hand made Naba very comfortable. The smile on his face almost turned into a flower. In the past, when he faced Bart, Lycum, and Gudu, he didn't even dare to look at them. There is no way. The strength gap is too big. And when these guys taught Vegeta a lesson, he and Raditz also received a lot of beatings from them. There is no small amount of hatred towards them. For the first time, Naba felt as happy as he did now because of his strength. After all, killing some natives who won't resist is not as satisfying as torturing your enemies. Jiang also flew back with her seriously injured body at this time. As soon as he came back, he saw Naba beating several of his men alone. Gudu was even dragged by one of his legs and smashed on the ground. Several large craters were smashed into the ground. As for Gudu, who was caught by him, he was like a dead dog at the moment, without any movement in his hands. Jiang secretly cursed a few idiots for attacking him without seeing clearly. But at the same time, he was also very angry because he failed to exchange bodies with Vegeta. But his current physical injury is too serious. I have to change my body. Although his combat power is as high as 120,000. But being attacked by Lycum and Bart without any preparation, it was not bad that he didn't die. Since Vegeta's body cannot be replaced, then switched to Raditz and Nappa. Thinking of this, Jiang first chose Raditz as her target. Activate the ability again. After a while, Jiang started to study, her face full of disbelief. How is it possible? Why doesn't it work? Could it be that my ability has failed? It shouldn't be. Why is the ability malfunctioning? Raditz failed. Jinyo immediately chose Nappa as her target. After a few seconds, it still failed. Jinyo panicked. Why did my ability suddenly become useless? Why can't it be activated? Why can't I switch bodies with others? It shouldn't be. What exactly is going on? No, try again. This time, the target was Bart. 2 seconds later, Jinyo realized that he had succeeded and his perspective changed. But what followed was a fist the size of a sandbag. Punch him directly in the face. 6. You can imagine the pain after being punched in the nose. What's more, this punch was delivered by Naba. That guy didn't hold back much. The pain was so severe that Jinyo almost fainted. The pain on his face made him scream subconsciously. Naba, who had his body changed, was also stunned. Why did my boss switch bodies with me? Shouldn't it be to switch bodies with Vegeta and the others? What the hell is the gay boss doing? And now he felt pain all over his body. Jinyo's body was seriously injured. It was so serious that Bart, whose body had been changed, felt that the pain was unbearable even when he moved around. In this case, Jinyo's combat power of 120,000 might not be able to use even half of it. Bart didn't wait to think about it. The next second, he found that he was being beaten so hard that all the bones in his body were about to be broken. Because at this moment, someone is grabbing his leg and playing whack-a-mole. And he was the hammer being caught. At this moment, Bart just wanted to say one thing to Jinyo. I'll F***K you, uncle. After changing her body and no longer being beaten, Jinyo felt much better. At least my mind is no longer buzzing. Although his whole body hurt now, it felt like being hit with a hammer. And the recent success has shown that his ability has not failed. The problem is not with him. So it's clear where the problem lies. It's Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa who have problems. If you can't swap your bodies, then you and the others are definitely no match for Vegeta and the others. Thinking of this, Jinyo has already retired. At this moment, Vegeta also moved. Because he has received a message from Jiang Hao, Jinyo decided to quit and was ready to run away. How could Vegeta watch Kinu run away? It's fun to watch a movie, but it's not as fun as taking revenge yourself. Without Kitty noticing, Vegeta suddenly appeared above Kitty. Boom! There was a loud bang. The comet arrives. Jinyo was directly stepped into the ground by Vegeta. A huge deep pit was directly trampled on the solid ground. Poof! After being stepped on like this, it spurted out in one gulp. Then it was time for Vegeta's performance. Vegeta, who has a combat power of 300,000, is no match for Jinyo even when she is not injured. Not to mention the gay girl who is now seriously injured. After losing the ability to forcibly change the body, Jinyo no longer poses any threat to Vegeta. Even if Vegeta wanted to, he could kill Jinyo directly. But killing Kinyu like this was not what Vegeta wanted. Looking at the little girl at his feet, Vegeta thought of some unpleasant memories from the past. So, a very cruel smile appeared on his face. In a blink of an eye, 10 minutes passed. At this time, Jinyo was already very miserable. There is no good place on the whole body, and the whole body is like a huge purple rotten flesh. Geese was held in one hand by Raditz. See this scene with your own eyes. At this moment, his eyes are full of fear. The means and cruelty of the Vegeta 3 have never been worse than them. What was worse than them before was only strength. It can be seen from the extent of Jinyo's misery at this time. The Vegeta, even if you kill me, Master Frieza will avenge me. In the deep pit, Jinyo, who no longer looks like a human, spoke intermittently. He already knew that he was dead. Just now, he found that not only could he not swap bodies with Vegeta and the others, even Buck and the others, who were able to switch their bodies just now, can no longer switch their bodies. Although I don't know what the reason is. What is certain is that he is dead this time. He didn't think Vegeta would let him go. Frieza? Huh. You will meet in hell soon. Vegeta snorted coldly when he heard Kinyu's words and didn't care. You don't know how powerful Master Frieza is. I really don't know if it was before, but now. Isn't it just that the combat power is 100 million? Don't worry, I will let him accompany you soon. Hearing Vegeta's words, Kinu's eyes widened for a moment, as if she was shocked as to why Vegeta knew about this. But Vegeta obviously had no intention of telling him the answer. A direct energy wave blasted him to pieces. The other side, Nappa also released energy bombs, sent away the inhuman Bart, Lycum, and Gudu, who were also tortured. At this point, except for one Gith who survived the entire Genio special team, the rest were completely destroyed. After killing Kinyu, Vegeta's mood was much better than before. So this is what it feels like to have someone supporting you behind your back. It's really good. At that moment, Vegeta was even a little obsessed, but he quickly realized that no matter how strong others were, they were still others. He was a Saiyan prince, so how could he have such a mentality? Then the three began to return with Geese. The other side, Jack was chatting with Kling. While chatting, he suddenly discovered that Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa were no longer there. Hey, where are Vegeta, Nana, and Raditz? Why can't they see anyone? Gak asked in confusion. They just seemed to leave. Leaving? Jacques was startled, although Jiang Hao and Goku changed some of his views on Saiyans. However, Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa have not changed much, and they're still in line with his consistent view of the Jia people. Those three guys are not very nice people. It wouldn't be a good thing for the universe if they left. Don't worry, I should be doing something. Otherwise, Jiang Hao wouldn't let them leave. Clint smiled and patted Jake on the shoulder. Hearing this, Jake also breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, there is Jiang Hao, although we have only been together for a few days. But the feeling Jiang Hao gave him was the same as Clint's feeling when he saw Jiang Hao. That is, he was omnipotent. In particular, he has resolved to learn Jiang Hao's real combat power from Kellen. To be honest, if he hadn't gotten along with him and had a general understanding of what kind of person Kellen was, he would never have believed his words. That's outrageous. Just as he was talking, in the sky in the distance, the three figures of Vegeta appeared. The figures of the three people quickly zoomed in. After a while, the three of them fell to the ground. Jacques immediately noticed Geese in Raditz's hand. That's Geese from the Kinyu Special Forces. Why was he brought back by Raditz and the others? Jake was very surprised and shocked. Frisia's genuine team is notorious in the universe. Any random person coming out from inside is not something that an ordinary patrolman like him can deal with. But now he saw something, a Saiyan who was supposed to be on the same side as Frisia. Now, the members of Frisia's generals, the Kinuta Squadron, are being carried like dead dogs. Obviously, the three of Vegeta just left to do something. As soon as the three of them landed, Raditz seemed to hear something. The man took off again and flew towards the earth. After a while, he returned empty-handed. Apparently, Geese had been imprisoned by him somewhere on the earth. Let's go, Jacques said directly out of curiosity. Clint smiled and did not refuse. Walked over with Jack. Mr. Jiang Hao, I just saw that Raditz brought Geese back from the Kinyu Special Forces. Why did they go there just now? Jake didn't dare to ask Vegeta and them, but asked Jiang how Tian Sheng rode. After a few days of getting along, he already understood that Jiang Hao is a person who is easy to talk to. It didn't do anything, it just made the genuine Special Forces a history. Jiang Hao said with a smile, Kinyu Special Forces has become history. Jake murmured. After a moment, his eyes suddenly widened because he understood what Jiang Hao meant. Is it possible? Did they just wipe out the Jinyu Special Team and only left one Gith? Jack said in disbelief. Frisia's Genie Sentai are no small characters, not to mention that their combat power is more than 10,000. And except for Gudu, the combat power of others is at least 30,000 or more. As the captain, Genio has a fighting strength of 120,000. Each of the five of them has their own special abilities. Their true strength is actually much stronger than that of their fellow combatants. Especially the Captain Genio has a very troublesome and terrifying ability. That is to forcefully swap bodies with others. If your fighting ability is stronger than Genio, then you'd better not appear in front of Genio, because gay girls might take your body away. If you don't want to become another person, then never appear in front of gay girls. Such ability is simply demonic. Jiang Hao smiled and nodded. Watch Jiang Hao admit it. Jack didn't know what to say for a while. Even Frisia's Jinyu special forces were wiped out by Vegeta and the others. This is really unbelievable. After all, Jinyu is known as a demon who can change other people's bodies. Many people don't even dare to see him because they are afraid that if they see Jinyu once, their body will no longer be theirs. As a result, Jinyu died in the hands of Vegeta and the others. But thinking about Jiang Hao and his group, there are 3 terrifying beings with a combat power of over 100 million. Compared with this, it doesn't seem so shocking that Vegeta and his team destroyed Team Jinyu. Cosmic Emperor. Lord Frieza, it's time to get up. Frieza, who was still sleeping, was woken up by someone, and he opened his eyes unhappily. A blue face came into view. "Bye, Blue. There's nothing to do today. Let me take a nap," Frieza said. "No, Frieza-sama, it's time to get up and practice now. Asking for flowers. Otherwise, your body will never be able to withstand your powerful strength, and you will only be able to maintain your current form and not be able to return to your original appearance. By the way, Frieza-sama, Kikono just told me that Kinyu-sama and the others suddenly couldn't receive the signal. He has sent people to the place where their signal disappeared to check the situation. Now he is still waiting for news about the specific situation." Oh, hearing the news, Frieza suddenly stopped feeling sleepy. Jinyu is his favorite subordinate and is very loyal to him. Frieza is also very satisfied with Jinyu, because for many things, he only needs to tell Jinyu, and Jinyu can handle them for him without him needing to take action himself. It can be said that Jinyu saved him a lot of trouble. He has always been very satisfied with this subordinate. Now that he heard that something might have happened to Jinyu, his sleepiness disappeared immediately. Beating a dog depends on the owner. He was both surprised at who could kill Jinyu and also surprised that someone dared to take action against Jinyu. When did this happen? Half a day ago. Okay, I understand. I'll get up now. Have someone prepare breakfast for me. I'm very hungry now. 0. Okay, Lord Frieza. Would you like a large glass of milk again today? I want to talk to Sweetie Bailey Blue. But Frieza-sama, pure milk will help you grow. Frieza. Okay, let's just use pure milk, but adding a little bit of sugar should be fine. Bailey Blue looked at Frieza without saying a word. Okay, I get it. It's really damned. Thinking of Jinyu's possible death, plus the fact that breakfast didn't satisfy him, Frieza's mood suddenly worsened. It wasn't long before Frieza finished his breakfast. Kikono's figure appeared in front of him. Lord Frieza. Kikono, is there any news from Jinyu and the others? Seeing Kikono arriving, Frieza asked directly. We have sent people there, and on a planet called Buckstar, we discovered Master Jinyu's spaceship. But Master Jinyu and the others were not found. According to the information passed on by the people below, Lord Jinyu and the others appeared in Buckstar. It has something to do with Vegeta and the others. Vegeta? Frieza was stunned for a moment. Why is it related to Vegeta again? Lord Jinyu and the others went to Buckstar to find Vegeta and the others. Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz were on a mission on Tada, but more than 10 days ago, they were taken away from Tada. Lord Jinyu and the others went after Vegeta and his gang. So, Jinyu and the others are all dead? This? I'm not sure yet, Kikono said. At this moment, the communication device in Kikono's hand suddenly rang. He turned on the communication projection. How about it? F. Lord Frieza, Lord Shikono, we have found Lord Chiyu and the others. Where are they? We found a combat effectiveness tester left by Jinyu and the others. The screen recorded by the combat power tester shows that Lady Kitty and the others have been killed by Vegeta and the others, and the leader of the sun has also been destroyed by Vegeta and the others. The advanced combat effectiveness tester also has a video recording function, just like a driving recorder. This combat power tester was obviously left behind intentionally by Vegeta and the others. As for who it is for, it is already obvious. When Frieza saw the projected video, what Vegeta said before completely killing Kiki. The face has become extremely ferocious. That guy Vegeta not only killed Kinyu, but also hit him in the face. He also said that he would be sent to hell together. That guy, does he think he can kill himself? Of course, for some reason, Frieza felt a little uneasy when he heard Vegeta accurately describe his combat power. After all, there should be very few people who know his true combat power. He was curious how Vegeta knew his true fighting power. Moreover, through the combat effectiveness tester screen, he saw that the Ginyu special team had not been completely wiped out. Gizi is still alive. In addition, he was also curious about how Vegeta and his gang had the fighting power to kill Ginyu and the others. 300,000. How could that loser Vegeta grow so fast after not being seen for half a year? Something must have happened during that period. Not just that loser Vegeta. In more than half a year, Raditz and Nappa's growth has been amazing. You know, those two wastes were only a few thousand fighting power before. Now one is 60,000, Ramai. Back then on planet Vegeta, King Vegeta, as a high-level fighter, only had a combat power of just over 10,000. But now Raditz and Nabana are two wastes whose fighting power surpasses that of Bay 337 Gita King. There must be a reason for this. There are too many doubts in my heart. But Frieza couldn't think of anything for a moment. The other side, Jiang Hao and the others have left Buxing, heading to the galaxy where the Universe Emperor is located. The coordinates are obtained from Geis. In fact, Jiang Hao doesn't need a living mouth or anything. After all, there is Hongming. When Jinnu and the others entered the galaxy where Bad Acre is located, Jiang Hao had already obtained Frieza's coordinate information from them. But killing Frieza, how can there be no audience? Jiang Hao originally thought that Vegeta and the others would keep Kinyu. Unexpectedly, there were no ashes left when Jinyu was directly wiped out, but geese remained instead. On this day, Jiang Hao's Earth number passed by a planet. Look over there, it's such a huge tree that grew out of the planet. It was Lan Chi who exclaimed. When everyone heard Lan Chi's words, they looked towards the huge floor-to-ceiling windows next to them. It is said to be a floor-to-ceiling window, but it is actually a metal wall, just because it uses special transparent metal. So it looks like a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Even if everyone is inside the battleship, they can see clearly what is going on outside. This was specially modified by Jiang Hao. It is convenient for everyone to observe the scenery outside. The view of the starry sky is still very beautiful. Is that a planet? Why is there such a big tree growing out of the planet? I didn't expect that in the universe, there are such big trees that can grow from the planet. It's so big, you can see it clearly even from such a distance. Following Lan Chi's line of sight, everyone soon saw a huge, towering tree growing out of the planet. One by one exclaimed. Although they have been with Jiang Hao for more than half a year, they have seen many magical things. But this was the first time I saw such a huge tree growing from the planet, because it's really too big, and that planet doesn't look smaller than the Earth. Jiang Hao was also attracted by everyone's exclamations. He also looked out through the transparent metal wall. Of course, Hongming, which was closed because of reading, was also opened by him. Countless messages flooded towards Jiang Hao after Hongming was opened. The brain receives and organizes it, and this process happens extremely quickly. 0. *** seconds are useless. After receiving the information, Jiang Hao immediately knew what the giant tree growing out of the planet was. That giant tree is called the spirit tree. When the spirit tree fully grows, it will become extremely large and completely absorb the energy of the planet. In at least 300 years from now, this planet will turn into a complete desert planet. Not even a single blade of grass can grow alive, and it will become a completely dead planet. Of course, the spiritual tree will also bear a fruit called spiritual fruit. This fruit is a good thing that only gods can eat, because eating spiritual fruits can directly improve your strength and has no side effects. Appears in Dragon Ball Z the movie, Battle for the World. And this thing is owned by a Saiyan named Dales. Dales, like Goku, is just a low-level Saiyan warrior. Moreover, he and Wukong look almost exactly the same, and are called Sun Wukong's half-brother. The difference is that his skin is much darker than Goku, and he is very evil. The plot of Dales takes place 4 or 5 years after Luncheon was born, before Vegeta and the others arrived on Earth. The time difference between the periods shall not exceed 1 year. Through Hongmeng, Jiang Hao has learned a lot of information, such as the planet where Darius is now. In addition to Dales, there were 5 people beside him. It is a tree that absorbs the energy of the planet to grow. Jiang Hao is no stranger to those people. All of them are Dallas subordinates who have appeared in the movie. And Dare's combat power is much stronger than Vegeta before. The combat strength is 25,000. This combat power is already very high for most Saiyans who only have a few thousand combat power. However, as a lower-level warrior among the Saiyans, Dales is not very talented. Being able to have such strength is related to the fact that he ate the spirit fruit. Jiang Hao has no interest in Dales, because that guy could tell at a glance that he was an unfamiliar white-eyed wolf. If he were to improve his strength, he would be able to suppress it if he were there. If he wasn't here, that guy would definitely cause trouble, and it would definitely be trouble. Jiang Hao plans to deal with such instability factors directly. That spiritual fruit tree is also good. Being able to bear fruits that directly enhance a person's strength represents the high value of a spiritual fruit tree. As for absorbing the energy of the planet, it will prevent the planet from growing a single blade of grass for 300 years. As long as it doesn't destroy the planet, but just prevents it from growing grass for 300 years, it actually doesn't mean anything. Because compared to the entire universe, 300 years is no different from a few human seconds. Moreover, the universe is so big that there are countless planets that can be inhabited by life. These planets can be used as planting sites for spiritual trees. When the time comes, pick some planets to plant spiritual trees, and Jiang Hao can harvest a large amount of spiritual fruits. Moreover, the spiritual tree planted on the living planet absorbs the energy of the planet. So if we directly use energy to plant it, can we directly plant the spiritual tree without soil? For example, plant it directly on a star like the sun. Then does it grow faster, produce more spiritual fruits, and increase the strength of the spiritual fruits it produces? Thinking of this, Jiang Hao felt that it was necessary for him to take a trip. I'm going out, and I'll be back soon. Jiang Hao said, after saying that, the person had disappeared into the room. Everyone in the room was already used to it, and there was nothing surprising when they saw Mr. Jiang disappear. Cannabison. Dales is standing under the spirit tree with all his men, because the spiritual tree is fully mature. The 10 spiritual fruits grafted onto the spiritual tree are also approaching maturity. Of course, even immature spiritual fruits can be eaten directly, but immature spiritual fruits should be eaten. The combat effectiveness is not improved much, only a few hundred. One mature spiritual fruit can increase a person's combat effectiveness by 3,000. Compared with mature spiritual fruits, it is too wasteful to eat unripe spiritual fruits directly. Therefore, Dales will wait for the spiritual fruit to be fully mature before picking it. Several of his men looked excitedly at the spiritual fruits that looked like large mulberries, round and purple like mulberries, on the spiritual tree. After receiving the goods this time, each of them can obtain a spiritual fruit. One mature spiritual fruit can increase the combat effectiveness of 3,000 people. The combat strength of these people is basically around 3 to 4,000, 5 to 6,000. One spirit fruit can almost double their combat effectiveness. It's worth decades of hard work. How can you not be excited? The spiritual fruit is about to mature. Don't worry, what I said before is true. When the spiritual fruit matures, each of you will get one. Hear Dale's words. Everyone nodded. At this moment, everyone saw that the spirit fruit on the spirit tree suddenly grew in size. The originally purple spirit fruit also turned purple in an instant. Dales was overjoyed. Mature. When the spiritual fruit turns purple, it is a sign of complete maturity. See the spiritual fruit fully mature. Dales also flew directly towards the spiritual fruit, ready to pick. But the next second, a handsome man wearing casual shorts and shorts suddenly appeared out of thin air, standing between Dales and spiritual fruit. The sudden appearance took everyone by surprise. Even Dales was surprised. The person who suddenly appeared was naturally none other than Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao suddenly appeared and ignored Dales. Didn't even look at the subordinates of Pandales. But a wave. 10 ripe spiritual fruits flew towards Jiang Hao. After falling into the hands of Jiang Hao, he disappeared. Spiritual fruit. Seeing this scene, Dales finally came back to his senses. 3.4 Damn it, who are you? You dare to steal my things. Walls was furious. While he was speaking, Jiang Hao also looked at him formally. At the same time, Jiang Hao's hidden aura was also released. The moment he let out his breath, the data on Dale's combat effectiveness tester began to soar crazily. In just an instant, it was full. Boom! Because Jiang Hao's combat effectiveness was too high, Dale's combat effectiveness tester exploded. In the universe, Frisia's Legion's combat effectiveness tester is a hot-selling commodity. Although that thing is expensive, most people can't afford it. But Dale's and the others are all existences with thousands of combat capabilities. Looking at the entire universe, they could be considered to have outstanding combat capabilities. Naturally, it is also affordable. Bang, 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 bang. Below, 5 slight explosions sounded. Dallas's 5 remaining combat testers also exploded. Everyone looked at Jiang Hao in disbelief. Even Dale's is no exception. Apart from shock, there was also fear on his face. It can make the combat effectiveness tester explode in an instant because the data increases too fast. How strong is Jiang Hao's combat power? At this moment, they were not in the mood to think about spiritual fruits. Who are you? Dales looked at Jiang Hao and said in surprise. Dales, right? It's such a disgrace to the Saiyans. Could you? Before Dales could finish his words, his whole body was decomposed. To deal with a small character like Dales, Jiang Hao doesn't even need to do anything. Below, Dale's 5 men, Amando, the twin brothers Rezlakas, Kakao, and Dez realized something was wrong. Prepared to run away. But in front of Jiang Hao, they had no chance to escape. As soon as the 5 people made a move, just like Dale's, they were completely decomposed and could not die anymore. After solving the Dale's group, Jiang Hao waved again. A group of small green particles fell into Jiang Hao's hands. These are the seeds of the spiritual tree. The seeds and fruits of the spiritual tree are separate. There are almost 50 seeds, enough to plant Jiang Hao on 50 planets. At the same time, some seeds were flying not far away. There are more than 40 pieces in total. These are Wall's inventory. Many have been planted by Dallas. Although the seeds of the spiritual tree are planted in one kind, as long as they are not forcibly destroyed by humans, the spiritual tree will not die. But if the planet you are looking for is not qualified, the spiritual tree will stop growing at a certain stage and will not bear spiritual fruits. Because of this, Dales has wasted several seeds. This time, he finally found a planet that was suitable for the growth of spiritual trees, Kanabastar. For this reason, he and his men have been guarding Kanabastar for 2 months. But alas, they were unlucky. Jiang Hao and the others happened to pass by and found them. Then what Dales did was directly make a wedding dress for Jiang Hao. After Jiang Hao collected its seeds, the 11 spirit tree also began to dry up and die. After all, this planet has no energy. But Jiang Hai was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, I plan to do some experiments. There is no need to draw upon the power of the sun's light to mobilize stellar energy. Jiang Hao directly activates the powerful force, one of the 4 basic powers. Rub nuclear energy directly by hand. For a moment, a small sun has appeared between Jiang Hao's hands. Although it is a mini sun, its energy base is not low at all. Use Hong Meng to explore the route where the spiritual tree absorbs energy. Jiang Hao directly sent Little Sun into it. Then, the energy controlling the Little Sun entered the spiritual tree. Of course, in order to prevent the spiritual tree from being strangled to death, Jiang Hao has control over the energy output. And with that comes a lot of energy. The spiritual tree that was about to die was once again full of life. The volume began to expand violently and continued to increase. Soon, the size of the spirit tree was more than twice as big as before. But Jiang Hao did not see the spiritual tree continue to bear fruit. Apparently, This thing only bears fruit once. But this at least proves that the spiritual tree can absorb all kinds of energy. As long as there is enough energy, the spiritual tree can be ripened. There is no need to plant it once and then find a planet. Of course, the experiment isn't over yet. Jiang Hao directly activated Jing Yang's ability to clear the dying spiritual tree at the physical level at once. The whole Kanaba star immediately regained its freshness. Jiang Hao took out a spiritual tree seed. Just drop it on the ground. Then he called back the little sun, placed next to the seeds. With the energy source, the seeds of the spiritual tree immediately burst out of the shell. And it grew like crazy. It's growing very fast. In almost a moment, it grew to a height of hundreds of meters. And it's still growing rapidly. At the same time, its root system is also drilling crazily into the ground. Almost half an hour later, a spiritual tree appeared that was about the same size as before. But what is surprising is that the fruit produced this time was not 10, but 30. Jiang Hao guessed that this was because he had matured the spiritual tree and it had sufficient energy. That's why I tied 30 pieces. 30 spiritual fruits matured rapidly under Jiang Hao's gaze. When the spiritual fruit is fully ripe, Jiang Hao ends the energy offering. At the same time, these 30 spiritual fruits were picked. Take out the 10 spiritual fruits just now for comparison. The 10 spiritual fruits just now are only the size of an adult's fist. And these newly produced spiritual fruits are more reddish and purple and bigger, almost twice as big. Jiang Hao opened his mouth and ate the small spiritual fruit. Then he ate a bigger spiritual fruit. The effect of the two fruits was immediately clear. Small spiritual fruit, one can increase the combat power by about 3,000. As for the large spiritual fruit, one piece can increase the combat power by about 10,000, more than 3 times stronger. But this thing is not very valuable to Jiang Hao. Ripe once every half hour. Harvesting 30 pieces at a time is only an increase of 300,000 combat power. It's not as good as he developed it for himself with his own mind power. Jiang Hao uses his mind power to develop his own potential for an hour every day. Every time the combat power is increased is more than 10 million. Ripening the spiritual fruit can indeed be said to be a waste of time for Jiang Hao. The value is not that great. But for ordinary people, one pill increases the combat effectiveness by 10,000. This is almost equivalent to a divine fruit. After all, the combat effectiveness of 10,000 is already not low. Destroying a planet with one strike is a bit difficult. But if you spend more time, it is definitely possible to destroy a planet. And there are no side effects. No wonder it is called this fruit, which only gods can eat. It is true that only gods are qualified to eat such good food. And precisely because it is eaten by gods, there are no side effects from this stuff. Quite a good thing. If he had this good thing when he first came to the Dragon Ball world, he would definitely grow faster. But just think about it. Just as strong as he was when he first came to the Dragon Ball world. If there is such a good thing, it is not so easy for him to get it. And it doesn't have the ability to accelerate ripening. Collect all spiritual fruits. Collect all the seeds of the newly ripened spiritual tree. Jiang Hao teleported directly and returned to the earth. Jiang Hao, what did you do just now? As soon as Jiang Hao came back, Bulma's voice rang. At this time, Earth had already flown out of the galaxy where Kanaba star is located. It has even passed through several small galaxies. Jiang Hao was away for more than half an hour this time, which was the longest time he had been away. Because he had been gone for so long, everyone was curious about what Jiang Hao was doing. Nothing. Do you still remember the huge tree you saw before? After hearing Jiang Hao's words, everyone immediately remembered the giant tree they had seen before that had grown from the inside of the planet to the outside of the planet. That tree is called the spiritual tree. It absorbs the energy of the planet to grow. On any planet with it, not a single blade of grass will grow within 300 years. So scary. Everyone was shocked when they heard Jiang Hao's words. I had no idea that the tree was so scary. If no plants grow in 300 years, then the plants will have no food. No living thing can survive. In this case, biological extinction is inevitable. Just hearing about this kind of thing makes me feel terrible. Indeed, but the spiritual tree will also bear a kind of fruit called spiritual fruit. After eating this, you can increase your strength. It is said to be a good food that only gods can eat. If it absorbs the energy of the planet and exterminates other living things to achieve its own growth, I think it is more appropriate to call such a fruit a devil fruit. It was Lan Qi who spoke. Since Lan Qi became Lan Qi and Huang Qi, Lan Qi is no longer as gentle and taciturn as before. Kindness is still kind, but her personality has also undergone some changes, and she has become more proactive. I'm not so shy anymore, and I talk more on weekdays, which has changed a lot. I think so too. Indeed, Bulma and Chi-Chi also echoed. It's normal for women to think this way. Jiang Hao didn't defend himself. Instead, he directly took out 2 different spiritual fruits. What kind of spiritual fruit is this? Everyone looked at the fruit that suddenly appeared on the table. Jiang Hao nodded. Why are some big and some small? Jiang Hao explained with a smile. The small ones are from the one you just saw, and the big ones are from my special method of ripening. I've eaten. Eating one small one can increase the combat effectiveness of about 3,000 to 357. Eating the big one can increase your combat power by about 10,000 people. The most important thing is that there are no side effects when eating this food. And it tastes very good, especially sweet and juicy. Putting aside its own effect, this thing can be regarded as a delicious fruit. 10,000 combat power. Hear Jiang Hao's words. Everyone was shocked. When they first came out of the earth, many of them did not have a fighting strength of 10,000. No, not even 1,000. Neo Demon King, Lan Qi, Huang Qi, and Chi-Chi had never had a combat power of more than 1,000 before. Neither did Tianjin rice and dumplings. But they're not here now. You should be training in the gravity training room with Krillin, Goku, and the gang of Saiyans. Even if it reaches more than 10,000 combat power later. Jiang Hao also gave them super holy water to drink, and then the great elder of Namek used his telekinesis to help develop their potential. Later, Jiang Hao used his telekinesis to help them develop their potential and improve their combat effectiveness. That's why it has achieved a combat effectiveness of more than 10,000 people. When it comes to cultivation, except for Wukong and Klin, who are crazy cultivators. They don't train much at all. When I come to the universe, I really mainly come to travel. You can taste it. It tastes good. Jiang Hao said. While talking, people in the room were also pushed away from the outside. Goku, Krillin, Vegeta, and the others walked in from outside. Jiang Hao, why did you call us back? Wukong asked as soon as he entered the door. Obviously, it was Jiang Hao who called them over. I called you here because we will reach Frisia's galaxy in half a day's journey. Let's stop practicing for a while. Other than that, it's just to improve Vegeta's strength. His current strength is not enough to match Frisia. Jiang Hao's big hand shines. 20 of the large spiritual fruits were directly delivered to Vegeta. After dealing with Frisia, Jiang Hao plans to hand it over to Vegeta. Moreover, Jiang Hao also intends to train Vegeta to compete healthily with Goku. When I am no longer in the Dragon Ball world, if anything happens in the main Dragon Ball world, at least these 2 guys will take care of it. Seeing the large spiritual fruit delivered to him, Vegeta was a little taken aback. Mr. Jiang Hao, what is this thing? This thing is called spiritual fruit. Eating one can increase the combat power of a person by 10,000. You eat these things first, and I will use my mind power to help you develop your potential later. Strive to increase your combat power to more than 2.4 million, so that you will have the strength to fight Frisia next. Vegeta was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then he was overjoyed. Thank you, Mr. Jiang Hao. For Frisia, Vegeta can be said to hate him. Not only because Frisia destroyed planet Vegeta, killed his father and his clan, and gave him no chance to return home. More importantly, Frisia has humiliated him in various ways over the years, trampling his pride as a prince to the ground. Frisia was strong. He recognized that. But is Frisia strong? He must be a dog for Frisia? Ren Jiang Hao is not a bit stronger than Frisia. But he had been with Jiang Hao for almost half a month, and Jiang Hao never forced him to do anything he didn't want to do, nor did he treat him like a dog. In many cases, the two of them were more like friends when they got along. This changed Vegeta's temperament a lot. So for Jiang Hao, Vegeta is convinced from the bottom of his heart. It's not just because of Jiang Hao's strength that he is convinced. It is also because of Jiang Hao's way of dealing with people that people are more likely to like him. You are welcome. You go aside and eat. There's still a lot over there. If you want to eat, you can get it yourself, but because there are not many, everyone will have one for the time being. What is secondary about improving strength? The most important thing is that it tastes good and delicious and can be eaten as fruit, Jiang Hao said with a smile. A group of people laughed and shared all the spirit fruits. There are more than one per person. Those with high combat effectiveness will take the initiative to eat the smaller ones. Those with low combat effectiveness will eat the larger ones. Raditz, the two of them have the lowest combat effectiveness. So the two of them each received 2 big spiritual fruits. The combat effectiveness was increased by 20,000 respectively. Naba's combat power directly exceeded 100,000. Raditz's combat strength has also reached more than 80,000. It is not a small improvement. After all, both can now enter Super Saiyan form, even if it can last for a short time. But with a 50-fold increase, the increase in combat effectiveness of 20,000 is equivalent to 1 million combat effectiveness. The effect is still very significant. It is certain to wipe out Frieza, although there are many villains in the main world. But Frieza is definitely a huge problem. Don't deal with him and his men. It will only be endlessly resurrected and reappeared, killed, and resurrected again. Jiang Hao has no interest in playing this game with them. Therefore, killing Frieza is just one step. Jiang Hao's goal is to clean up Frieza and his entire Frieza Legion. No one who is loyal to Frieza will be spared. After dealing with Frieza's problem, Jiang Hao also plans to kill Frieza's father, King Kurd, and his brother Gula, so as not to cause trouble to the Earth later. After Vegeta finished eating all the spirit fruit, Jiang Hao took Vegeta to the next door. Start using telekinesis to increase his combat effectiveness. Spiritual fruit not only has the ability to improve combat effectiveness, but also has the ability to improve manpower. It's just that compared to improving the user's combat effectiveness, the effect of increasing potential is not that great. In other words, if you only eat one, the effect will not be that big. And Vegeta ate 20 of them at one time, which was almost equivalent to drinking half a bottle of super holy water. As a superior warrior, Vegeta himself is not bad in talent. In addition, Jiang Hao's thoughts help him improve his strength. Every second, Vegeta's combat power can increase by 5 to 600. After an hour, Vegeta got 2.8 million. This directly increased the combat effectiveness by a total of 2.51 million. With a combat power of 2.8 million, entering the Super Game state, the combat power can reach 140 million. The combat power is 20 million higher than Frieza's 120 million, although it cannot achieve the 30% crushing effect. But with such fighting power, defeating Frieza is no longer a problem. Because Frieza and Vegeta have one thing in common. That is, although the combat power is strong, in terms of skills, Yi Luzi was born. The control of Chi is not strong. It can be seen from the fact that Frieza needs to deliberately create 1, 2, or 3 forms to forcibly reduce his combat power, so as to reduce the burden on his body. Frieza has terrible control over his own energy. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to do this at all. 2,800,000 combat power. With this kind of combat power, after you enter the Super Series, your combat power can already exceed that of the complete Frieza. However, it's not enough. Next, let me give you some temporary training. This time, I will suppress my strength to the same level as you. Jiang Hao said. Excuse me, Mr. Jiang. Vegeta said with some surprise after hearing this. Don't be too happy too early. I won't show mercy. What I want is that Mr. Jiang, please don't show mercy. I hope you can say something like this later. With a wave. The next second, Vegeta found that he and Jiang Hao were under a huge starry sky, with stars all over their heads. At the foot is a huge ring made of bricks and stones. At this moment, the place where the two of them are is his portable space universe. Said to be the universe, it is actually more like Jiang Hao's soul, because they are in the real universe at the moment, but there is air. This is because Jiang Hao is the creator of this portable space. Relying on Jiang Hao is the true master of this portable space universe. Here, Jiang Hao can be truly versatile. This is the world I created. It's very big. You can fight freely without any worries. Okay. Vegeta nodded seriously when he was shocked by Jiang Hao's methods. Mr. Jiang, be careful. I'm going to attack. Jiang Hao nodded. Vegeta also directly used his prince's fighting method without any politeness. Its characteristic is that it uses dense energy bombs to carry out covering bombing. While attacking the opponent, it can also block the opponent's movement, so as to gain an opportunity for the next attack. This is Vegeta's fighting style. In previous battles, there was no disadvantage. But Vegeta forgot that the opponents he faced in the past were all weaker than him. But today, he faced Jiang Hao. Although Jiang Hao has controlled the combat power to the same 2.8 million as him. But Jiang Hao's physical fitness cannot be controlled. Jiang Hao also did not deliberately limit his use of Hongmeng. Facing Vegeta's princely fighting style, Jiang Hao didn't hide at all. Facing Vegeta's energy bomb bombardment, Jiang Hao directly raised his hand and shot Vegeta's energy bombs back one after another. Vegeta didn't have time to launch his next attack. The energy bullets fired back by Jiang Hao collided with the energy bullets fired by him. It exploded directly in midair. The huge impact directly pushed Vegeta back as he was about to charge forward. And Vegeta also saw Jiang Hao knock back most of the energy bombs he fired. This shocked Vegeta. Just when Vegeta was surprised, Jiang Hao appeared behind him. The speed was so fast that Vegeta was speechless. Don't clone yourself when fighting. Also, Clint should have taught you how to control Chi. The moment you act, completely hide your anger and turn yourself into an ordinary person. Then, you can make your actions invisible to others. Go and feel your breath carefully. Jiang Hao's main purpose is to teach Vegeta, instead of torturing him. So even if he reached Vegeta's side in an instant, Jiang Hao didn't make a move. Instead, she told him aloud why she suddenly appeared next to him. Also, don't believe too much in what you see with your eyes, because what you see with your eyes may be fake. To Vegeta's surprise, he found that Jiang Hao, who was on his left just now, had run to the right floor for some reason. The voice is obviously still on the left. Although Vegeta looks like a reckless man, he is actually not reckless. On the contrary, he is very smart, especially in combat, and he learns very quickly. He was the first to start training with Whis. Later, after Sun Wukong heard that he was practicing with Whis, he ran to practice with Whis. Being able to be taught by Whis, an angel, shows that Vegeta has a high talent for learning. In the Dragon Ball world, angels can be said to be the top race. None of them. Jiang Hao is not talking, but let Vegeta feel his own energy. The world of the portable space is very quiet, and it can completely calm Vegeta's heart. In this case, he is equivalent to having one more learning buff that adds 10,000%. Vegeta has become more and more skilled in controlling Chi. Many skills are actually related to the control of Chi. The better you control your Chi, the more skills you can learn in one go. For example, the comprehensive boxing technique developed by Jiang Hao. Definitely a melee weapon. Comprehensive boxing, with the improvement of strength, the control of Chi becomes better and better. Some of the boxing techniques incorporated into it, which exploded with 4 or 5 times the normal strength, all changed. Qian, Li's became normal. The most important thing is that comprehensive boxing is not like Kyokuin. It wilts after use. Jiang Hao's comprehensive boxing skills can be used all the time. It's like you punch one randomly, and then hit the second punch randomly, and it consumes the same physical energy as normal punching. This is where mixed boxing is so powerful. In addition, there are teleportation, ultra-high-speed movement, energy fingers concentrating energy on the fingers, causing huge penetration, similar to the 6 Meridians Divine Sword, Shock Fist, punching several powerful punches at the same time, penetrating very permeable. Many skills were developed by Jiang Hao when he was bored during this period. Although it has just been developed, every one of them is a particularly powerful skill. Not to mention teleportation. No movement is required, and the teleportation that hides the breath makes it impossible for people to sense your breath and judge your position. Super high-speed movement is stronger and faster than high-speed movement. And these skills, Jiang Hao also directly handed over to Vegeta. How much he can learn and how much he can use depends entirely on Vegeta himself. Fortunately, Vegeta's talent is pretty good. Not only can he use it the same as Jiang Hao, but his power is no less powerful. Now Vegeta, killing Frieza is no longer a problem at all. Especially in the control of Chi, great progress has been made. This also improved his combat effectiveness again. Reached 3 million. This combat power is already on par with Goku's first transformation into a Super Saiyan in the original work. Galaxy East. Deboard Galaxy. The Cosmic Emperor is suspended in the cosmic vacuum of the Deboard Galaxy. Next to the Universe Emperor, there were many small spacecraft flying with it. At the same time, new spaceships fly out of the Universe Emperor from time to time, and new small spacecraft fly into the Universe Emperor. These small spaceships are all members of Frieza's Legion. The Cosmic Emperor is extremely large. It is a huge oblate spaceship. The diameter reaches 14,800 meters. It's 4 to 5 times bigger than Jiang Hao's Earth battle. Compared with the Universe Emperor, Jiang Hao's Earth looks like a toy. In order to build this super giant spaceship, even though Frieza asked his Frieza Legion to rob it everywhere, it took 3 years to build it. Of course, in terms of advanced level, Jiang Hao's Earth is definitely more advanced. After all, the role of the Space Emperor spacecraft is more as a residence, which is more functional, rather than being used as weapons of war for use in war. Although the technology of Super God Universe is a bit scientific, but the technology in the Dragon Ball world is more scientific than the technology in the Super God Universe. In terms of technological advancement, Jiang Hao's Earth is still more advanced. At least the Universe Emperor does not have technology such as space wormhole jumping, and the Universe Emperor is on its way in the universe. They all fly directly. In terms of pure flight speed, the Universe Emperor crushes the Earth layer. Wow, is this the Universe Emperor? It's so big. Looking at the huge Universe Emperor in sight, C.I. Lai couldn't help but exclaimed, "Is this your first time on a Universe Emperor?" Remo, who was on the same ship, asked. He is a veteran of Frieza's Legion and joined Frieza's Legion during the Kurdish period. Of course, Frieza's Legion was not called Frieza's Legion at that time. But Remo is not a member of Combat 453. He is a logistics member, responsible for the transportation and supply of rear materials. This time I came back to deliver food. Yes, actually I just joined Frieza's Legion. C.I. Lai said. C.I. Lai is a female thief who is wanted by the Galaxy Patrol for stealing their spaceship. In order to avoid being caught by the Galactic Patrol, she chose to join Frieza's Legion. In fact, many criminals wanted by the Galaxy Patrol will choose to join Frieza's Legion, because as long as they join Frieza's Legion, the Galaxy Patrol will not dare to arrest them easily, because even the Galaxy Patrol couldn't afford to offend Frieza. But regarding the legendary Universe Emperor Frieza, she had only heard of how terrifying he was. As for Frieza's specific terrifying method, she didn't know. I know, otherwise he wouldn't be assigned to me. Remo, have you met King Frieza? C.I. Lai asked curiously. I'm just an ordinary logistics member, but I'm not qualified to see King Frieza, Remo said while driving the spacecraft. Then who is qualified to meet King Frieza? There are very few people in the entire Legion who can see King Frieza, except for the Jinnu Special Team. Unless the king wants to see you. But the possibility is very low. But I don't care whether I see King Frieza or not. It's fine as it is now. At least you don't have to worry about life. Remo smiled. Be careful. Suddenly, C.I. Lai let out a cry. Remo came to his senses. I discovered that there was a huge black hole ahead of me. Remo quickly controlled the joystick of the spacecraft to turn. Avoid the sudden black hole by narrowly escaping it. Then what is that thing? Remo stared at the black hole that suddenly appeared. Almost they collided, and in the surprised gaze of the two people, a huge battleship emerged from the other side of the black hole. The black hole that suddenly appeared was not a celestial black hole, but a wormhole. A wormhole for people to jump into. And that huge battleship is the Earth. Then, that is, both of them were stunned. I have no idea what the Earth number is that suddenly appeared. Wait, this thing seems to be... It's the strange spaceship that Captain Jiang Hao wanted before. Why does it appear here? Remo said in great surprise. The strange spaceship that Captain Jiang Hao wants. You just joined the Legion, so you don't know Captain Jiang Hao. Captain Jinnu is the captain of the Jinnu Special Forces. He is the most powerful subordinate under King Frisia, with a combat power of up to 120,000. 20,000? So awesome. I was very surprised. A combat power of 120,000 is undoubtedly very powerful for her whose combat power is only over 300. Captain Jinnu is Frisia's most capable subordinate. It's normal for him to be powerful. You said the spaceship is wanted by Captain Jiang Hao. Why does he want this spaceship? This is too big. Lai said in surprise. Yeah, I just realized how big this spaceship is. As for why Captain Jiang Hao wants it, it seems to be because the owner of this spaceship rescued Vegeta's demi-humans. Science? Hey, are there still Science in this universe? Didn't you hear that all the Science are dead? Lai was very surprised. The news that planet Vegeta was destroyed and the Science were extinct in the universe spread far and wide. She had heard the news that all the Science were dead a long time ago. Regarding the Science, a notorious fighting race, I don't know how many people applauded the extinction of the Science. The Science are indeed almost dead, but not all are extinct. Vegeta is one of the few surviving Science, and that guy is still a Saiyan prince. But now that all Science are basically dead, there are only 2 Science left following him. Like this. I thought all Science were dead. However, why did this spaceship suddenly appear here? And they just came out of a black hole. Sai is really amazing. Remo has already started to operate the spaceship at this time. Stay away from here. His intuition told him that something big would happen soon, and it was no longer suitable to stay here. Hey, aren't we going back? If you don't go back, it looks like something big is about to happen. It might be dangerous to go back to the Universe Emperor now. Remo said directly. Hey, is this okay? Lai was a little surprised. She originally thought that Remo was loyal to Frisia. You don't think I'm loyal to King Frisia, do you? Isn't it? Lai asked doubtfully. Remo shook his head. I joined Frisia's army just to have a meal. As for loyalty, how much is the loyalty of a person like me worth? Remo shouldn't have said so much, but he could tell that Lai had no bad intentions. For such a person, it is enough to use the Frisia Legion to fool around and protect themselves. As for showing your loyalty, forget it. The reputation of the Frisia Legion in the universe is even worse than that of the Science. The Science are notorious, and the Frisia Legion is really awesome. After all, the original Saiyan was just a member of Frisia's army. Aboard the Universe Emperor, Frisia naturally noticed the Earth coming through the wormhole for the first time. After all, with such a big Earth, it is impossible for no one to notice it. As long as someone notices, then Frisia will naturally receive the news as soon as possible. At this time, Frisia was staring at the huge projection screen in front of him. In the picture, he saw Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. He is naturally no stranger to these 3 people, but there are more unfamiliar faces. Jiang Hao, Bulma, Wukong, Turtle Immortal, Klin, 1,000 people from the Earth, he didn't know any of them. Saiyan. When the screen fell on Broly and Paragus, Frisia narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Originally, I thought there were only 3 Science in this universe, Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa. Unexpectedly, 2 more people suddenly popped out. He finally understood why someone would say Vegeta and the others. It must be because of these 2 Science. But Frisia was completely distracted. The other side saw the huge cosmic emperor. Everyone from Earth was also very surprised. This was their first time seeing such a huge spaceship. The Earth is more than 3,000 meters long and can already be said to be a supergiant. But the Universe Emperor is even worse. Against the backdrop of the Universe Emperor, they looked even smaller. As for why they can appear directly on the plywood on the Earth, naturally, it is because of the gravity simulation device and internal circulation system on the Earth. Even in the vacuum of space, they're on the plywood just like they are on the Earth and have no effect. It won't fly out due to weightlessness. You won't suffocate due to lack of oxygen. Is this the Universe Emperor? It's such a big spaceship, Bulma said in surprise. Frisia's legion is extremely large, with a total number of more than 10 million. Without such a large spaceship, where would so many people live? Jiang Hao said with a smile. Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa didn't speak. At this moment, the three of them had a strong fighting spirit in their hearts. There is quite a sense of excitement about a 3-year appointment. After all, they're no longer who they were before. Especially Vegeta, thinking of the humiliation Frieza had brought upon him. Thinking of the destruction of planet Vegeta. His mood began to rise slowly. Just when Vegeta's mood was rising, a hand suddenly patted his shoulder. Vegeta immediately came to his senses. He knew that the person who tapped him on the shoulder must be Jiang Hao. Sure enough, turning his head slightly, Jiang Hao was already standing next to him without knowing it. Frieza will leave it to you. I don't care how you deal with him. Remember not to capsize in the gutter. Vegeta heard this and nodded. As soon as he nodded, he found himself back in the familiar space. It was the portable space universe that Jiang Hao had taken him into once before. Jiang Hao's world. He didn't have any panic, because he had already guessed what Jiang Hao was thinking. Sure enough, the next second, Frieza was also thrown in. Frieza was stunned now. He was clearly staying in the Universe Emperor just a second ago, so why did he suddenly appear in a space that he didn't know at all? When he came back to his senses, he immediately felt a burning, killing intent. He looked ahead. I saw a familiar figure 100 meters away. Vegeta. Could it be that Vegeta got himself into this nowhere? But no, it's impossible for Vegeta to have such an ability. Frieza was confused. As for being afraid of Vegeta, that's not the case. He can feel how strong Vegeta's chi is now, but it's not enough for him to take it seriously. It is estimated that the guy thought he had a fighting power of 530,000. Frieza, today is your death day. Vegeta's cold voice sounded. But Frieza didn't have any fear, because he could feel Vegeta's energy. The combat effectiveness is very strong, at least 3 million. But so what about 3 million? Vegeta, you don't think you can defeat me with 3 million combat power. Originally, I want to keep you for a while, but since you want to die so much, then I'll send you to death. After saying that, Frieza also directly changed from the first form to the ultimate form. Frieza can transform directly from his first form into his ultimate form. It doesn't mean that he must change into the second or third form before he can change into the final form. There is no necessary progressive relationship between these forms. Frieza could sense that Vegeta's combat power was around 3 million. To be honest, he was still surprised when he first sensed Vegeta's combat power. With a combat power of 3 million, it can be said to be very strong when looking at the entire universe. He was curious about how Vegeta achieved such a huge improvement in such a short period of time. Maybe instead of rushing to kill him later, you can ask Vegeta how he gained so much combat power. Vegeta's current combat power is 3 million. No matter whether he turns into the second or third form, he will be crushed by Vegeta. He has no masochistic tendencies. In this case, he naturally transformed directly into his final form. However, although he entered the final form, he was only 50% activated. That is 60 million combat power. 50% state is enough for him to crush Vegeta with 3 million combat power. Turning on the 100% state consumes a lot of his physical strength, but the 50% state is enough for him to crush Vegeta. There is no need to turn in 100% state. And seeing Frieza's appearance change drastically, Vegeta wasn't surprised either, because he was prepared. After seeing his transformation, Vegeta didn't have any surprised expression on his face. Frieza also had some surprises. This shows that Vegeta knows something about him. Perhaps the person who rescued him told him this information. As for whether it is true or not, just catch this guy first and then ask him. Thinking of this, Frieza rushed directly towards Vegeta the next second. Frieza, who has a combat power of 60 million, is extremely fast. He was in front of Vegeta in an instant. Punch out. Frieza deliberately restrained a lot of strength to avoid killing Vegeta with one punch. What? But the next second, Frieza's eyes widened, because his punch actually failed. Although he only used his full strength of almost 5 million combat power, this was definitely not something that Vegeta, who only had 3 million combat power, could avoid. But what he didn't know was that Vegeta actually felt a little bit scared. He just barely managed to avoid Frieza's attack, because the speed is too fast. Even if Frieza only used 5 million combat power. But in terms of speed and strength, it still completely crushed him. Before the change, he definitely couldn't avoid it. But after Jiang Hao's special training, his sense of chi has become extremely acute. Just now, he didn't rely on his eyes to avoid Frieza's attack, but rely on feeling. The moment Frieza moved, he also relied on his feeling and moved his body. There is a bit of prejudgment in it. Frieza doesn't believe in evil. Attack again. Vegeta, on the other hand, seemed to be well prepared and dodged again. How is that possible, you guy? Vegeta was not surprised, but his performance surprised Frieza. Outside, after throwing Vegeta and Frieza into the portable space universe and letting Vegeta deal with Frieza, Jiang Hao asked Raditz and Nappa to go directly to clean up Frieza's army. The cleanup of the two people is specific, such as those who are loyal to Frieza. All of them will be cleared. Anyone who is not loyal to Frieza will be ignored. As for how to distinguish, naturally Jiang Hao helped them point out. Under the shroud of Hongming, everyone's information is transparent here in Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao knew exactly who was loyal to Frieza. Of course, because there are too many people. Later, Kellen, Paragus, Tianjin Rice, and Dumplings also enter the battle, compared to Nappa and Raditz. As long as the two of them don't transform into Super Saiyans. Klin's fighting power is obviously more powerful. Especially Klin, he is not far away from having a combat power of 1 million. Paragus's normal combat strength is also in the hundreds of thousands. The combat effectiveness of Tianjin Rice and Dumplings is also more than 200,000. It is naturally simple to clean up Frieza's Legion, which has a combat strength of more than 20,000 or more than 10,000. For a time, there were explosion pictures everywhere. Frieza's army suffered heavy casualties. There are countless people who escaped, but anyone who is loyal to Frieza cannot escape at all. Jiang Hao has already set up a barrier around him, and no one who is loyal to Frieza in his heart can escape. Those who are not loyal to Frieza are not restricted. Remo and C.I. Lai were also frightened by the sudden change. The first thing to do is to run away. But before Remo drove the spaceship away, Raditz flew over in the face. Just when Remo and C.I. Lai thought they were dead, Raditz just glanced at them and flew away. Both Remo and C.I. were taken aback. The two looked at each other for the rest of their lives. Just because of Raditz's fierce look, they originally thought they were dead. It turned out to be okay. Then Klin, Tianjin Fan, and Naba flew in front of them one after another without attacking them. This made them feel completely at ease, but at the same time, they had some doubts. These people, why not attack them? Soon, they discovered that Klin and the others not only did not attack them, nor did they attack anyone else. As long as there is no active attack on them, they will not attack. Of course, a small number of people who do not actively attack them will also be attacked by them. Remo and C.I. Light didn't understand how they distinguished those who wanted to attack and those who didn't. But since they weren't attacked just now, it means they won't attack them. Both men are safe. Let's go, it's not safe here. No rush. Wait a minute. Don't you want to see who wins in the end? If these people win, I'm afraid we won't be able to rely on Frieza's Legion to protect ourselves in the future, C.I. Lai said. Please give me flowers. She joined Frisia's legion to seek refuge. As a result, not long after joining, Frisia's legion seemed to be about to be destroyed. She didn't know where she would go from now on. On board the Earth, look at this Raditz, Nappa, they are killing all directions. Frisia's army is constantly being wiped out. Jack looked in disbelief. As a galactic patrolman, Frisia's legion is definitely destroyed, which is definitely what he wants to see. I just didn't expect that such a day would come. Jiang Hao, I want to take pictures of these, is it okay? Jake suddenly took out a shooting device and asked Jiang Hao. He planned to film the situation here and report it to the Galaxy Patrol headquarters. Even if he didn't do this, being able to pass the news back is still a big credit. Okay, you can shoot whatever you want. It doesn't matter if you put me in the queue. Jiang Hao said. Thank you. After receiving Jiang Hao's approval, Jake immediately started filming the scene. Turtle Immortal and others were also watching the battle intently at this moment. Such a big scene cannot be seen on Earth. Take the space universe with you. The fighting was equally fierce. 0. At this time, Vegeta has entered the Super Saiyan state, and Frieza also activated the 100% state of his ultimate form. It's a pity that when the 100% state is turned on in that article, his combat power is still only 120 million. And after Vegeta entered the Super Saiyan state, the combat effectiveness has reached 150 million, although not higher than 30%. But with the help of his skills, Vegeta basically suppressed Frieza throughout the fight. At this time, Frieza was already in a panic. His face was also full of horror. At this moment, he regretted not killing Vegeta, the dead monkey. And he never thought that Super Saiyan actually existed. A waste that he once looked down upon turned into a Super Saiyan. This made him very uncomfortable. The huge consumption of physical strength made Frieza feel that his body was getting more and more tired. The chest rose and fell more frequently. He felt that he could no longer maintain his current state. It won't be long before his physical strength is exhausted. Once his physical strength is exhausted, he will definitely die. Although Vegeta is not easy either. But his condition is much better than Frieza's. Bang, 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 bang. Punch after punch on the body. Vegeta felt his anger also vented out with his fists. Every punch made him feel extremely comfortable. Boom! With a loud noise, Frieza was smashed into the floor tiles by Vegeta, creating a huge, deep pit. At this time, Frieza had completely lost his ability to resist. His energy was exhausted. Just like an ordinary person who has run 10 kilometers, he is very tired now. So tired that it is difficult to even lift his hands. Vegeta, don't kill me. At this moment, Frieza was afraid. Even as powerful as him, fear showed on his face when facing death. Vegeta smiled when he heard Frieza begging for mercy. It turns out that this guy is also afraid. Unfortunately, he had no intention of letting Frieza go. Go to hell, Frieza. He sneered. Vegeta directly concentrated all the energy in his body into his hands. Then came the catharsis. Frieza was instantly enveloped in a huge, white beam of light. Oh! There was a scream of fear. Frieza was completely melted within the beam of light. Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, has come to an end. As soon as Frieza died, Jiang Hao outside knew about it. In fact, he had been distracted by the battle between Frieza and Vegeta in the portable space universe. It's not that he's worried about Vegeta. Vegeta started behind Dragon Ball and was basically the second male lead, the most important character besides Goku. Being stronger than Frieza, Frieza's death in his hands is inevitable. He just wanted to watch the two of them fight. After all, compared to the battle between Frieza and Vegeta, the work of Nappa, Raditz, and others outside cleaning up Frieza's legion is like children fighting. In other words, the battle venue is in his portable space universe. Put outside, the fighting power of the two people exceeds 100 million, and everyone present will be affected. The entire galaxy would not be destroyed. But if you're not careful, the nearby planet may also be destroyed due to the battle between the two. Release Vegeta from the portable space universe with you. After finding himself back in the outside world, Vegeta was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Jiang Hao. Mr. Jiang, thank you for letting me kill Frieza with my own hands. Vegeta said with gratitude. At this time, he was still in a state of excitement. Frieza is the person Vegeta hates the most. There is no one, even if Vegeta hates him equally, 883, but in comparison, he still hates Frieza more. Not only did Frieza destroy planet Vegeta, not only did he kill his father, but he also almost wiped out the Saiyan race. It's even more because Frieza disdains, looks down on him, and doesn't treat him as a human being. In fact, before he was 10 years old, Vegeta did not know the truth about the destruction of planet Vegeta. At the beginning, he had begun and indeed wanted to be loyal to Frieza. But Frieza was dismissive of his loyalty and humiliated him in every way. How could the always proud Vegeta bear this? In addition, he accidentally learned the truth about the destruction of planet Vegeta later, as well as all kinds of provocations and humiliations from Jiang Hao. This also made Vegeta extremely hate Frieza. In the original book, after learning that Sun Wukong killed Frieza, Vegeta has been trying to defeat Sun Wukong. What is the purpose? The purpose is to prove that he can kill Frieza. This shows how deep Vegeta's hatred for Frieza really is. Later, Frieza was resurrected, and Vegeta showed no mercy when he saw him again. Later, because the Dragon Balls can be resurrected all the time. By the time of Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta basically had no feeling at all when he saw Frieza. It's probably due to paralysis. After all, if you kill someone and you can be resurrected, then what's the point of me killing again and again? You can still cultivate after going to the underworld. Except for the multiple circles on your head, you can't leave the underworld. It's no different from not dying. In the later period, Vegeta basically gave up when he saw Frieza again. But it's different here in Jiang Hao. Frieza from the parallel universe, Jiang Hao, can't care about it. But Frieza of the main universe, if he dies, there is no way he can be resurrected. This is why when Jiang Hao killed Frieza, the people who were loyal to Frieza also had to be eliminated. The purpose is to prevent those loyal to Frieza from using the Dragon Balls to resurrect Frieza. Jiang Hao himself is definitely not afraid of Frieza. But currently, he cannot stay in the Dragon Ball world forever. There will always be a time when he is not in the Dragon Ball world. When the time comes, Frieza's men use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Frieza to cause trouble. That's trouble too. Even if Jiang Hao comes back, he can use the Super Dragon Ball to correct all the accidents that happened. But Jiang Hao doesn't want his main universe to be too chaotic. So since Jiang Hao wants to destroy Frieza, he will definitely do it cleanly. Now it's Frieza and the men loyal to Frieza. Frieza's father, the Kurdish king, and his brother, Gula, and Jiang Hao didn't intend to let him go. But Jiang Hao plans to solve these two problems personally. Jiang Hao can't find these two people now, but it doesn't matter. After returning to Earth to make a wish to Shenlong, it is better to wait another half a year for Homing's progress to reach more than 30%. When the time comes, the scope will be enough to cover the entire galaxy and even wider areas, and you can find anyone. Moreover, maybe you don't need to find those two guys yourself. After learning that they had killed Frieza and left them an address on Earth, maybe they would send themselves to Earth. You are welcome. Are you going to stand here and wait for them with me? Or go and help them? I'd better wait for them here. Has returned from Super Saiyan state to normal. Only now did Vegeta realize how physically draining it was to transform into a Super Saiyan state. He didn't feel much about the situation in the Super League just now. After quitting, the feeling of fatigue really made him feel very uncomfortable. It's even more uncomfortable than running 10 kilometers for an ordinary person. Jiang Hao noticed Vegeta's situation. In the future, if you enter more Super Series, practice more, and enter more, the impact of Super Series will gradually decrease. When will you be able to enter the full power Super Series 1 form? Then when you enter the Super League, it will be no different from normal. And behind Super Series 1 is Super Series 2. That's a more powerful form than Super Saiyan. The increase in combat effectiveness can reach 100 times. Vegeta was shocked. The time he joined Jiang Hao was too short. Being able to enter Super Saiyan was enough to surprise him. He He didn't expect that there were levels of Super Saiyans. No wonder from the first time Jiang Hao introduced him to the Super series. Jiang Hao keeps talking about the Super Saiyan form. At that time, he wondered if there were more forms in the Super Series 1. I didn't expect it to actually exist. Mr. Jiang, is it above Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, and Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta asked. Super Series 2 and 3 definitely exist. As for Super Series 4, when you can enter, it means there is. By then, your strength may exceed mine. Vegeta failed to react immediately. It took him a while to react. Jiang Hao means. His eyes widened. Look at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao said that Super 2 and Super 3 exist. Does that mean he can already enter Super 2 and Super 3? There is nothing in the front, but what follows clearly shows that Jiang Hao can already enter these two states. And Vegeta's guess was indeed correct. Jiang Hao can indeed enter the Super Series 3, and it is still at full power. Who is Jiang Hao? The form of the Super Saiyan is related to the number of S cells in the body and the control of its own power. Jiang Hao can artificially generate S cells, and he can have as many as he wants. Moreover, after completely integrating Broly's super gene, Jiang Hao has a very high proportion of S cells in his body, even more terrifying than Broly himself. And to control the power, there is a super brain. Jiang Hao has always had 100% control over his own power. There is no need to worry about the strength increasing too quickly, being out of control, medical control, or anything like that. These problems do not exist here in Jiang Hao. So Jiang Hao can already enter the Super Series 3, and it's still full power. As for Super Series 4, it's not that Jiang Hao can't enter, it's just that he hasn't tried it yet. The requirement for Super League 4 is to be able to enter Super League 3 at full power. Later, due to the full moon, he turned into a golden giant ape and then transformed from the golden giant ape into Super Saiyan 4. The official did not give accurate data on the increase in strength of the 4 Super League teams. Some people who watch Dragon Ball think that Super Village 4 is comparable to Super Blue State. Some people also think that Super Blue is stronger because Super Blue is the domain of gods, a domain only possessed by Super Saiyan gods, and is the strongest. Some people think that Super Saiyan 4 is stronger, and that Super Saiyan 4 is completely different from the previous 3 forms. But Jiang Hao has not entered the 4th trick so far. Jiang Hao is definitely confident about entering the Super League 4, and he believes that if he wants to enter, he can definitely enter. As for why you told Vegeta like that, naturally, it was a big deal for him. Give Vegeta something to look forward to, and he will be motivated. Sure enough, after hearing about entering the Super Series 4, he might be stronger than Jiang Hao. Vegeta immediately became excited. After killing Frieza, now Vegeta, if there is anything else he wishes for, that is the pursuit of powerful power. And what kind of power is considered powerful power? In Vegeta's view, a force stronger than Jiang Hao is called a powerful force. So his goal is to surpass Jiang Hao. It's very far away, and it can even be said to be completely impossible to achieve. But Vegeta was going to try. Even if it doesn't succeed, just close the distance with Jiang Hao a little bit. As for Goku and Broly, he didn't even notice it. If one talent is not as good as him, but if one talent is better than him, it doesn't matter. Sooner or later he caught up with them. He suppressed the strength of those two guys severely. When Vegeta was excited, almost half an hour later, the battle is over. Those who are loyal to Frieza will not be eliminated. Almost half of the entire Frieza Legion died. Not to mention, although Frieza is not a good person, there are quite a few people who are loyal to him. But since they are loyal, Jiang Hao will send them down together and let them go to the underworld to serve Frieza in 0.0. Jiang Hao didn't care about the remaining half who were not loyal to Frieza. They have no loyalty to Frieza. Most people who join Frieza's Legion are seeking asylum or for self-interest. When your life is threatened, the first thing you think of is yourself. Jiang Hao didn't bother to care about these people. Just let them go. Jiang Hao didn't bother to do unnecessary killings. Later, Jiang Hao directly took over Frieza's Universe Emperor. Although the technological level of this thing is average, But it's big. With a little modification, it can be used. Finished cleaning the battlefield. Then everyone left. Originally, it was supposed to be out for a year. But everything we set out to do has been done, and everyone misses the Earth. So Jiang Hao also plans to take everyone back to Earth. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. The Earth ship returned to the solar system. Then enter the Earth. After more than half a year, everyone returned to Earth. In fact, at the speed of the Earth, 2 days are enough to return to Earth if the wormhole is opened. But Jiang Hao and the others didn't rush, so they took their time. So it took them half a month to return to Earth. After returning to Earth, Kamizaran and others said goodbye and left. They haven't been back for more than half a year, and they can't wait to go home and have a look. What is the situation at home? Jiang Hao will naturally not stop him. But when parting, each gave them something to take back. For example, the food robot. Jiang Hao was very generous and gave one to each person. The cost of this thing is not low, but to Jiang Hao and Bulma, they are nothing. Energy. Jiang Hao also uses nuclear energy, and one energy source is enough for 1,000 years. It is very convenient to use, and there is no need for Gixie and Ren to charge themselves. And Turtle Immortal and the others did not refuse. After all, the food made by the food robot is delicious. You only need to provide the ingredients, and he can help you make satisfactory food. The intelligence of food robots is still very high. Gixie and Ren, Kellen, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi bid farewell and left. Lan Qi and Huang Qi did not go with them. Instead, they chose to stay in Shidu. Jiang Hao and the others were here. After Gixie and Ren and the others left, Wukong and Qi Buyo and Yomoang F also left. I haven't been back to Baozi Mountain for more than half a year. What's the situation over there? They also need to go back and have a look. After all, Baozi Mountain is inside the mountain, and there are many wild animals. When they're not there, wild animals may run into the house, and whatever is not dealt with will grow. So it's time to go back. Jiang Hao did nothing to persuade him to stay. Anyway, Wukong can teleport like him, so it is very convenient to come here. The rest of them naturally chose to stay in the western capital. Paragus, Broly and his son, must be on good terms with Jiang. The two now work for Jiang Hao. Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz also stayed with Jiang 11 Hao. Although Raditz is Goku's older brother, the relationship between the two is normal. Wukong actually invited Raditz to be a guest at Baozi, but Raditz refused. It's not that he doesn't want to go because he sees Wukong unhappy. Vegeta's character has changed a lot because of Jiang Hao, and Raditz's character has naturally changed a lot after he boarded the Earth. The reason why he refused was that he didn't intend to disturb the life of Wukong and his wife at present. Moreover, he is now Jiang Hao's subordinate, and at the same time he is eager to improve his own strength. Although his current combat power of 90,000 is much stronger than before. But people's desire is like a rolling stone falling from a high mountain. Once rolling, it is difficult to stop. Raditz doesn't want to catch up with Sun Wukong's strength, but he must be better than Kellen and the Earthlings. Only by staying with Jiang, how can he quickly improve his real 5? As we're going to see Monkey King's Baozi Mountain, there is no rush. The two are brothers after all. Even if there is no relationship between them, blood is thicker than water. During his time on the Earth, he and Wukong are at least not as strangers as they used to be. Brotherly love can be cultivated slowly. Besides the 5 of them, Jake, the space patrolman, also stayed. After Jiang Hao dealt with Jin Yo and the others, he no longer restricted him from leaving. But Jack never left. Everyone likes to watch the excitement. Gak is naturally no exception. Knowing that Jiang Hao's target was Frisia, he didn't say anything about leaving. After Jiang Hao and the others wanted to return to Earth, he did not leave, but came to Earth together. Plus Lan Qi and Huang Qi who stayed. There were immediately more people on Jiang Hao's side. But it doesn't matter if there are too many people. Boomer's family is the richest man in the world, and there are many places to live. No matter how many people there are, they can all live there. In the blink of an eye, it has been more than 2 years since Jiang Hao and the others returned to Earth. This time Jiang Hao can stay in Dragon Ball World for 3 years. So even after more than 2 years, Jiang Hao still hasn't left. In the past 2 years, basically nothing happened. As for what happened, Frisia's father, King Kurd, and his elder brother Gula, as Jiang Hao expected, found the Earth to avenge Frisia. This time, it was Jiang Hao who took action personally. The two of them were destroyed by Jiang Hao before they even reached Earth. Except for Jiang Hao, no one else even knew about this. In the past 2 years, Sun Wufan was also born. It is now over 1 year old. Chi-Chi was pregnant with Sun Wuhan while they were still traveling in the universe. Not long after returning to Earth, Sun Wufan was born. By now, it is almost 2 years old. As for Jiang Hao and Bulma, they still have no children. Because they are immortals, both Jiang Hao and Bulma decided not to have children for the time being. And because Jiang Hao's situation is quite special, he is no longer an ordinary life. When Jiang Hao wants a child, he can directly get his woman pregnant. So he and Bulma don't have children for the time being. And because of Jiang Hao, compared with the original work, the plot of the main world has changed a lot. Vegeta, Pargus, Broly, Nappa, and Raditz who came to Earth have all settled down. In addition to Paragus, Vegeta, Broly, Nappa, and Raditz also all have families on Earth. After coming to Earth, Jiang Hao never restricted their activities. Jiang Hao has also been encouraging them to go out and get in touch with society. Life cannot be just about cultivation. People should combine work and rest. As for Jiang Hao, Vegeta, and the others obeyed. When they came into contact with society, the 4 of them also met 4 good women. Saiyans are not the kind of men who love their mother-in-law and fall in love with them whenever they like. So the 4 of them started their own families. Vegeta and Nappa were the first to get married, and their children have already been born. Vegeta's wife gave birth to a son, and Vegeta named him Vegeta. Nappa's wife gave birth to a daughter, named Milaner. Raditz started a family a little later. But my wife is also pregnant, but she hasn't given birth yet. And Broly got married the latest, and his wife is not pregnant yet. Jack left the Earth a year ago. He is a galaxy patrol. It is not good to stay in one place for too long after staying on the Earth for a year. He just left. But when he left, Jiang Hao gave him many gifts as a friend. Jiang Hao gave him 2 food robots. He was also given an advanced spacecraft so that he could come to Earth later. In addition, Jiang Hao did not give him a capitalized spiritual fruit. This thing Jiang Hao is in the portable space universe, and he can have as much as he wants. It is very simple to cultivate. At present, because there are so many of these, Jiang Hao has regarded them as daily fruits and placed them on the fruit bowl at home. Giving 10 grams as a gift will have no impact at all. Plus the spiritual fruit I ate before. Jack's current combat strength is as many as 50,000. With such a strong strength, even among the Galaxy Patrol, it has already been ranked. Promotion and salary increase will definitely be indispensable after returning. Lan Qi and Huang Qi have lived with Jiang Hao and their family for the past 2 years. I actually had a great time getting along with Bulma. Bulma doesn't have many female friends. With Lan Qi and Huang Qi accompanying, Ping Xianli went shopping. At least there was someone to go shopping with. As for why they chose to stay in the Western capital, everyone actually knows it. But no one broke it. As for Kamizenrin and the others, they have not changed. Because Jiang Hao solved the problem of Klin's height. Not only did Klin grow taller, but he also had thick black hair. I can't even call him handsome, but he can be called a junior master. Plus Krillin has a great character. When I came to Shidu half a year ago, I met a nice girl. The two are currently preparing to get married, and Klin has decided to settle in Shidu. Jiang Hao is leaving the Dragon Ball world soon, and he may not be able to make it in time for Klin's wedding. But Jiang Hao has prepared gifts for them. Tianjin rice and dumplings, on the other hand, are still addicted to cultivation. Currently, he is still practicing with Turtle Immortal on Guasian Island. The two of them seem not to have considered starting a family at all. Because of this matter, Turtle Immortal talked about the two of them. But Tianjin rice and dumplings are still in no hurry. In addition, the 24th World Number 1 martial arts tournament was held. But this time, Jiang Hao and Wukong did not attend. Because of the birth of Sun Wuhan, Goku was forced by Chi-Chi to take care of the child. There is no time to even practice. Where can I still have time to attend the #1 martial arts conference in the world? Colin was busy taking care of his girlfriend, so naturally he had no interest. Tianjin rice and dumplings were originally planned to participate, but Krillin and the others will not participate. If they participate, they will be the default champions. They have no opponents at all, and there is no point in participating. So I simply stopped participating. And Jiang Hao, of course, has no interest in participating in the world's best martial arts tournament. Of course, more than 2 years have passed. Everyone's strength has also improved tremendously. The first is Jiang Hao himself. I still don't practice on weekdays. I drank the super holy water twice and have been using my thoughts to develop my potential and improve my combat effectiveness. The current normal combat strength is 55 billion. It has increased more than 4 times compared to 2.5 years ago. Super Saiyan form can enter Super Saiyan 4, and it is at full power. As for Super Saiyan Red and Blue, because he has not come into contact with Beerus, the god of destruction, and understands what the breath of God is, he is currently in Beast God Red and Super Blue forms. The increase in the Super League 4 is also very terrifying. Because Jiang Hao has integrated the Super Gene, his own super form has the power of Super Ape. The increase reached 2,000 times in Super Season 2. In Super Saiyan 3, the increase reached a terrifying 8,000 times. And after Jiang Hao entered the Super League 4, his increase reached a terrifying 1,000,000 times. This increase can be said to be extremely exaggerated. Of course, this situation can only happen to Jiang Hao. Even if Broly can enter Super Series 4, the increase will only be 10,000 times at most. It's simply not as good as Jiang Hao's. Of course, with such a terrifying increase, the physical requirements are also extremely high. Fortunately, Jiang Hao's physical fitness can only be described as tough. If it had been anyone else, it would have increased by 1,000,000 times. It is estimated that as soon as it was turned on, my body collapsed. At this time, if Jiang Hao enters the Super Series 4, his combat power will reach the terrifying 5.5 Jing combat power, which is 55,000 trillion combat power. Such combat power can destroy the Milky Way, let alone the solar system. If the universe is destroyed, H may still be a little worse, but the Milky Way is definitely simple. After all, even the self-destruction of the complete Cell with more than 30 billion combat power can destroy the solar system. Jiang Hao is more than 100 million times stronger than Shalu. Destroying an entire galaxy is not difficult at all. In addition to Jiang Hao, Bulma's combat effectiveness has also been greatly improved. The large spiritual fruit is eaten as a fruit every day, and it is still unlimited. In addition, Bulma is Jiang Hao's woman, and Jiang Hao will spend some time every day with his thoughts to help her develop her potential and improve her combat effectiveness. Combined with super holy water, Bulma's combat strength currently reaches more than 30 million. Jiang Hao doesn't need Bulma to be powerful. What he wants is that Bulma has the power to protect himself when he is not around. This combat power of more than 30 million, combined with the super genes in her body, even after Jiang Hao left, Bulma was enough to protect herself when the story of the artificial man happened. Jiang Hao did not fuse Super Saiyan genes to Bulma. Otherwise, her fighting power will be even more exaggerated, even more powerful than Sun Wukong. But Jiang Hao didn't do that. One is that with Sun Wukong and the others around, there is no need for a woman like Bulma to act. Second, Bulma has already fused super genes, and then merging Saiyan genes can easily cause genetic conflict. After all, Bulma is not Jiang Hao and can fuse various genes without any scruples. Although with Jiang Hao's ability, the chance of genetic conflicts is extremely low. But Jiang Hao didn't need to let Bulma take risks when it wasn't necessary. The third is after Bulma has fused the genes of the Super Saiyan. Maybe it will change the personality because of the genes of the Saiyans. Saiyan's belligerence is hidden in the bones and cannot be changed. Jiang Hao didn't want Bulma to turn into a belligerent female warrior, and now Jiang Hao likes Bulma, who is gentle. Wukong's combat power has more than tripled in more than 2 years. The normal combat effectiveness has increased from more than 600 million to the current 1.5 billion. The main reason why his improvement was so slow was that Chi-Chi often asked him to take care of Sun Wufan, which resulted in Sora not having much time practice. He was able to increase his combat effectiveness by more than twice, mainly due to drinking super holy water twice. Vegeta has improved even more. When he killed Frieza, he had a fighting power of 3 million. And for more than 2 years, he has been practicing hard. His talents were fully utilized. Progress can be described as rapid progress. At present, the normal combat power has reached more than 200 million. It is the most exaggerated promotion among all of them. Broly's combat power has reached the normal 400 million. The improvement is not much. Compared with before, it has only more than doubled. But his control over Chi has become more and more powerful. Now if he takes off the necklace specially developed for him by Jiang Hao to suppress his madness, entering the giant 8 power form again, Broly will no longer lose control like he did during the original Dragon Ball Super period. Even if it enters the Super Cold, it will not lose control. Of course, there is still a certain chance of losing control. But if he keeps wearing the suppressor Jiang Hao gave him, he won't lose control. The potential of Naba and Raditz has been fully unleashed, and they have made a lot of progress in the past 2 years. Under Jiang Hao's generous training of spiritual fruits and super holy water, the normal combat power of both of them has exceeded 50 million. Not as good as Vegeta's improvement, but not bad either. Kellen's improvement was a little bit worse. Jiang Hao also gave them super holy water, but their combat power is currently only 10 to 20 million. It's not that small, but against the real front line, this combat effectiveness is obviously not enough. But Wukong is on the front line of the battle. If something really happens, Wukong will be at the forefront. The artificial human chapter really happened, so Jiang Hao doesn't have to worry. After all, when Android 17 and 18 appeared, their combat power was only 1.5 billion. Cell is stronger, but even if it absorbs the complete cell of number 17.18, it only has a combat power of 35 billion. This is the fighting power. Goku, whose normal combat power has reached 1.5 billion, can completely defeat Cell after entering the Super Series. So there is no need to worry about the artificial man article. As for Wukong having a heart attack and dying, this thing only happens in the Dragon Ball world of parallel time and space. Wukong in the main world will not suffer from heart disease or anything like that. Moreover, with the GY Enhanced Serum Jiang Hao injected into Wukong, Wukong's physical fitness has been improving, and it is impossible for him to die from heart disease. What's more, there is also a passer Broly. In terms of combat effectiveness, now Goku is really not necessarily Broly's opponent. The reason why Broly improves so slowly is actually because Jiang Hao deliberately suppressed him. Because the strength is too strong, Broly can't control it himself, which is not a good thing for him. So Jiang Hao has been suppressing Broly's growth. Otherwise, even if Goku is the protagonist, his growth rate is completely inferior to Broly. This is a talent gap that cannot be made up for even if he is the protagonist. Broly is the kind of guy who gets stronger the more he fights. Saiyans have to suffer serious injuries after the battle, and only after recovery can their combat effectiveness be greatly improved. As a passerby, Broly becomes stronger and stronger in battle. There's quite a DC Doomsday flavor in it. Anyway, Jiang Hao is definitely not worried about the artificial human being. And based on the experience last time, if I leave this time, the next time I come back, it should be 6 years later. 6 years later, it will probably be the artificial human chapter. When I come back at that time, I can just get the artificial human technology from Grow. Jiang Hao had no intention of killing Galuo in advance. He must get the technology of artificial humans. This thing belongs to the super black technology level of black technology. In other words, the Dragon Ball world is a comic book world, otherwise such technology would never really exist. That's a combat power of 1.5 billion. Even the top race in the universe like Frieza, the Ice East Demon Clan, it only has a combat power of over 100 million. Frieza became the emperor of a universe with more than 100 million fighting power. Because of his good fighting power, he was favored by Beerus. While he was sleeping, He was responsible for helping Beerus destroy some planets that needed to be destroyed. Although Gro is a villain, he has to admit that this guy is indeed a super genius among super geniuses, no worse than Bulma. As for Jiang Hao's departure, Bulma already knew this, because Jiang Hao had already told her that he would leave in 3 years. After leaving where he was going, Jiang Hao also told Bulma the truth. This time of farewell was not too sad. After all, Bulma knew that Jiang Hao would definitely come back. After everything is almost arranged, Jiang Hao passed through the gate of the world and returned to the Super God universe. Super God world. After 3 years in the Dragon Ball world, just over 4 days have passed in the Super God world. This departure still didn't cause much commotion, except for Liang Bing and Qilin, who were close to Jiang Hao. No one else knew that Jiang Hao disappeared for 4 days. After returning this time, Jiang Hao also planned to confess to Liang Bing and Qilin. Now, his normal combat power has reached a terrifying 55 billion. Under normal conditions, he has the ability to destroy the solar system. What's more, he still has so many super genes. He also controls the 2 fundamental forces of a universe. The real combat power will only be more terrifying. Under this situation, Jiang Hao felt that there was no need to hide the people closest to him. One more thing is, because of the Hongmeng that exists in the portable space universe, Jiang Hao is equivalent to having 2 Hongmeng after returning to the Super God universe. Because he also has a Hongmeng in the dark plane of the Super God universe. In the last 2 years of Dragon Ball world, Jiang Hao didn't have much to do. I have reached 80% of the Hongmeng progress in the portable space universe. The last 20%, the moment he returned to the Super God universe, Jiang Hao completed it through another Hongmeng plus Xingyang's ability. As a result, Jiang Hao had 2 Hongmeng. 2 Hongmeng celestial-level supercomputers. Even the computing power of the big-time species is completely inferior. If Jiang Hao before could only be said to be a voltage stabilizer, he could not be said to be truly invincible. So now Jiang Hao can be called truly invincible. There is absolutely nothing to worry about. Even those void monsters that exist in the dark plane. Jiang Hao doesn't need to worry at all. After all, if he transforms into Super Saiyan 4 now, he himself is afraid of that fighting power. With a combat power of 5.5, Jiang Hao felt that destroying the Milky Way would be enough for him. Giant City. In Jiang Hao's villa, Jiang Hao called Liang Bing, Qilin, and Su Xiaoli over. The 3 closest women around him now are them. The one who currently has a substantial relationship with Jiang Hao is Qilin. Liang Bing and Su Xiaoli have no substantial relationship with Jiang Hao. It's not that they don't want to. If Jiang Hao wanted to, they would definitely not refuse. But Jiang Hao needs to consider Qilin's feelings. So currently I don't have any relationship with Liang Bing and Su Xiaoli. But the 2 of them are definitely the closest to Jiang Hao. After all, Jiang Hao had Hongmeng before, and now he has another telepathic ability. Liang Bing and Su Xiaoli's love and loyalty to him have almost reached their limit. It's just that Liang Bing is arrogant, but Su Xiaoli is not good at expressing herself. Neither woman said it clearly. After calling the 3 girls, hello no-no, Jiang Hao took them directly into the portable space universe. This is an alien space independent of the main universe and the dark plane. Neither Carl's big clock nor Kesha's treasure house of sacred knowledge can reach into Jiang Hao's portable space universe. Because the portable space universe is not a simple space universe. This is Jiang Hao's universe. Here, he is the omniscient and omnipotent God. Any external force, no matter what form it is, cannot get in without Jiang Hao's permission. When they came to the portable space universe for the first time, the 3 women did not have any panic, but were full of curiosity about the portable space universe. The 3 women have complete trust in Jiang Hao. Therefore, they were more surprised about where this place was than what they were afraid of. Where is this? Liang Bing was the most surprised of the 3 girls. Although she does not have a celestial-level supercomputer, her dark plane computer's computing power is not inferior. But after coming to the portable space universe, she was surprised to find that she could no longer sense the existence of the dark plane, nor could she feel the existence of the dark plane computer. She also lost the ability to read the data of things. And I can't feel the existence of the dark plane. It also means that she can't even take out her weapon through the wormhole. If something unexpected happens, all she can rely on is her own strong physical fitness. So Liang Bing really wants to know where the place there now is. Can't you feel the existence of the dark plane anymore? Jiang Hao asked Liang Bing with a smile. The latter nodded. What the hell is this place? I have never been in a situation like this before. To be honest, if it were you, but if it were someone else, I would have already started lying. Liang Shui said. Liang Bing has an unusual relationship with Jiang Hao, so she naturally isn't worried about what Jiang Hao will do to her. Haha. Jiang Hao laughed directly after hearing this. Jiang Hao said nothing, just followed Jiang Hao's wishes. The surrounding sand and gravel suddenly began to gather. Then it keeps expanding. It only takes less than half a minute. A huge, blue planet appeared in Qilin's eyes. At this moment, the Olivers were dumbfounded, because they are no strangers to that blue planet, because that is their home planet, the Earth. This is the Earth. Qilin looked shocked. Liang Bing also looked shocked. The technology of Super God Universe is very powerful, but does not have the ability to artificially create planets. Yes, this is the Earth I created. The universe we are in now is my universe. Here, I am omniscient and omnipotent, and I can do whatever I want. When Jiang Hao spoke, a sun also rises. It lights up the entire portable space universe. The three women were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. Jiang Hao smiled slightly. Then he flew directly with the three girls, flying towards the Earth he just created. Soon, they entered the Earth's atmosphere. Then I saw the white clouds. After the clouds go down, there are mountains and rivers covered with vegetation. Clear rivers, lush vegetation. They even saw a variety of wild animals. It's like an Earth that has never been explored. An Earth without humans. After the four of them landed, Jiang Hao just stepped lightly. A modern city was rising from the ground in the astonished eyes of Qilin and Su Xiaoli. In an instant, they entered the modern city of cement and steel bars from the virgin forest. Moreover, they are very familiar with this city, because it is Giant City. This Juxia city is a bit quiet because apart from them, there is no one in this city. Jiang Hao can actually create humans because he understands human genes. He even has the genes of many people in his hands, and he can directly clone them into the world. But Jiang Hao has no plans to do so at the moment. In the future, I will hide a lot of things from you, not because I don't tell you, but because it's not the right time. The secrets I carry are too big. It's not safe for you to tell me. But now, there's no need to worry about that because now I am invincible, Jiang Hao said with a smile. In the world of super gods, he said this without any pressure. If it were in Longzhu, he would definitely not say this, although his current strength is rank high in the Dragon Ball world. But it's too early to say invincible. The three girls didn't speak. Even Liang Bing didn't refute Jiang Hao's words, because Jiang Hao does have that qualification. In her current situation, if it were Kesha, she probably wouldn't be much different. In the Super God universe, although the Dark Plane also has an impact on super warriors, the impact is not particularly large, because the strength of the super warrior is mainly reflected in the physical body and expressive power. In this aspect, the dependence on the Dark Plane Phi is not that high. But unlike other strong men, they are very dependent on the Dark Plane. The reason why strong men at the main god level can crush the first, second, and third generation super warriors. It is because of their development and utilization of the Dark Plane. It's like everyone is still playing with cold weapons in melee combat, but you're starting to play with hot weapons. The two eras are completely different. The use of the Dark Plane has greatly strengthened the main god-level powerhouse, and directly opened a long distance with the first, second, and third generation super warriors. But it also made them extremely dependent on the Dark Plane space. Wormhole transport technology requires the cooperation of the Dark Plane. The supercomputer is simply placed in the Dark Plane. Without the Dark Plane, the supercomputer cannot be used. It is equivalent to becoming blind directly. There's also a weapons arsenal, which is also built directly on the Dark Plane. If you can't connect to the dark plane, you won't be able to get weapons. Without weapons, we become a tiger without teeth. In the original book, after Kesha's death, Yin took over her position as King of Angels. But Yan's strength is really hard to describe in words. It's a bit like Gu Xiaoluan, he really can't beat anyone. Among the 3 generations of warriors, Yan's strength is considered top-notch, but when it comes to a god-level super warrior, it's completely wrong. Even after being trained by He later, his strength is only at the average Lord God level. When he met Huayi, he was immediately crushed. There is nothing like the 13 grids of the King of Angels. After all, the reason is that she only inherited Kesha's position, but he didn't inherit Kesha's strength. The reason why Kesha is strong is that she has a treasure trove of sacred knowledge comparable to a big clock and a celestial-level supercomputer. In addition, there is Kesha's powerful arsenal. It is said that there is the most comprehensive and powerful weapon in the Super God universe. But these 2 things, Yin didn't even get it, except that the body has been upgraded to the same divine body as Kesha. She didn't get the treasure house of sacred knowledge, nor did she get the arsenal of weapons. In this case, Yin is no different from a main god who has disconnected from the dark plane. If the strength is poor, it is normal. Liang Bing's current strength is not much worse than Liang Bing's, except for the inferior weapons arsenal and no celestial-level supercomputer. In every other aspect, she is not inferior to Kesha. Even physically, she is stronger than Kesha. After all, Liang Bing's current body was upgraded by Jiang Hao himself. Jiang Hao also mixed GY's strengthening serum into Liang Bing. The same thing has different effects on different people. For Liang Bing, who has a divine body, the bonus of GY serum is not even a little higher than when used on ordinary people. The 2 are not even in the same dimension. He saw the 3 women looking at him. Jiang Hao continued with a smile. Didn't I have to leave for a few days each time before? Just like the time I left this time for more than 4 days. Actually, during the 4 days I left, I went to another world. To you, I was only gone for more than 4 days. But in fact, I spent 3 years in another universe. The last time I was away for more than a day, I stayed in another universe for a year. Are other universes parallel universes? I read that they're all like this in those novels. Are there really parallel universes in this world? It's amazing. The first person to speak out was neither Qilin nor Liang Bing. Instead, it was Su Xiaoli. But Jiang Hao is not surprised, because Su Xiaoli was originally a homebody. I like playing games and reading novels and movies. I read a lot of novels on weekdays. Moreover, Su Xiaoli didn't read novels written by female channels, but she liked reading novels written by male channels. Read any novel. Jiang Hao was not surprised that she would say such a thing. It's not a parallel universe. It's some very magical universe. You can understand it as an independent universe that has absolutely nothing to do with our world. In our world, gods are just some high-tech artificial gods, not real gods. But in the worlds I went to, there were real gods, the kind of innate high-latitude life. Is it that kind of fairy world? Su Xiaoli asked in surprise. That's not true. I haven't been to that world yet. But the last world I went to was very powerful. It was not an ordinary world. There were real gods there. The kind of real god that could destroy the entire universe in an instant. Jiang Hao said. The 3 women were all surprised. Liang Bing is not from Earth, but she had scanned the Earth's information long before she came to Earth. Very knowledgeable about the culture and history of the Earth. Compared with those real Earthlings, she understands the Earth better and understands the history, culture, and thoughts of human beings on Earth. So Yang Shui completely understood what Jiang Hao said. I also understood what Jiang Hao meant. So how many worlds have you visited so far? This time it was Qilin who asked. There are only 2 at the moment. I haven't had time to go to the 3rd one yet. Jiang Hao said, Do you have a woman in another world? Qilin said suddenly. When Jiang Hao heard this, he was not nervous at all, but nodded calmly. He didn't deny it, because he felt there was no need to deceive Qilin. Seeing Jiang Hao nodded honestly, Qilin was not angry either. Instead, he continued to ask, Are there any children? Not yet. In the words of novels, we are all immortal species. It is easy for us to live for 100,000 years, so we haven't given birth to children or anything like that yet. Yeah. Sheila nodded. Then we won't give birth for the time being. Well, I want to give birth. We will give birth. Su Xiaoli at the side originally thought that Shilin was going to quarrel with Jiang Hao. The result is not. This made Su Xiaoli very surprised. Liang Bing had already expected it. How about we have one husband? I really want to have a child. What universe are you talking about? Can it take us there? Okay. Jiang Hao nodded. If you want to bring people to travel together, the gate of the world is definitely not allowed, unless Jiang Hao has already experienced 5 worlds. But now he has the space universe with him. This thing Jiang Hao developed directly on the basis of his own cells. It's like there's a universe hidden inside him. In this case, he can use the portable space universe to carry out smuggling. So even if he hasn't gone to the 5 worlds, he can lead people now. He can take it as long as he wants. Then take me with you when you go to another world next time. It's really boring to stay in this universe. It's not bad to go to another world to see. Yes, take us with you next time. I really haven't been to other worlds to see. Shilin also echoed. Okay, I'll take you with me next time. But there is no dark plane in other universes. The dark plane of our universe only exists in our universe. If you go to other universes, you cannot contact the dark plane. When you go to other universes, you will be affected to some extent. Isn't there a dark plane? I think you must have a way to solve it, right? Liang Bing was a little surprised, but she believed that since Jiang Hao said it, there must be a way to solve it. Jiang Hao nodded. Although there is no dark plane in other universes, you can use our current universe as a dark plane. Liang Bing is very smart. So as soon as Jiang Hao's words came out, she understood what Jiang Hao meant. To be honest, unless you do this to someone you trust particularly, it is equivalent to putting everything you have on someone else. But Liang Bing now has 10 to 0% trust in Jiang Hao. Okay, then I will directly move my arsenal and supercomputer to your universe so that I will go to another universe with you, and you'll be next to me, so I will not be affected. Jiang Hao nodded. This is okay. But when I come back this time, I have brought you good things which can also solve this problem. While talking, Jiang Hao took out 3 spiritual fruits that can increase combat power by 10,000 each. They were handed to the 3 women, respectively. What's this? Spiritual fruit. Things I brought from other worlds. After eating it, you can improve your strength. The improvement is quite exaggerated. One is equivalent to the improvement of a 3rd-generation super soldier. Well, it should be a little more than that. In terms of combat effectiveness of the 3rd-generation super warriors, Jiang Hao feels that in terms of strength alone, they are only 200 to 300. In terms of destructive power, it would be higher, reaching 400 to 500. But the great thing about the super warriors of the super god world is never their fighting power, but their vitality and lifespan. In this aspect, spiritual fruit cannot provide. The strengthening of the spiritual fruit focuses more on improving the body's defense, strength, and speed. Although vitality and lifespan have also been improved, the improvement is not much. At least compared to its improvements in defense, strength, and speed, the improvements in vitality and lifespan are not much. In terms of vitality, longevity, and strong resilience, this aspect cannot be compared to the improvement of spiritual fruit. Moreover, the super warrior also has a dark plane that can continuously provide energy. So if you really think about it, the combat power of the 3rd-generation super warriors can reach more than 1,000. A 3rd-generation super warrior like Sun Wukong has a combat power of close to 10,000. Whether it is strength or destructive power, they can keep up. There are also 3 generations of warriors, so there must be differences in strength and weakness. The weak 3rd-generation battle, in terms of destructive power and strength, is at most 100. Strong ones, like Sun Wukong, can reach thousands in terms of destructive power and strength, but tens of thousands is probably a bit difficult. Of course, there are some differences between the Dragon Ball world and the Super God world. Forcible comparison. Even Jiang Hao cannot give completely accurate figures, but a roughly accurate comparison can still be confirmed. Just such a fruit, so powerful. You didn't pick this fairy fruit somewhere, did you? Liang Bing was a little surprised. stronger than 3 generations of warriors. Liang Bing and Su Xiaoli didn't quite understand the concept. So how could she? Although the 3 generations also have strengths and weaknesses. But Jiang Hao said it was stronger than the 3rd generation warriors. That is, it surpassed the top generation super warriors. In the Super God universe, the 3rd generation of super warriors are considered to be the top combat power in any force. Just such a fruit. After eating it, you can immediately gain the combat power of more than 3 generations of super warriors. It's actually a bit exaggerated. After all, this is just a piece of fruit. And as long as you eat it, you can gain that kind of power. It felt like the super genes that she and Kesha had spent tens of thousands of years researching immediately lost their meaning when compared to this thing. It can't be called a fairy fruit, but in another world, it is indeed a fruit that only gods can eat. Later, Jiang Hao told them about the conditions for the growth of spiritual fruits. When I heard that the spiritual tree grows up, it needs to absorb the energy of a whole planet, so that the living planet will turn into a desert within 300 years, and not even a single grass can grow. The spirit fruit will yield 10 at a time. No, it wasn't the kind they ate. They immediately felt that the spiritual fruit was so powerful, as it should be. It's just that this thing sounds so evil. Liang Bing's eyes lit up when he heard this. There are many planets with life in the universe. However, what Jiang Hao said later made her lose interest in spiritual cultivation, because Jiang Hao can ripen the spiritual tree directly in the portable space universe. Not to mention the result of 30 pieces at a time. The speed is fast and the effect is good. I learned that Jiang Hao now has hundreds of thousands of such fruits in his hands. Liang Bing instantly lost interest in cultivating the spirit tree. Wouldn't it be better to ask Jiang Hao directly for the spirit fruit? When Liang Bing thinks of anything, he simply takes action directly. So she simply asked Jiang Hao for 10,000. Liang Bing asked for it, so Jiang Hao naturally gave it to him directly. But there is no dark plane in other universes. The dark plane of our universe only exists in our universe. If you go to other universes, you cannot contact the dark plane. When you go to other universes, you will be affected to some extent. Isn't there a dark plane? I think you must have a way to solve it, right? Liang Bing was a little surprised, but she believed that since Jiang Hao said it, there must be a way to solve it. Jiang Hao nodded. Although there is no dark plane in other universes, you can use our current universe as a dark plane. Liang Bing is very smart. So as soon as Jiang Hao's words came out, she understood what Jiang Hao meant. To be honest, unless you do this to someone you trust particularly, it is equivalent to putting everything you have on someone else. But Liang Bing now has 10 to 0% trust in Jiang Hao. Okay, then I will directly move my arsenal and supercomputer to your universe so that I will go to another universe with you. And you'll be next to me, so I will not be affected. Jiang Hao nodded. This is okay. But when I come back this time, I have brought you good things, which can also solve this problem. While talking, Jiang Hao took out 3 spiritual fruits that can increase combat power by 10,000 each. They were handed to the 3 women, respectively. What's this? Spiritual fruit. Things I brought from other worlds. After eating it, you can improve your strength. The improvement is quite exaggerated. One is equivalent to the improvement of a 3rd-generation super soldier. Well, it should be a little more than that. In terms of combat effectiveness of the 3rd-generation super warriors, Jiang Hao feels that in terms of strength alone, they are only 200 to 300. In terms of destructive power, it would be higher, reaching 400 to 500. But the great thing about the super warriors of the super god world is never their fighting power, but their vitality and lifespan. In this aspect, spiritual fruit cannot provide. The strengthening of the spiritual fruit focuses more on improving the body's defense, strength, and speed. Although vitality and lifespan have also been improved, the improvement is not much. At least compared to its improvements in defense, strength, and speed, the improvements in vitality and lifespan are not much. In terms of vitality, longevity, and strong resilience, this aspect cannot be compared to the improvement of spiritual fruit. Moreover, the super warrior also has a dark plane that can continuously provide energy. So if you really think about it, the combat power of the third-generation super warriors can reach more than 1,000. A third-generation super warrior like Sun Wukong has a combat power of close to 10,000. Whether it is strength or destructive power, they can keep up. There are also 3 generations of warriors, so there must be differences in strength and weakness. The weak third-generation battle, in terms of destructive power and strength, is at most 100. Strong ones, like Sun Wukong, can reach thousands in terms of destructive power and strength. But tens of thousands is probably a bit difficult. Of course, there are some differences between the Dragon Ball world and the Super God world. Forcible comparison. Even Jiang Hao cannot give completely accurate figures. But a roughly accurate comparison can still be confirmed. Just such a fruit, so powerful. You didn't pick this fairy fruit somewhere, did you? Liang Bing was a little surprised. Stronger than 3 generations of warriors. Liang Bing and Su Xiaoli didn't quite understand the concept. So how could she? Although the 3 generations also have strengths and weaknesses. But Jiang Hao said it was stronger than the 3rd generation warriors. That is, it surpassed the top generation super warriors. In the Super God universe, the 3rd generation of super warriors are considered to be the top combat power in any force. Just such a fruit. After eating it, you can immediately gain the combat power of more than 3 generations of super warriors. It's actually a bit exaggerated. After all, this is just a piece of fruit. And as long as you eat it, you can gain that kind of power. It felt like the super genes that she and Kesha had spent tens of thousands of years researching immediately lost their meaning when compared to this thing. It can't be called a fairy fruit, but in another world, it is indeed a fruit that only gods can eat. Later, Jiang Hao told them about the conditions for the growth of spiritual fruits. When I heard that the spiritual tree grows up, it needs to absorb the energy of a whole planet, so that the living planet will turn into a desert within 300 years, and not even a single grass can grow. The spirit fruit will yield 10 at a time. No, it wasn't the kind they ate. They immediately felt that the spiritual fruit was so powerful, as it should be. It's just that this thing sounds so evil. Liang Bing's eyes lit up when he heard this. There are many planets with life in the universe. However, what Jiang Hao said later made her lose interest in spiritual cultivation, because Jiang Hao can ripen the spiritual tree directly in the portable space universe. Not to mention the result of 30 pieces at a time. The speed is fast and the effect is good. I learned that Jiang Hao now has hundreds of thousands of such fruits in his hands. Liang Bing instantly lost interest in cultivating the spirit tree. Wouldn't it be better to ask Jiang Hao directly for the spirit fruit? When Liang Bing thinks of anything, he simply takes action directly. So she simply asked Jiang Hao for 10,000. Liang Bing asked for it, so Jiang Hao naturally gave it to him directly. He has plenty of seeds in his hands, so he can have as many as he wants. If they are gone, he can just ripen them again. You can get millions of them in half a day. Liang Bing, Qilin, and Su Xiaoli each have storage equipment given to them by Jiang Hao, either a bracelet or a necklace. 10,000 spirit fruits were directly put into Liang Bing's storage bracelet. Liang Bing was very satisfied with such 10,000 spiritual fruits. Definitely not after using them all, but it is still possible to use some to create some stronger super warriors for your demon subordinates. Although she hasn't been back to the Demon Queen for a long time. He also plans to send the demons back to the Kunsa civilization. But before sending them back to Kunsa civilization, she planned to strengthen them first. After all, they're all his younger brothers and have always been loyal to her. Liang Shui is still very responsible for them. When there are good things, I will also think of them. But because of Jiang Hao, she decided to make some changes anyway. For example, restore your identity as an angel. Now that Jiang Hao is here, she can be completely independent and create another female angel civilization. But on this matter, she planned to meet Kesha first before making a decision. Anyway, Kesha will be coming to Earth soon. Not much time either. And the 3 spiritual fruits that Jiang Hao took out, the 3 daughters also ate directly. It tasted much better than they expected. Put aside its effectiveness in improving people's strength. As a fruit to eat, spiritual fruit is also very qualified. The spiritual fruit tasted so good that the three girls ate it all within a few mouthfuls. The spiritual fruit has no core, so it is basically eaten whole. After eating, the three women immediately felt the changes in themselves. Physical fitness has been greatly improved. Strength, speed, defense, and five senses have all been greatly improved. And there is a huge amount of energy in the body. They discovered that they could control that energy at will. When they followed Jiang Hao's instructions, they gathered energy using stars into their palms. Then launch it. Boom! A horrible explosion happened in Juxia City, created by Jiang Hao. In the entire Juxia City, more than half of the city disappeared in an instant. A huge sinkhole appeared on the ground. Please give me flowers. Viewed from a high altitude, it is very spectacular and shocking. Such destructive power. What Jiang Hao just said was an understatement. This is more than 3 generations of super soldiers. The first experiment was cold ice. She was the first of the 3 to control the energy in her body. He is also the one who adapts the fastest. So, she was the first one to experiment. For the blow just now, she only used about 1/10 of the energy area. If it uses 100% of the energy, she can blow up at least 5 or 6 places as big as Juxia City. Such a huge range, just thinking about it is scary. Such a powerful destructive power. In terms of single-round destructive power, even a master god-level powerhouse like her can't do it, unless a more powerful weapon with a wider range of damage is used. And this kind of weapon is powerful, but its accuracy and release speed are not good. It's not as convenient as now. Just raise your hand and release a wave of energy. It can cause so much damage. Jiang Hao restored the city. Let Qilin and Su Xiaoli try it too. He saw the huge sinkhole he had blasted into the ground. Both women had expressions of disbelief. Can't believe they did it. Although they had all been upgraded to 3rd-generation super soldiers by Jiang Hao before. But in terms of strength and destructive power, it is much inferior to Demon King Piccolo, who has a combat power of 250 in the Dragon Ball world. But now after eating the spiritual fruit, the combat effectiveness of the 2 women directly increased to more than 10,000. This damage is actually quite normal, whether it's Liang Bing, Qilin, or Su Xiaoli. They're all exposed to Qi for the first time. If they are more proficient in controlling Qi, let the energy be more cohesive and not so scattered. The destructive power that can be caused will only be more terrifying. With a fighting strength of 10,000, it already has the ability to destroy the planet. You just need to take your time step by step, and the process will take a little more time. But 10,000 combat power is not enough. In the Super God universe, an old B************* D like Carl would not be able to face them if he only had 10,000 combat power. At least it has to have a combat power of over 100,000. But there's no rush. Anyway, I have plenty of spiritual fruits, ready to eat at any time. What Jiang Hao needs to do now is to teach the 3 women how to control their Qi. At the same time, teach them some skills unique to the Dragon Ball world. Practical skills such as teleportation, air dance, high-speed movement, air fingers, and energy shock waves. Of course, there are also some more special skills. If the demon seals the wave. Demon sealing wave is a relatively buggy skill in the Dragon Ball world. It can defeat the strong with the weak and forcibly seal people into a small space. This small space can be a small bowl. It can be a small cup. There are no requirements for sealed items. The requirement is that your own Qi is strong enough. This is a very practical and powerful skill. Jiang Hao learned it from Gixian Ren a long time ago. However, he is too powerful to use this skill, so he has never used it. But teaching it to Qilin, Liang Bing, and Su Xiaoli would allow them to use the Demon Sealing Wave skill as their trump card. The Demon Sealing Wave created by Wu Taidu is only effective against evil forces. What Jiang Hao taught Liang Bing and Qilin was his improved Demon Sealing Wave. It is effective for anyone. I want to break this Demon Sealing Wave. There is only one way. That means your strength far exceeds that of the person who exerts it. Otherwise, if you're just stronger, then you will be sealed. As for those whose strength is not as good as the one who performs it, let alone that, completely powerless to resist.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.